Um, that's cool, I guess. You know what I'm saying, y'all like what y'all like, or we like what we like. It is what it is. Um, good morning to every single body that's good morning to every single body that's in here so far. Happy Monday to everybody that's on, whether you're on YouTube, whether you listen back to this on YouTube, playback and or Twitch, live on all and Twitter. Jay Rich, what's good, bro? Live on all 3, 4 platforms right now. Thank y'all for being here on this Monday. Uh, we got a lot of different sports to talk about today, as usual. We're gonna go ahead and get started with that. We're gonna talk about one game, really, not even talking about it, just highlighting it, looking at the box score, watch a little bit of highlights of it. A girl that I just got put on to. But I'm gonna make sure I keep up with her as much as possible for the rest of this year. But we're gonna talk about some NCAA women's game. Then we're gonna dive into some men's matchups over this past weekend. Anything to highlight or point out, and then after that, we're gonna tap into college football week 13. We've seen some teams have some surprising losses. Ooh. Shout out to Alabama, man. We see some teams have some surprising losses and more. After that college football week 13, we're going to dive into the full NFL Sunday recap. Then after the NFL Sunday recap, we're going to talk about the basketball game that took place, NBA game that took place yesterday and or Saturday. So that's what today's going to be looking like. We had the Wolves, Celtics, Heat, Mavs, Clippers, Sixers, and more to discuss. That's what today's going to be looking like again. It's a full day. If you're on YouTube, that's cool. The show is also live on playback. And if you're on playback, that's cool. The show is also live on YouTube. So just letting y'all know that now. I'm trying to get both platforms to look at today, and then most likely tomorrow, Wednesday, or whenever. We'll be back on YouTube, or I might just go YouTube from December 1st or December 2nd on down, to be honest. So we'll see. Just still trying to shuffle it a little bit. With that being said, if you are in here, make sure you all subscribe to the Facts and Stats YouTube channel. Still chasing 1,000, still being consistent, still being active. If you are in here, you're not subscribed to the Facts and Stats YouTube channel, you can click that link right there and hit that subscribe button. If you are one of the few that's in here already and you're not subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button and also hit the like button as well. That also can help the algorithm. On top of that, Facts and Stats Apparel was always available. Shipped out a lot of orders on Friday, shipping out more orders today. All the support is insane. So thank y'all for the apparel side when it comes to the support. Black Friday is coming up. I will be doing a Black Friday sale for the website. For anybody that's interested in a hoodie or sweatpants or whatever the case may be, Black Friday sale will definitely be coming up as well. If you are interested in anything right now, today though, or just period, factandstats.us is the website. Factandstats.us is the website, and a Black Friday sale will be coming soon this Friday. So if anybody wants to wait till this Friday, that's cool. If anybody wants to get a shirt that's on sale right now, that's cool as well. He said, let me hit a couple of legs so I can buy some more merch. You are the only one that sends wins in the Discord. Have you noticed that, Chan? Nobody sends no wins in the Discord. You are the only one that sends wins in the Discord, bro. Like, you got to keep that in mind, bro, and carry that with high regard. You're the only one that sends wins in the Discord, man. Ain't nobody said, look at the winning slips tab. If you look at that winning slips tab, you ain't gonna see nobody but Chan. Think about it. Why you think I'm retiring? It's not for me, bro. I ain't gonna lie. We ain't do no who sold your parlay segment. But who sold my last parlay that made me the most angry? Stephen Curry. I can't even get a builder with Curry for 15 points. And something told me not to put that on there, bruh. It's sad. Something told me not to put that on there. It got to the point to where I'm hesitant to put Curry 15 points on a parlay. 15 on a parlay. Granted, he shot terrible that game, and the Spurs played phenomenal defense. But yeah, man, I mean, it's disgusting, bro. It's disgusting. I gotta leave that gambling shit alone. And then it's gonna hurt me tonight because the Ravens play the Chargers. So it's like, what do I want to do? But this is primetime football. But we'll go ahead and get into the show, man. Again, check out the website. Subscribe to the YouTube if you don't already. Live on both platforms right now. Sort of kind of giving this a look for this Monday. Obviously, tomorrow's Power Rankings Day, NBA Cup Day, etc. Texan sold the fuck out you. No words. So yeah, this is my first time diving into the women's side of things. I think this is a matchup to highlight. Y'all put me on to Hannah last year. Can't remember who it was. Somebody in here put me on to her last year. Ever since then, I had her highlighted since last year. She's one of my little favorite players category. Uh, she's a defensive menace. But on top of her, Olivia Miles. I mean, she stood out to me tremendously in this game. Never seen her play basketball, but I seen her play basketball the other day. And I mean, she is tough. Like, she could shoot. She could play make. I love the way she passed. She's like a big guard. Like, I don't know, man. She tough, bro. And she got some wiggle with her. Olivia Miles, y'all remember the name? I just became a fan of her. I'm wishing her the best for the rest of this season and also throughout her WNBA journey if she when she decides to go that route after this year, or when she goes that route after this year. But they had Juju and Hill. Juju shot 10 for 25 in this game, 0 for 5 from 3. She finished with 24.6 rebounds and 5 assists. The Kiki lady that's expected to go top 3 in the draft. After this game, I seen a lot of people tweeting like, "Oh, Kiki should have stayed at what was it, Stanford? Can't remember. Let me check. Hold on. Yeah, Stanford. People like, oh, she should have stayed at Stanford. They feel like she's not being utilized correctly, and blah 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 blah. So with that being said, we're gonna take a quick look at the highlights from that game, and then after that, we're gonna go ahead and dive into some men's games, couple of men's games to point out and highlight. Chan said they both tough. I don't think Dame or BJ got anything to add, but this is what that game looked like this past weekend or Saturday. Just want y'all to see Olivia Miles a little bit. Okay, this is Hannah. That's Olivia right there. It's Olivia right there, man. Only college women you watch is Tennessee. Yeah, I don't watch too much college women's basketball. Honestly, I only was watching Caitlin Clark in college. And obviously other big matchups too. But I mean, it's still some hoopers regardless. But when it's March Madness time, I'm super duper locked in. But watching casual or a lot of regular season games, probably not. I did it last year with Juju, CC, Sabrina when she was in college. But yeah, I probably not catching too many college women's games. Or women's college games, sorry. Is this showing on the YouTube side? I didn't even think about that. Black was good. She a future spark OGB. I seen that on Twitter. Calling her a future spark. This is showing on the YouTube side. So yeah, this what took place in this game this past Saturday. You can say this was a mini upset. USC was at home. But yeah, they just played good defense. That's a tough shot. That's a tough shot. Justin Achille, what's good, bro? So yeah, in this game, Notre Dame got the win. Obviously, as I was just telling y'all, as these highlights are rolling. Quick question, as I want to do this, are the highlights blurry? By the way, is the screen blurry? Anybody? Is the screen blurry?
Yeah.
It is blurry.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all could have been said something. I ain't know the screen was blurry, y'all. My bad. So I'm probably not gonna do this again then.
But like realistically, like I don't expect 4K quality, bro. It's a screen.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Notre Dame, all in all, guys, they got the win 74-61. Olivia, who I was just speaking on, that's her pulling up and shooting the 3 right there. She had 20 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists with 3 steals, and Hannah had 24 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, and 5 steals. So all in all, great game between both of those guards in the backcourt. And like I said, they held Juju. They limited Juju as much as possible, and they did a damn good job on her defensively. Look at Olivia right here, though. Between the leg, cross. Excuse me. Can you come here, please? Oh my God,
Bruh, that is tough. Hold on, show that again.
bro. She's tough, bro. No funny, bro. I just became a fan of her, bro. No funny. Look at this. Come here. Snatch back, cross between the leg. Come here. Ooh. Rock the baby. Rock the baby. Look at the rock. Ooh, rock the baby. Ooh.
I keep it a bean with you. That defender had no business reacting like that. What the? Look, I'm watching that.
Rock
I'm
the
like,
baby. Come here,
I had
come
to
here.
watch, bro.
Gang, you
I
don't
had
know
to
what to
watch
do with
it
that
in
cross hit you though.
tandem,
Like,
bro.
come here.
Bro, she had
Ooh.
no business of reacting like that, bro. I had to watch this that joint in tandem. Like watching the move by herself, it just looked so tough. But then when you watch the defender, you're like, hold on, she
Bro,
damn near
she
fell back on her.
tough.
She damn near fell on her butt. Was
Nah,
she
she
like?
ridiculously
That's
tough
not
though.
shouldn't have did all that.
She ridiculously tough. Um, Olivia Miles. Olivia Miles. Listen, I just found out about her, and my job is to spread the word as much as possible. Olivia Miles. She's at Notre Dame. She's not the best player on her team though, but she's the second best. Um, but all in all, outside of that game yesterday, I mean on Saturday, I'm sorry, we had one more upset yesterday actually, where UCLA beat South Carolina. I think this is their first loss. What this is their first loss since like 2021 or in like 40 something games. It was some ridiculous, something ridiculous that I saw. But UCLA ultimately they're ranked top five, beat South Carolina 77-62. Yeah, they ended the Gamecocks 43 game winning streak. And the game's over, and they're running 33 consecutive road victories. So that's just to point out right here. Shout out to UCLA. Probably going to watch more of them when it comes down to the tourney. I'm most likely not going to catch too many UCLA games throughout the regular season, if at all. So shout out to them for getting a win over South Carolina. And we're going to go ahead and move. As far as anything to shout out or point out in the men's side of things in college basketball, what is this? Was this the Duke game right here on Saturday? I think it was. No, that Duke game was on Friday. I feel like. Yeah, that Duke game was on Friday. Duke beat Arizona on the road. Cooper Flag balled his ass off. Had a phenomenal game. Outside of that, I don't really think there's anything to point out on Friday. And then yesterday, Kennesaw State. Kennesaw State. Oh, Ted was. Oh no, I bet with Duke. I bet Chan.
Damn, you're not gonna talk about us beating the shit out of Baylor on Friday, bro?
Yeah, I'm bypassed on Friday. Let me circle back to Friday. You're right. Let me just look at Friday real quick. Yeah, so Tennessee took care of business against Baylor, 77-62. Uh, got one of the best, and if not, they got the best defense in the country as of right now.
Yes,
And like
sir.
I said, Cooper Flag had his best performance of this short season so far overall. From all around standpoint, they beat Arizona 69-55. I think Caleb Love might have been bad in this one again. I fell asleep on this game though. But Cooper had 24, 6, 3, one steal and two blocks, shot 22 times. Yeah, Caleb was bad again. 3 for 13, 1 for 9 from the field. And Chain hit me the bet. Chain hit me the bet. And I'm like, yeah, Duke on the road. But Arizona don't got one of them guys. Like Arizona don't got nobody that's gonna stop the flash. Like Arizona don't got nobody that's gonna stop Coop from doing what he want to do. So I bet with Duke in this one, bro. No funny. And they did exactly what I expected. They was really underdogs too in this game. Like anybody could have bet Duke money line on FanDuel. They was plus money. Yeah, Caleb Love should have left 2-3 years ago. Sorry, buddy. You ain't nothing but a second round pick or a G League guy, respectfully. Probably not even a second round pick. Just being honest. Um, Kentucky obviously took care of business. I think it was Jacksonville State we played. Oh, Jackson State. I'm sorry, nothing really to point out or highlight in that one. We have a well-rounded team, and we'll go ahead and move to nothing from NCAA men's on Sunday. We're gonna go ahead and jump to college football from this past weekend. If anybody got anything to say from Saturday or anything to point out from Saturday's games, feel free to come to the stage. And then immediately following this, we're gonna make our way to the NFL Sunday recap, which I'm sure a majority of people is waiting on. But this past Saturday, 1000% is this past Saturday, we saw two things to point out top of my head. Colorado lost to Kansas. Neil ran all over them. Alabama, in my opinion, well, not my opinion, but super, super duper disappointing loss to Oklahoma. Ole Miss, uh, they took a loss to Florida, and I think Florida start. I think his name is DJ Lagware or something like that.
Yes,
I think he's
sir.
a I think he's a freshman, right? He a freshman, right?
Yep.
Yeah. He stepped in. I think he stepped in probably like 2-3 weeks ago. If he hadn't been starting all year,
Yeah, he their original quarterback had got hurt,
got hurt, and then he came in.
and then he came in. Then they put the white boy back in, just because I forgot his name. But yeah, and then he got hurt again and out for the season. So now Lagway is the starting quarterback again. So yeah, he's gotten two good wins for Florida back to back for sure. So yeah, shout out him.
Oh yeah, OJB. I forgot to say. I meant to say that. My bad, y'all. Yeah, I meant to highlight one more thing in the men's side. And shout out to Dane for that update. But yeah, my bad. Rutgers, I went backwards. That's why they lost to Kennesaw State, bro. That's disappointing. I ain't gonna lie. There's no way around it. They lost to Kennesaw State yesterday, 79-77. Probably they had opportunity to either win the game or tie the game. Ace Bailey threw a last second turnover for whatever reason. I don't know why he was trying to make a cross court pass from the opposite half, from the half court line, and trying to pass all the way across. Oh, here it is right here. It makes no sense. Like that literally, that's just a bad pass. Like that makes no sense. You got to rebound with 7 seconds. You get it with 7. Push. That's a good steal. No, that's just a good steal. But as far as what Ace and Dylan did in the game yesterday, Ace was 4 for 10 from 3, 6 for 17 from the field with 17 points, 3 turnovers. And then Dylan was 10 for 18, 21 points and 9 assists. So both of those guys can, well, especially Dylan, he had a good game. Looks like yesterday, from a floor perspective, 21 points and 9 assists. Looks like Ace struggled a little bit from the field. Could have been better, and obviously with that late turnover. But yeah, man, big upset for Kennesaw State over Rutgers. And who balled out for them? Looked like this was a well-rounded team effort and great win, personally. So that's it. We're gonna jump back to college football. And now what I was saying, Alabama, Florida. I'm not gonna say Colorado. Colorado really wasn't like they wasn't heavy favorite. It was damn near like an even line for the most part in this game. Texas A&M, what was that? Auburn, right? Auburn, I think.
Yeah.
What else? Shaggy, I can't call that an upset though. I can't say Kansas upset them. Like it was.
Nah, that was an upset. That was an upset, bro. Like
upset.
Colorado had full control of their fate in the Big 12, and they literally fucked it off, bro. They literally could have made the Big 12 championship game, won that, and been in the college football playoff. They literally fucked it up or fucked it off, and now they have to have a whole bunch of shit go their way just for them to make the Big 12 championship. Now that's a terrible loss, bro. Like that was a bad loss, bro. They shouldn't have lost that game, and them doing that's literally terrible, bro.
Yeah.
Defense should be embarrassed.
Okay, that's fair. I ain't mad at you for that. That's fair. Yeah, man. I mean, overall, to that game though, from what I seen at least, they just couldn't stop that Neal guy, bro. And I think he started off. I think his first touchdown came off of a reception, if I'm not mistaken, like a screen pass or something like that. And other than that, he just was really damn good on the ground and through the air. Let me check his actual stats before I just. Damn, I lost that game that fast. I got glasses on and everything. Oh, here it is. Deion scared to bench his son. He not good, bro. And I think we all know he not good. Yeah, he had 80. Yeah, he had 80 through the air, 1 touchdown, and then 3 on the ground. One guy gave them 4 touchdowns. One guy outscored the whole damn team. I mean, that's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, that was easily his best game of the year too. Like, yeah.
What guy outscored their whole damn team, bro? Shout out to Travis though, 2 touchdowns in the air, and obviously good defense as well. 8 reception, 125 yards, but one guy outscored the whole entire team. Like that's literally ridiculous. Sad, disappointing for them. So yeah, upset. Worked to Shaggy and Dame. And in that Bama game,
why'd you what was the Deion scared to bench his son? You talking about the linebacker son?
Yeah,
the safety.
He not even, bro. He a safety, bro. He just play in the box because he can't cover shit. He's ass.
Yeah, he ass. Like no funny. He literally sucks.
Nigga's terrible.
He literally sucked. Yeah, Black. They needed to win that game. OJB facts. I got hip to him like.
Wait, hold on.
Ago.
Speak on what Ari just said. Bama only scored 3 points.
Like super
but we gonna get there.
Though,
you said what, Shaggy?
He's super duper ass. Like he's 24. There's no bro. He's been in college for like 5 years now, bro.
Yeah,
bro, he played with him at Jackson State too, right?
Yeah.
He's finna be in the USFL, bro.
Bro, that nigga's terrible. Like he need to go ahead and pick up a camera, bro. Like for real.
Yeah, like
hey, you know
that was fun, dude. He said, "Let me go ahead and pick up a camera." Yeah.
Nah, no funny. But that's that. Yeah, and as far as the Alabama game, bro, Shay, you got anything to say about that? I don't really got no extra words for that one, bro. Milrow just going back to his old self, bro. Like a couple of bad throws, really bad throws, not even a couple, some bad throws in that game. That was that, bro. I don't really got nothing to say
Yo,
about Alabama. What's good, bro?
what's good? Hey, bro, the Duke is Arizona segment was 2 minutes. Niggas don't like come talk about their guys, bro.
Hey man, you can't force people to come up.
He said the Duke guys ain't trying to come up here and talk. I guess. I don't know. Jordan Woods in the chat. He's cooling. I don't know where BJ at. I don't know where Gus at.
That way it look like, nah, niggas don't care, man. It's cool, man. Niggas didn't watch it. They just say you ain't watch it.
Who?
I'm speaking in general. Like, damn, that's the big games. We can't even. Never mind.
My man Ted just he just want a little bit more college basketball coverage, man. That's all he asking for.
Well, I mean, like I said, I fell asleep on it. You know what I'm saying? Like I thought Duke was gonna win the game. They won the game. Cooper Flag had a good game. So I mean, I don't really think anybody else gonna come.
Why he wants some more college basketball coverage, though? We've been missing Bengals coverage all year from this guy, man.
Okay, I don't know what happened to Ted.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I got a call. What did he say? My shit went out.
He said, "How you up here asking for more basketball coverage, and we've been looking for you all year for that Bengals coverage."
I don't talk about them guys, bro.
I'm looking forward to when Tennessee play Kentucky for sure. I can't wait.
Like I said, my shit went out, but I ain't hear what nobody said. But the Tennessee over Baylor, niggas don't talk about that either.
Nah, it was just pure domination from start to finish, bro. Lanier is legit, like I've been telling.
Bro, college basketball is not that lit, Ted. You need to understand that, bro.
Yeah,
that shit on me. That shit more lit than NBA. On me, it is.
Yeah, you geeking.
Oh my!
I'm dead ass.
My goodness!
I'm dead ass. Not in November when it get closer to like conference play and shit like that. That's when it start turning up for real. But right now, bro, it's not really turning yet.
These are all the non-conference big games that you're gonna need toward the end of the year. Like this is one of the most important times.
No, I feel you. Taking losses here early is definitely bad. I mean, but I feel like, especially like for like, you know, seeding and tournament purposes and shit like that, most of the important games starting, I'd say, closer to December for at least the conference.
Bro, it's November 25th, bro.
Yeah, that's not closer to December. So yeah, I mean that's like a couple of days. Wait, oh well, you're saying it is November 25th today. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, bro. It's these are all top 15 to 20 matchups going on right now. These are the games that will matter toward the end of the year. This is like the non-conference slates. Like these are the when you watch the niggas who, you know, draft prospects. This can really fluctuate niggas draft stocks. These games right here, the conference shit, the January shit, that's just to get your seeding for March, gang, and see what you're gonna place when the conference tournament and shit start. These games right here is to dictate niggas futures. Like Rutgers beating Kennesaw State, that's a big one. I mean, I'm tripping. Kennesaw State beating Rutgers, that's a big one. That ain't nothing like that's light, gang. That's a big loss. But go ahead though. Yeah, go ahead though.
that nigga Ted's passionate about that shit, bro. Stop playing with him, bro.
Nah, Ted. The thing about it is, I know Ted do be wanting the hoop talks, but I don't be watching like that. So I be listening to him. Like, I take Ted's opinion on college basketball.
Nah, I'm definitely finna start locking in for sure more though. I haven't been watching all the games, bro, but like for sure the college hoops finna start turning up soon quickly.
I ain't gonna hold you.
The games early already been good.
Yeah, but I say you should hold watch party for them big matchups, bro. Like we did for that last 3 minutes of that little Duke jump, or that Duke Kentucky jump.
Yeah, but I can't do that too often though. I can't do a full game of it.
Yeah, you can. I'm already.
Yeah, I can't do a full game.
Well, else you do it on the you feel me?
Unless I get in
In
like
the cut.
Discord or something.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, you got other little avenues.
What you got to say about college football though, Dame, over from Saturday?
Oh, just a whole bunch of upsets and shit like that. I feel like, in my opinion, bro, college football, nah, niggas going. Hey, I'm gonna say it anyway. College football is the sport, definitely the sport with the most parity, and I think it's one of the best sports in the world, bro. The fans, you don't know what's gonna happen each week. Any given Saturday, man, it's amazing. Just from me being a Tennessee fan and us needing certain things to fall in our favor, bro, and all the shit that we needed fell in our favor, bro. That just shows you how crazy the sport is, bro. Like Alabama losing, getting purely dominated by Oklahoma's defense. Even though Oklahoma's defense is really, really, really good, I don't think people like knew that because of what their record says. But when they played us in the other games they played, I could tell their defense is really good. Their offense just hasn't come to play at all this season. Oklahoma, um, Oklahoma like was really dominant, real good from start to finish. Milroe looked terrible. Yeah, it was just the pick six was bad. Like it was just bad from start to finish. Florida against Ole Miss. Florida's defense played amazing in that game. They controlled the tempo and the pace of that game the whole game. Lane Kiffin really asked. Like, there's no way that you talk shit about the swamp not being a hard place to play anymore, and then your team goes in there and they shit the bed. Offense, you going for it on fourth and whatever, and you're not getting it, and you need like there was times in the games where it's just bad coaching decisions. Jackson Dart didn't play good at all, and I'm real high on Jackson Dart. Dart didn't play good at all that game. So it was just like, who else lost? Texas A&M lost to Auburn. I didn't get to catch that game actually, but Texas A&M actually is gonna play Texas this week, and that winner will determine who plays Georgia in the SEC championship game. So, yeah, there's a whole bunch of like shit that needs to happen over the next couple weeks. BYU lost. Who did BYU lost to Arizona State. So if Arizona State wins their next game, I think they're going to be in the Big 12 championship game.
They already in it.
Oh, they already in it. Yeah. So yeah, like
because Colorado they would have had to win their next game if Colorado would have won, but Colorado lost. Lost, so
he went out.
It gave him a spot.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Ev. Colorado literally had everything in their fingertips, in their hands, and they fucked it off. That shit's disappointing. I'm not gonna lie. Sad for Dion. Sad for Shador.
So does Colorado have any pathway to anything now, or they like?
Yeah, they can still make it. They can still.
Yeah, they would just have to have.
They gotta win. They gotta win next week, and I think BYU have to lose.
Like BYU and Iowa State gotta lose.
Yeah.
But BYU play Houston, so you might kiss that shit goodbye.
Hey, but you know, sometimes crazier shit has happened, bro. You know, crazier shit has happened. So,
damn, that's disappointing.
Yeah. I don't think any other games, like, I can't think of any other upsets that happened. Yeah, Notre Dame whooped fucking Army. I kind of wanted Notre Dame to lose, but Army they didn't have enough, bro. It's just simple as that. Oh, and Ohio State did what they were supposed to do against Indiana, of course. Indiana ain't played nobody all fucking season. Ohio State whooped their ass. So
step on them boys.
Yeah, whoop their ass like they supposed to get whooped. I wouldn't be surprised if I mean Indiana's probably gonna be in the CFP, but if they miss it, I wouldn't be surprised. But they're not good.
They done. It looked like that now. It looked like that now because you know, it ain't the last weekend. The last week is next week. So then, like when it come out, I think come out tomorrow. I think.
Yeah, Tuesday night.
They'll be in it tomorrow, but after next week they're gonna be out.
Who you talking about?
Indiana.
What they got next week?
Bro, Indiana making it.
They probably
Bro,
gonna.
probably,
But if
I
you
don't
look at
Alabama and
if
Ole Miss lost.
they
Alabama and Ole
did,
Miss
but if
lost
you
helped them
just,
out.
bruh, if you look at Indiana, just I know you look at the schedule, be like, oh, they only got one loss, but on paper, bruh, that's a free first round game, bruh. Like they're not one of the 12 best schools in the country, bruh. They're not.
Yeah,
Simply
but Alabama and Ole Miss losing helped them out.
no, I did, bruh. That shit's sick. Them niggas
Oh
are
nah,
terrible. Yeah,
he right. Ole
they
Miss
probably
and Bama lost.
yeah they did, bruh. So. There's a lot of people talking about South Carolina possibly sneaking into the CFP if a couple of things fall their way. I think they're ranked 16 in the AP poll, but we'll see how the next couple of games go because they're I think two of their losses Sellers ain't play or at least one of them Sellers ain't play. So people are being a little lenient on some of those games. So we'll see.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, and TJ, I know you just asked, could you see a team with 3 losses getting in? Yeah, Bama's finna get in, bro. The committee love them.
I
Everybody
know
in
they
America
not,
loves them, bro. Yeah, bro. I'm trying to tell you, bro. They finna figure out a way to get Bama in, and it's gonna be the nastiest shit you ever seen in your life. It's gonna be nasty,
I don't think so.
bro. Hey,
I don't think
you
so.
see where the
If
AP poll put them.
they can, if somebody lose, they can get in, but I don't see them getting in, bro. Not that.
Bro, you see where the AP poll put them, bro. We gonna see where the committee put them though, because the committee all that matter at this point. We gonna see though. They
Did that
put
AP poll come out yesterday?
yeah, Bama
Yeah, I
Bama
didn't click
ranked
it. What was
13.
Bama at?
Shit nasty.
13.
Yeah.
that don't matter though. It matter what them people talking about.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying if the committee been stupid like the whole season, bro. Like they're not somebody that you're gonna have faith to do the right thing in, bro. They don't their criteria has never been consistent, and the reasoning behind certain rankings week to week. Whenever you read their comments on the how the rankings go, bro, it's terrible, bro. Like I wish it was another way for the committee to be, but the criteria is never consistent.
That's wild.
Like they'll call a team a quality win for one team, and then they'll say, but it's a bad loss for another team. I'm like, so how the fuck is Oklahoma a quality win for Texas, but then it's a bad or it's not a quality win for Tennessee? Like that shit, the shit like that be inconsistent. So it's just weird.
Yeah, I see what it's looking. I see the AP poll right now.
Yeah. So if it's anything similar, because the CFP and the AP poll typically are pretty like similar for the most part. Like it might be a couple of things that are swapped, but for the most part, they pretty much closely look the same a lot of the times, more times than not. But yeah, I think that's it on college football. I didn't really see any other notable games.
Who Georgia play? Who they play the winner of that A&M in Texas?
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. They got to play the winner of that A&M and Texas game in the SEC championship game. Um, I don't know if necessarily because I mean I don't think losing the SEC championship game should penalize a person that much or any conference championship game, but because that might be either Texas' second loss or uh A&M's third loss. So I mean it really just depends if they
The
win.
way
Wow.
I
that's
mean
looking,
If A&M lose, they done. If A&M lose, they done.
yeah.
I don't say the way that it's looking though, damn, it looked like whoever at least just go to the championship for the conferences. I think them the two teams who come in for each conference. That's the way it's looking. Like the way that like how the vision of it is. But that Bama shit, bro, that shit clipped, bro. Like that shit done for. I think it'll be Georgia and whoever I think, like you said, I don't think if Georgia beat Texas or A&M, I don't think that's going to penalize either one. Well, no, A&M will have 4 losses though, right?
A&M got 4 losses now or
No,
3.
they have
I mean they got 3 right now. Okay. I think that they got 3, but they got 1 conference loss.
Yeah, don't quote me. It's 2 or 3. I don't know which one it is, but I think that may So you don't think that'll penalize them if Georgia beat them? That'll be their 3rd or 4th loss.
No, if in the let's say
Bro,
A&M
Georgia,
beat
bro,
Texas.
A&M got 3 losses right now.
Yeah, I'm about to say if the only way that A&M could possibly make it is if A&M beats Texas and then loses to Georgia in the championship, they might be lenient to that Georgia loss if they made the SEC championship game. But like, yeah, A&M's cooked low key if they don't win against Texas and Georgia, which most likely is not happening. So they the Texas versus A&M game is in A&M, right?
Yeah, A&M home.
Oh yeah. See, I don't know. Texas might lose that game, bro. Especially if it's a night game, nigga. Yeah, Texas A&M Stadium go crazy at nighttime, bro. I seen who they play that one game this season. It was crazy. I ain't never seen no at. Well, I mean, outside of
Was it
Tennessee,
Notre
but
Dame? Was it Notre Dame?
no, I think
No,
they
you talking
not.
about
No,
you,
it was
you
it
talking
was
about
late.
South
It was like a
Carolina.
couple weeks ago.
South Carolina. I know LSU. They play LSU.
Oh yeah, that LSU game. That's the game it was when a backup quarterback came in and he was going stupid, bro. That game was crazy. That was one of the best atmospheres I've seen this season. But yeah, for sure.
Oh, he said
Oh yeah,
somebody said
and
no.
Quinn, oh yeah, and Quinn is hurt. Yeah, they said he's week to week.
Yeah, some shit can change after this week though. But we gonna see what they say tomorrow. That shit really only matter for tomorrow because this is the end of the season.
I'm burnt, y'all. My bad, Mo. I mute my microphone, Mo. What the hell? I was saying while I was on mute. Really was just quick pit stops in women's college basketball, men's college basketball. Just shouting out some players and some matchups over the past weekend. And then also a quick pit stop at college football, looking at week 13. Um, uh, one more week of college football, week 14, and we're gonna be looking at the playoffs, and then after that, now we're about to get to the NFL Sunday full recap, going down a whole entire slate, and then after that, we're gonna get to the NBA games from this past weekend, and that'll be the show today for the most part. Yeah, so happy early Thanksgiving to everybody that's in here, man. Hopefully everybody eat well on Thursday. NFL Sunday full recap starting now.
Yes, sir. Good Thursday grub.
We already know you eating pig feet and chillings or whatever the fuck.
And niggas eat turkey and yams and apple pie.
I could have had some yams the other day. I ain't eat no yams though. I never had yams before. I'm scared to try it. I ain't gonna lie.
Shit is disgusting.
Yeah, I'm scared to try yams. But the yams with the marshmallows on top out of the oven, that should be looking torch. Ooh wee. Never had
it can
never had it nobody. But the first things to point out over the weekend, first and foremost, or yesterday. Man, Saquon went stupid. Cowboys went in there at 10.5 point underdogs, got the win. Chiefs close game with the Panthers. Shout out to Bryce Young. The Dolphins, man, they stormed over the Patriots. Tua had a day. A-Chain had a day. Jalen Waddle had his best game of the season, I think. Titans upset the Texans. Bucky Irvin is the clear number RB1 in Tampa. Broncos, they moved to 7-5. The Bears fought back. They stormed back. Just too late, man. Vikings went on the game winning kick. Dave Montgomery and Gibbs both find the end zone. Cardinals, man, they could have had a full hold over that division, but the Seahawks, man, the Seahawks got to go in. Kyler threw a nasty pick six yesterday. Like, it was just nasty. Purdy or not, I had the Packers winning that game anyway. So yeah, that's what the slate looked like yesterday. We're gonna go ahead and dive into the first game from yesterday. Actually, that was the Vikings versus the Bears. Damn, Caleb threw for 340. Addison had 162. Shit. It was some things that happened in this game. I know DJ had 120.
Nigga, everywhere he looked, everywhere Donald looked, Addison was right there.
Yeah, it was some shit going on in that game. TJ had 7 for 114. Jetta said after the game, it's either going to be me. I'm basically getting my teammates open, and I'm okay with that. Basically, long story short. So he's a team player. Man. I think he had 2 for 27.
Man, fuck out of here.
Yeah, 2 for 27. 2 for 27 yesterday. But if you want to come up here, anybody, and want to talk about any of the games from yesterday, whether you're a team, a fan of the team or not, feel free to come up to the stage. Vikings, man, surprisingly, they moved to 9-2, bro. The Vikings are 9-2. I didn't see this coming. So big shout out to them. Anybody tap into a lot of this game or want to add anything on this game right here? Bears dropped a 4-7. Vikings moved to 9-2.
Justin Jefferson, was guarded by Jalen Johnson. Even so, he was still doing a really good job of pulling coverage for Addison and Hawkinson. So definitely his quote rings true. Caleb did a good job at leading the comeback. It struggled to start out, but the final line looks a little gaudy. It wasn't necessarily indicative of that, but he played well. He's continued to play well in the new offensive coordinator. So it was a shit show to end that game, but the Bears execution down the stretch is always going to be bad because they don't have a good head coach. So it's really the situation.
All right. Anybody else? I did not see the Bears being 4-7 through 11 games. I want to make that very clear. It's ridiculous. But anybody else got anything to say about this Bears and Vikings game from last night? From yesterday. I'm sorry.
Neither one of these teams is all that good to me. But that's about
OG,
it.
I had the Bears win that. Oh, my bad.
I knew that Bears shit was fake early in the year. They weren't beating nobody. The offense is mid at best until they get down, try to put up numbers. The Vikings, offense played cool yesterday, but they don't. I don't know. I think they don't really have a chance to be in the upper echelon of the NFC, but the rest of the shit is weird. So they might actually end up winning the playoff games because the rest of the NFC is mid. I don't know where they stand with the standings, but I think them having a good record, it would behoove them to keep and try to run it up so they don't have to face somebody like Philly or nothing first round, which it seems like they're going to avoid. So yeah, that's it. Not really about this game. I watched it, but
yeah, as long as they have that good record, they can get the Falcons in the first round or whoever wins.
Yeah, they can win a playoff game. Yeah, one game.
OG, I had the Bears.
Shout out to the Bears for my money.
I had the Bears win like 9 games, OG, at least 9 games. They had a good defense post-trade last year. Thought they had a good quarterback that can get with some good weapons on the outside. Obviously, play calling and also bad offensive line play in the beginning of the year. And also DeAndre Swift not having his best start to the season as well, although he picked up week 2, probably like week 3 or week 4. I want to say for Swift off the top of my head. He's been having a fair okay season so far. But yeah, man, that's what it was, OG. They lost a lot of games they should have won. They'll probably bounce back next year with a better staff. So I'll leave it at that. But yeah, man, Bears dropped to 4-7. Vikings moved to 9-2. Shout out to Aaron Jones. He's been struggling the past 2-3 weeks. He had 22 for 106 and a touchdown. DJ, who they needed to help, Jettas, who started the year without them 2 guys, put on a hell of a game yesterday as well. So shout out to those guys. DJ Moore also bounced back, had 7 for 106. Keenan Allen also had a good game through the air as well with 986 and also a touchdown. So shout out to the Vikings moving to 9-2. Game 2 from Sunday, we had the Lions versus, and Jordan is still up here. We had the Lions versus the Colts. David Montgomery went out with this game with a shoulder injury. Came back on the sideline and was standing there, but Gibbs had 2 touchdowns, man. That's probably the reason why him and A-Chain, man, I'm not liking them for this week, dog. It's probably the reason why I'm going to lose my fantasy matchup. But yeah, man, 21 carries, 90 yards, 2 touchdowns. J-Mo had 5 for 64. St. Brown had 6 for 62 And then Michael Pittman also had a good game as well with AR at quarterback. Jordan, what you got to say, if anything, about this game, brother? I know y'all continue to just roll by everybody. It's not
Nothing
really
at all. Literally
yeah,
nothing. Nothing.
not really
Like,
much to say.
there's nothing to say. AR's ass. That's it. Like,
He ain't played 20 games yet, bro. Chill.
Man, what it man?
Still got to give him time to grow. Chill. Circumstances
I mean,
continue
he
to
looked
not good,
fine.
man.
The inaccuracies weren't as bad as it was previously. He's fine. The Lions are just,
Yeah. Shout
No,
out.
he looked
shout
pretty
out
bad.
to
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, the
He-
Lions.
he-
It's the Lions.
because I wanted to see back because obviously 11-28 looks bad. None of the incompletions were crazy to me. You guys put incredible pressure on him on the entirety of the day. So to me, he didn't look awful. Not as bad as the Lionel suggests, certainly.
Look, Pat. He looked
He
better
can't
than
play.
Patrick
He
Mahomes,
can't
right?
play well against pressure. Hopefully, he can find another sport or something to play.
It's true. I mean, look, go ahead and ask Jane Daniels how it's like to be under pressure and how that looks.
No, but that's it, bro. We had a couple injuries in the game. Hopefully, Decker got hurt during the game. I believe I can't remember if he came back or not. But he was on the sideline jogging. Demont, same thing. So, and then I will say one thing. We need, even though he's been up and down this year, we do need Terrion because, good God, they'll do his ass. Jesus Christ. Like, if we have to start getting the third and fourth corners, bro, them niggas are ass. That's the only takeaway.
Okay. Yeah, man. 10-1. Y'all are storming by. I personally can't wait till that Lions and Eagles matchup if it happens. I'll be thankful. But yeah, man. Nothing really extra to say there. That's still my conference championship matchup, BJ. Does that make it better for you?
Hey,
I have the Lions and Eagles meeting in the NFC Championship. Is that better?
Hey, I apologize. Facts and stats.
Rain, what's up, Rain? You done with Jettas? You must have bet on them yesterday. I know your pain, brother. I got sold in the NFL by some running back, dog.
There are very few really good cornerbacks in this league, and you bet on him against the one that exists. Easy for Madison spot.
If you're just looking at facts of that Discord, thank you, Brian Robinson, for fucking making me have a terrible day. But shout out AJ Brown for making me just break even.
Third game, we had the Patriots versus the Dolphins. Man, I mean, yesterday was just so bad. Like, what do you even take away from yesterday?
Kristaps back.
He playing today?
Wait, for real?
Tonight.
Wait.
Damn.
He playing tonight.
Fuck yeah.
Bro.
Oh my lord. Shit out they get off the Clippers. What the fuck the Clippers nigga that's always trying to gamble.
Damn. The rich get richer, bro. I mean, not ready to say. I mean, the best team in the league is going to continue to look like the best team in the league. Fuck it. Shout out to the Celtics. But yeah, third game, we had the Patriots versus the Dolphins. Again, like I said, not really much here to say. Tua had a day. 317 through the air. I think he threw for 4 touchdowns. Spoke to Waddle, having one of his best games of the season. Also spoke to A-Chain scoring 2 touchdowns as well. Other than that, I mean, I don't think Low and Shaggy had anything to add to this game.
I ain't watch that shit.
You want to talk about that Mayo quote?
Yo, Mayo, man, that's a funny quote, bro. I was really laughing when I seen that last night,
bro. I seen it this morning. I'm like, huh?
Like, once they step across them lines, I can't do nothing for them. Like, what do you mean you can't do nothing for them? You're the coach. Like, that's a ridiculous quote, bro.
That guy just gonna be known.
That's an insane quote to say, dog.
He just saying anything, bro. I don't be understanding that guy sometimes.
He said, "It don't matter what coach it is. Once those players step across the lines, I can't do nothing for them."
Yeah, that's insane.
No matter what coach it is.
But yeah, y'all look. Let the facts and stats chat room tell it. Keep giving them multiple chances. Mm-hmm. Like, what type of responses?
Yeah, that was.
Y'all want me to keep giving him multiple chances? No,
that was a very interesting quote that I.
Wait,
heard.
BJ, did you expect him to win games this year?
No, I don't care about the winning games part.
Okay.
No. Shit like that ain't gonna happen. They're not. They don't got nobody. They got fucking Jordan Woods and fucking OG playing receiver. But it's
I
like,
mean,
but
you
shit
was
like
drafted
that,
like
like
Jalen Pope.
that's
That
a
was your
terrible
boy.
comment.
Jalen Pope was your boy though.
Yeah, I like Pope.
I'm talking about BJ.
I ain't talking to BJ.
Jordan Love's your guy. He lead the league in interceptions.
I definitely run faster than some of the receivers.
Yeah, we 8-3.
That's a fact.
That's true. Jordan literally interceptions.
I don't know.
I think so.
I think somebody else has more interceptions.
If he
Mahomes?
don't,
Is it Mahomes?
No, Mahomes does not have more interceptions.
Okay.
Lamar.
Imagine that.
Somebody has 12. No, Gino has 12.
Oh god damn.
You can talk about something. Is it Lamar? Like Lamar only throw 3 interceptions. That none of them was his fault. By the way, none of them.
Tell the receivers to catch the ball.
Exactly. Which it's not his fault.
He could throw a better ball.
Man, we had a poo day yesterday. No funnies. I'm looking at this, y'all. Like I'm so it's like we flying by. I ain't gonna lie, but I'm okay with that. Still NBA to talk
Mahomes
about.
is number 2 though. Shout out Mahomes.
We had the 4th game of the day again. I
Number
mean,
6 in touchdowns, baby.
Damn, we shouting out things like that now.
That's where he is.
Number 6 in touchdowns. Man, we shout out anything, man. We
Top
had
12
to
top
Yeah,
12
now
QB.
they're stating facts.
talk about the Lakers getting belted ass soon. Dream Shake. Mayo equivalently said, "Salute. I can't help those guys." Facts, DW.
No way the Lakers on your mind like that, bro. Like that's kind of wild.
Good news for the
not leading their division. That shit crazy.
Good news. Who you taking shots at with that one, D-Mac?
You.
I don't know why. I didn't say nothing to you. I didn't say nothing about the Chiefs at all,
you said something after I said that. I'm
You
just saying
shouted
the
out
fact. You want to
top
say
6 in
something, so
touchdown
there you
passes.
go.
I
I'll
didn't know
return
we
the
were doing
shot at
that.
it. I'll
I
have
didn't
to
know we
return
were
it every
doing that.
time.
You know what I heard West say yesterday? I wonder how you feel about this. West say y'all look like the
Jokic the
Eagles
best
from
ever.
last.
Oh,
West said y'all look like the Eagles from last year.
Okay.
You know, starting off pretty with a good record, but you just winning some bull crap games, and then it's you know you eventually gonna fall flat on your face. Now, granted, he did say y'all can still turn it around and look like the Chiefs in the playoffs. He didn't say that. He said it can't happen at all. But how you feel about a statement like that, though? Like, how do you feel like?
I mean, I disagree with it. I think that we had much better infrastructure than the Eagles did last year.
This year not looking a little. This year looking Chief like to you. I'm not trying to be funny. Like I'm genuinely curious. This year not looking.
What? Are you kidding me? We are the most dominant regular season team in the Mahomes era. Lost, or what you say, won by 2 points to the Panthers. Like this is very Chiefs like to me. Our job in the regular season is to get wins, win the division, try and get the 1 seed. We'll see in January.
Oh, Mahomes said that, Jordan. I didn't know that. Mahomes said that, D-Mac.
He said that he wanted to win, but that it wasn't the last. He wished it wasn't on the last play every time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, Mahomes also said that the MVS drops were on him too, and MVS couldn't catch worth the damn. So,
how you feel about a potential Chiefs and Lions matchup?
Same way I felt about a Niners and Eagles one. See in February.
You a funny guy, bro, because the Lions are not those teams, though, bro. So why are you?
Why aren't they?
The Lions. You think the Lions?
The Eagles had a dominant run game. Niners had a dominant run game. People said that they were the best team overall, better roster.
Neither one of those teams had Brock Purdy, bro.
Jared Goff is better than Jalen Hurts?
No, but the offense.
No. F. Hold on. Shaggy,
Okay,
is Jalen Hurts worse than Jared Goff?
No.
Okay. Go ahead, F.
No, the point was that they both.
No. Because you said neither of the teams had Brock Purdy. One of the teams had Jalen Hurts. So I'm asking, is he better or worse than Jared Goff?
I was talking about the matchup for this year, bro.
No. I'm talking. I said that they sound like the Eagles and the Niners of the last 2 years. They line up in February. We'll see what happens. You talking about quarterbacks? Let's bring up the.
No, but I asked you. But that was a smart response from you, though. I asked you how you feel about the matchup. You said the same way I feel about the Niners and the Eagles. So what way was that?
Yeah, I think that we're going to have to be able to stop the run, make Jared Goff a drop back passer, same way we did with Jalen Hurts, same way we did with Brock Purdy. Now, we didn't do it well against the Eagles and Jalen Hurts. That is going to be a massive thing about it. But in that game, we actually took away the running back run. Jalen Hurts was able to kill us with the legs. Obviously, that's something that we don't have to worry about Jared Goff. The defense, I think, is definitely better than the Eagles, but they don't have a massive advantage as far as the trenches are concerned. So I would feel a little bit better from that perspective. But their secondary is very good, and that's somewhere where we're going to need a better wide receiver core than we had in that 2022 matchup versus the Eagles. Fortunately, we should have a better wide receiver core than we had in the 2022 matchup. So it'll be a great game. I know that about it. It'll be a great game, whether it's the Lions or the Eagles this year, in my opinion, because I think both of those teams are hell of a team. So, but yeah, I think they're a great team. I'll line it up in February and see what happens.
Well, y'all won't be there.
That's all right, Shaggy. I can't wait for you to backpedal after we be there again after you said that shame shit last
I can't wait
year.
for you to bet it.
I can't wait for you to backpedal, Shaggy, just like you did last year. It's going to be so fun.
I can't wait for you to bet it.
Nigga said Aaron Rodgers type of track for Patrick Mahomes, and he won back-to-back, and nigga ain't said shit about that since.
He proved me wrong.
I cut the clip quick early. I cut the clip early. That's what happened. He cut the clip early. He cut the clip early.
Bet it this year.
D-Mac, you want to get your heart broke this year, bro.
I can't wait.
Ev, you said that last year too. Ev, you said that last year. What happened to Lamar Jackson?
I did think we was gonna beat y'all last year, but I didn't say that last year.
And then
this year you're gonna get your heart broke, bro.
Okay. Hey, look, maybe it'll happen someday.
And your response is going to be, "Oh, well, I don't care. I seen us."
It ain't happened the last time you said it was.
We already won.
I don't care. We won 3.
I saw us do it back to back.
I saw us do it back to back.
I know that much, Ed.
What can y'all tell me? I saw us do it back to back. I saw us do it back to back. That's literally what's going to happen, bro.
No, it didn't happen.
I know what's going to happen. Y'all saw us win it back to back.
You know what we're going to do? We're going to run it back. That's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to run it back and just say the same shit again and hope somebody else get them because we ain't get them. Fuck. Shit.
You in for a rude awakening, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. You in for a rude awakening, bro.
Said that last year. Actually, that wasn't even last year. You said that in 2024.
I don't know if I said that last year.
You said it. You definitely said it in 2024. It wasn't even last year. That was my fault. Technically, you still said it within the calendar year that was 2024.
D-Mac, are you going to any playoff games?
I might. I'm not sure. We'll see. I'll be around.
I need you to bring your ass down here. I want to go to a bar. We can all meet up, watch the fucking games together. I can't wait to see your face. I want to see your face when y'all fucking lose.
Wait, Shaggy, what you think they losing to Baltimore?
I don't care who they play. Game. Any playoff game. I want to see his face when they lose, bro.
So Shaggy, we bet in every playoff game?
No, not everyone. Okay. Play some bums. But they got to play the Broncos.
Nah, the first round, the first round, you probably don't want. I mean, actually, the way the AFC is looking right now, the first round game might be a good game. Let me see.
It's really beautiful because I'm gonna be able to go back and get all these clips. Oh man,
I'm gonna tell you
what if the first round is like Steelers?
Well, see, D-Mac, you know what I don't like about that? For you saying you're gonna go back and get these clips, right? And if y'all actually lose, all you're gonna say is, "Oh well, we won 2 in a row and we got 3 in total." How many your quarterback got? How many y'all got? That's all you're gonna say. Can you clip that part?
I have no issue saying that if we don't end up winning this, that you guys were right. Hey, you guys got it. It took you 3 years. You finally got it. Of saying
so you're not gonna break up the ring.
And I'm gonna say congratulations.
Oh no.
Wait, Ev, wait a second. I'll tell you exactly. We're only talking about this. Ev, I will tell you exactly what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, Ev, Shaggy, congratulations. It took you guys 3 years, but you were right. We were not able to win this title. But guess what? Jalen Hurts ain't got shit, and Lamar Jackson ain't got shit. Y'all come talk to me about that shit.
Yo, D-Mac.
Neither of them niggas got shit to talk to me.
Yo, D-Mac, I got a bet for you because I'm not like these guys right here. I honestly think the Bills have a chance to see it to beat you guys, so I would bet that if they match up in the playoffs.
Okay, we can put that on the books right now, Joe.
But
what you want to put on it?
You put 100.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. Hold on. They up here talking that paper. Okay.
I think D-Mac feared the Bills.
You think he feared the Bills?
Okay, Ev. If you play the Bills, I got 100 on the Bills.
That's fine. Oh, yes. That's fine. That's 1,000. Cool.
That's what I like.
Cool. Because I know you fear the Bills, so now you're trying to flip that on me.
No, I'm not afraid of the Bills. I just get Bills because I know we beat the Bills, but I want to see if you're afraid too. I like that.
No, I'm not afraid of the Bills at all, bro. I promise you.
I hope you know, right? They're gonna be healthy by that time roll around.
That's fine, bro. D-Mac, yes, word to me. If the Braves and Bills playing the playoffs, yes, we can bet. D-Mac, word to me.
I hope if that happens, hope we can link for that game.
BG,
what,
as a
BJ?
Bill supporter, are you more scared of the Chiefs or the Ravens?
Mahomes.
Stop letting him do this, bro.
Yeah, he rocks with Mahomes and Allen. I don't know how but it's ridiculous, bro.
What do you mean?
He likes Mahomes and Allen, bro, to go to the Super Bowl. Either one of them.
Bro, if y'all make it, congratulations. I'm not gonna be upset. I'm not gonna lose no sleep. I'm not gonna lose no sleep. Go look at the Bengals. You think I'm losing sleep over that? No. I walked away with something.
I think
no,
you losing
I
sleep
walked
over
away.
the
I'm getting
Bengals.
something out of this. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase having great years. I don't care. I still walk away with something.
You a funny guy, bro. Next game we had the Bucks versus the Giants. The Bucks had Mike Evans return from a hamstring injury. I think he was out the last 3 games, I want to say. He came back, had 5 carries, 68 yards. But the story of the day for them, offensively at least, was not only did all 3 running backs score, and including Baker with a rush, but Bucky Irvin. I mean, he had 12 carries, 87 yards, a touchdown, 7 yards per carry, and you also had good yardage through the air with 6 catches and 64 yards. So with Godwin being out, you can expect him and Rachaad White to be heavily involved in the offense, especially Bucky because he's just more elusive and just overall the best running back on that team. Yeah, man, 30-7. You heard or you probably seen Malik Neighbors' presser or locker room interview, I want to say. Him basically calling out, like, it don't matter who the damn quarterback is. Basically, he's saying, it don't matter who the quarterback is, they need to give me the ball. Like, it should not take till when we down 30-0, or it shouldn't take for the second half for me to finally get the ball.
I don't like that quote, though. Not after that game.
What you mean you don't like that quote?
It'd be different if he'd have said it with like a better
targeted.
quarterback, bro. But come on, bro. It's Tommy DeVito, bro. He knew he wasn't.
Bro, he had 0 yards in the first half,
targets, bro. He was not getting targeted in the first half.
I understand.
Didn't you see
This comes with the territory with wide receivers, man. Neighbors is right. They should get him the fucking ball. The quarterback is bad. We know that. They had no chance in this game. We know that. It is what it is. At the end of the day, none of the talk matters because Neighbors is amazing. Like, that shit, it don't matter. It's the same thing with any other wide receiver they want to label throughout NFL history. If you fucking go out there and ball, you should get the ball first and foremost, but it don't matter. He ain't saying nothing that was a lie.
He said the same result, different quarterback out there. So that's more of a shot to like the coaching staff and everybody on the team with the dysfunction that's going around. But I personally feel like I get him saying that, but it's just a bad overall like situation. How you have like back-to-back weeks now where there's a certain players of the team just going to the media and saying something where, like, ultimately speaking, just be men and go to the coaching staff and start throwing tantrums on them. Don't throw it to the media so they can start throwing headlines. Like, you know what they're gonna do. They're gonna grab something and they're gonna like publish it and put it in the front page or in the back page or whatever it is just to get a beat, especially here in New York. He's a rookie. I understand why he's like that. He's nice. He's probably the best player on the fucking team right now. But I mean, you go to the coaching staff and you tell them, "Give me the fucking ball." You don't go to the.
He did that, bro. He did that.
Go to the owner, then, bro. Fuck all that.
Nah, we going to the media with this shit.
Yeah, I'm actually with Joe on this one. Like D-Mac was saying, he's a hell of a player, hell of a wide receiver, and like all wide receivers have the right to complain or even want the ball. You see AJ Brown do it, we seen Jamar Chase do it, whoever the case may be. But I think it's about how you say things sometimes. And as a rookie coming in, he's looking really damn good. You know, going to be a superstar wide receiver for the Giants and throughout his career. You know, wherever he ends up at, if he doesn't finish his career in New York. But yeah, man, damn, like you can be asked a question, but it's different. It's ways you can word things when a camera's in front of you. So, like Joe just said, the spotlight or the headlines or whatever the case may be, because basically taking a direct shot at your coach. That's throwing your coach under the bus, basically. That's basically throwing your coach.
I would argue that the owner threw the coach under the bus when he decided to start Tommy DeVito over Drew Lock. I personally, in my opinion, it does matter, especially in football, where each position does come with different levels of responsibilities. The quarterback is supposed to answer questions with the team in mind. You go to the wide receiver, yeah, you may not get the most team-centric answer, but the fact is, he did answer the question in a very truthful manner. He should get the fucking ball on a consistent basis. I'm not mad at him for saying that.
Bruh, no, you can't get mad at him for saying it, and other receivers say the same exact thing. They just worded different. Give him the goddamn ball and get the hell out the way.
You know, you just said what I just said, right? I literally
No.
just referenced AJ Brown. I referenced Jamar Chase, but I said it's about how you word things. You
Yeah,
literally
yeah,
just said what I said.
I said that wording shit doesn't fucking matter.
You all right?
Okay.
It does, because you teach a player, especially like when he's in his first year. This is not a AJ Brown or Chase situation. Like, there's degrees of how you answer, especially like how it don't matter if he would have played every single game if he didn't have concussions and he would have had over like 1,000 whatever yards right now. It does not matter. The way you say things at a certain level of your career, especially at the beginning, gives a bad taste to reporters. It doesn't matter if he answered the question and he felt like that in his chest. Yeah, he was real, but to the world, to people that are media people,
Joe.
sometimes that builds a bad repertoire to your name, to
Joe.
whatever the case may
Bro,
be.
don't
Joe,
talk
Joe,
about
I
AJ Brown
Nah,
promise
like
you.
that,
you
bro.
No,
lost.
I
You
promise
lost.
you, Joe.
Yeah,
None
you
of it.
lost
You
me.
he made
Because
clear how he
You
answered
lost
the
me. You
question.
lost me. You lost me. You lost me.
No, it don't. No, it
No,
don't.
like it literally doesn't.
Because
it doesn't.
nigga, Jamar
Doesn't.
Chase come after every fucking game and tell the reporters the same shit, and he is directly talking to Zach fucking Taylor, bro. Niggas do the same. The nigga said 7-11 game. That always open. What are we doing, bro? And now he has. Like, come on, bro. No, I'm not with that, gang.
That
No,
shit doesn't
and
matter.
it doesn't
Literally.
matter for the media. The media is going to bash
That
you
shit
whether you
don't
win
matter,
in or
bro.
lose.
My
And so
thing is like Joe, what you're talking about is if, like, quite frankly, it would be different if they were winning games and he wasn't get the targets that he want. Yeah, people would be like, "Oh, well, you're being a bit of a diva." Nobody's gonna look at him any type of way because they know he's telling the fucking truth.
That's what
Why
I'm
aren't you
saying. None of
targeting
his
him?
teammates
He's
care.
not
They
lying.
know.
He's not saying it to be self. I mean, yeah, maybe he is saying it to be a bit selfish. He's a receiver and he wants the targets, whatever. But he's not fucking lying. Why does he have no targets in the first half? That's fucking
Ari, I
stupid.
understand he's not lying. I
Like,
didn't
that's
say,
dumb.
even if you feel that, at a certain level, you have to know when to say things, and with more maturity in whatever league you're in, that's when you could
So did you
vocally
want
be
him to
more
throw his
vocal
quarterback
on
under the
what you're
bus?
saying. That's my
but
whole point.
Did you
Joe, I
want him to throw his
understand.
quarterback under the bus? Because that was the question. The question was, do you think the quarterback play has something to do with it? And he said it's the same outcome that we had with DJ at quarterback.
And
Take a
then
look. Take a
couple
look. It ain't the quarterback, which is fucking true.
couple weeks ago, he had a different answer. He said, "I don't care who's behind, just get me the ball." That's a different wording to you saying the same outcome, different same outcome, different person behind.
But you don't
That's
give
But
them the
that's the
it's a
same
ball.
wording,
context,
Joe,
Joe.
though.
Joe,
That's
But you
what
The,
I'm
the,
trying to
didn't get
say.
him the
There's a
Joe,
way
ball.
to do
Joe,
context,
the issue is you
even if
think
you
that
feel a
there's some
certain way
level of
about it. There's
consequence to
nothing
him
wrong with what
talking
he
in that
said. I'm
manner
not
when
disagreeing
really
with none of
there is not.
that what
There's
he's
not
saying.
that doesn't exist at wide receiver. You go and get the ball, and if you play at extremely high level, nobody particularly
What's good,
cares what you
Fredo?
say in press conferences
Listen, Joe.
because you should get the ball.
Exactly. When they met
Like,
with him before the draft, Dayball asked him, "How do you handle not getting the ball early in games?" He said, "I handle it tough." They knew what they was fucking signing up for. Get the nigga the ball, or just is that fucking simple. He told y'all what y'all was
And they
getting.
drafted
He
that nigga
told y'all
because he has that mentality. He's the nigga
exactly.
that's
He
like,
literally
I'm
told them,
always
"I don't
fucking
like
open. Throw
losing."
me the ball.
Exactly. He
That's
told
what
him, "I
it
don't
takes
like
every
That
also,
losing."
nigga,
role.
that
And he
nigga
said, "I
ain't had
handle
no
it
tuck
tough."
also,
calls last year at
but
LSU.
like,
But
What the
it's
fuck?
also, why the fuck should he look to protect the coaching staff when the coaching staff clearly don't give a fuck? The team clearly don't give a fuck.
The
You
owner
cut
ain't
Daniel
So
protecting the
my
Jones.
coaching
The
staff
owner don't
neither.
give a
Why should
fuck.
he
You cut
protect them?
Daniel Jones. You let him go wherever the fuck you wanted. You started fucking Tommy DeVito over Drew Lock because Drew Lock has money, has incentives tied up, which he wasn't going to hit in the first fucking place. But so you put the quarterback that you know is the worst quarterback to be quarterback over the dude that could kind of do something because you don't want to pay him. You're telling me my rookie season, you don't give a fuck about what I got going on. You don't give a fuck about being successful. You don't give a fuck about what I'm doing because all you caring about is money and your stupid ass decisions and all this other bullshit. Why the fuck should I spare you? Why should I spare you? What? The truth is the truth. I'm the best player on the team, or I'm the best offensive player on the team. You don't target me, we lose. You start throwing me the ball when we were blown the fuck out, we lose. Well,
There's nothing
you're
wrong.
clearly not making
There's
decisions. You're
there's
not making decisions in the best interest of the team, head coach, coaching staff, by choosing the wrong fucking quarterback, right? Choosing fucking Tommy DeVito over fucking Drew Lock. Why should I have to? It's the truth. Like, I'm not getting. This isn't a well-oiled situation, and he's just being like a wide receiver speaking out. This isn't that. This isn't even Philly last year with Jalen and AJ. This not that. This is my team sucks. I'm not getting the ball. I can do something. I know, or I feel like I can make something happen. Or I could possibly help us, I don't know, maybe get out of a win. The organization around me is clearly saying, hey, we don't give a fuck. This season is shit. But we still got 7 games more. If I went out there and gave a half-ass approach, y'all would be pissed. So yes, I'm gonna come out there and be like, no, throw me the fucking ball. It's not the quarterback, clearly. And it is the fucking coaching. Duh. We've seen that shit.
But everybody's seeing what you just said is obvious. But that's where I'm coming from. Like, bro, you don't you go to the owner, even if this is your first year, whatever the
Bro,
case may be, and you tell
I
him
don't know
like,
no
yo,
fucking
bro,
more.
I'm not playing if this shit keeps on. Trade me
Bro.
for
And
my
So wait,
future,
so
for my
you
honestly,
don't think
career.
that will put a bad taste in people's mouth? But this does? Him saying either trade me or what you do you hear
It's
yourself?
something. There's a difference between you being open with your business, open doors, and you being open with your business and closed
If
doors.
Malik Neighbor says either fix it or trade me, you don't think that's gonna get out? Be
Yes,
for real.
but it's not like he's gonna go up to the camera and say like, "Oh, I'm requesting a trade."
Requesting a trade in your rookie season. You don't think that's gonna be a big deal?
Look at what they did to Saquon. If I was a professional athlete and I'll be in the Giants, nigga, I
And
would
look at
ask
how
for a fucking
Saquon got done.
trade.
I mean, it ended up being God's protection. Look at that.
I don't. Again, coaching, owner, whatever conversation y'all are referring to, bro. It's simple. They're going to tell him, listen. It's simple put. We chose to pay Daniel Jones over Saquon. We now know we need a franchise franchise quarterback. We currently hold the number 2 pick in the draft. Just stay down and trust the process. We're probably going to be looking at Shador. We're probably going to be looking at Cam Ward, etc. Like Shador's going to end up on the Giants or the Raiders. It's going to be one of those 2 teams. And both of those 2 teams have top 3 picks in the draft right now. And they're probably going to finish out that way. I don't expect the Giants or the Raiders to probably win another game this season. If anything, it'll be one more. Because they want to tank. This is the time where teams are literally wanting to tank. And you want to have yourself in that top 3 position. So Shador's going to end up on the Giants or the Raiders. And that's what they'll tell him. It's not really, you know what I'm saying? That's it. Shador and Malik will be a good combination. It'll be a good pairing.
Y'all think they
Honestly,
drafting a black quarterback? They don't do that.
1,000%. Shador is definitely going. You talking about the Giants?
They don't draft black quarterbacks.
Yeah, this ain't back in the day. They ain't got no choice.
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, they're
They just
obviously.
recently did this, didn't they? They
They always
drafted
do.
Daniel Jones over Justin Fields.
He
No,
wasn't in that
that
draft.
never
I wasn't
happened.
that draft.
Oh damn, wrong draft. My bad. What draft was
No, I
that?
mean we'll see. I'll believe it if they pick a black quarterback. I'll just see.
Do you think
For
they're going to
you,
pass?
Beth, I would
They're
love
going
that to happen.
to D-Mac, the top 2 quarterback in the draft is Shador coming into it's Shador and Cam, right?
Some people still have love for viewers,
When?
which is crazy to me. But some people still do. I personally, I do have Sanders as quarterback 1 though. I'm just saying I need to see him do it first before I believe it's going to happen.
But D-Mac, we know this is a team that needs. There's no way in hell they don't take
I
a
agree.
quarterback. Right?
I agree.
Like, come on, D-Mac. There's no
I
way in hell
agree.
they're not taking a quarterback though.
I'm just saying. I have to see it happen first. Look, I seen the Falcons pass up on Justin Fields, dog, when he took a tight end, man. I don't know what's going to happen, dog.
But Kyle Pitts looked like he was going to be a generational prospect. Let's be fair.
But you needed a quarterback.
No, I understand.
And you know you needed a quarterback.
Yes, he did. D-Mac, don't do
I
the.
think they
I
draft
personally
viewers.
did not have the highest.
But you needed. My thing is you can't even make. I don't even want to get on this, but you can't even make that Kyle Pitts point because they don't even use the way they don't use the nigga the way that you would need to use him to reach that ceiling anyway.
I'm sorry, Justin. I didn't mean. You didn't deserve that shot. I agree. Shador is the number 1 guy. I just need to see it happen to the Giants.
OJB, people were super duper high on Kyle Pitts coming out of Florida, bro.
No,
they were, but again, you need a quarterback though.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, hey, they look. Chase went next anyway, so it was either probably him or Chase.
I'm with D-Mac. I gotta see the Giants draft a black quarterback before I believe it. That racism is a strong kind of thing.
Even if it's not Shador and it happens to be Quinn, they still the same response. Hey, we think Quinn is a guy that we can build around with you and him as our 2 best players, or hopefully as our 2 best players on offense, with Tyrone in the backfield, and they work their way around. But it's going to start with that quarterback position this draft.
Quinn not going to, bro.
Or top 3. Let me say that because I think Giants will have a top 3.
Tez, we got to get out of what we think they should do and what their history has shown us they do.
Man, what history y'all talk about? We only seen Eli Manning
They
and Daniel
don't draft
Jones.
black quarterbacks. What do you mean?
It's not even just drafting them. They
And they don't start
legitimately
them.
they don't really start them either. They
Literally,
had
it's
one start with
Geno.
Geno Smith, and they ran him out of town because they didn't want to break Eli's streak again. And I think they had Tyrod maybe start a few games at most, and that
Yes.
was really the only example of
And then immediately benched him. Like, they don't do black quarterbacks with the Giants. Like, that's
that.
not made up. That's
There's nothing there.
a long history. They don't do starting black quarterbacks with the Giants. They don't draft black quarterbacks. But
Okay.
they could. They could. I
I,
gotta see it.
I can see
But they
Shador.
could.
I can see Shador in the Big Apple. But I hear y'all though. I'm not saying what y'all saying is not facts or not true.
It
But I
would
can
make
see it in the
sense
Big
if
Apple.
Shador in the Big Apple would be great. His personality, his play style,
Him and Malik.
him and Malik.
Yeah,
Oh my
that'd be
gosh,
cool.
that would be amazing. They're just racist. So it's a
I
little
think it happens
crazy.
upcoming draft. We gotta stop being racist. Okay. Yeah, man, we gonna see. I mean, we gonna see. But I'm sure that's what they'll tell Malik. Hey, we got to get you a quarterback. Obviously, that's gonna not only force feed you, but hit you in certain spots, certain places, and things of that nature. And that's gonna happen, bro. Either way, Malik is still having a good rookie season, and I understand his frustration for wanting the ball, especially earlier in games, right? Um, where the game is probably winnable more so than getting the ball when it's 30-0. Uh, Pretty tough. So I understand his frustration. Let me see what he's looking like on the season so far. The 67 catches, 671 yards with 3 touchdowns. How many games to go for the Giants?
And that's
Six.
still with him miss games.
Yeah, he missed like 2 or 3 games with a concussion. So yeah, we're gonna see what happens, man. They're gonna have Shador doing songs with Cash Cobain. Yo, who is this person? I never see that person in here. Oh, he just came today. I'm like, I never see that Manson person in here. Yo, uh,
Cash, like, bro, what?
But before I move, Ari and D-Mac, would y'all want to see him? Because I think, like I said, I truly think it's one of those two teams. Would y'all rather see Shador? Fuck the black quarterback thing. Would y'all rather see him in New York or Vegas?
Um,
Honestly, because I think that there are pros and cons to it. I think that the Giants have a better offensive roster. It completely comes down to who's the coach. That's what it is. Because
I
the
was
Raiders have to fire Pierce, but whoever the coach is, that's probably the determining factor.
look. I don't think. I'll say this. D Mac just said it's the coach. Yeah, the coach definitely a big part of it. Who can protect Shador? And neither teams can really protect them. Him, not them. Him.
The Giants can
And
protect him a little more though.
Don't John got a better line though?
I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's what I
neither
just
are
said. The Giants can
great.
protect him more.
Yeah,
You know, like neither are great. The Giants just I can't get the idea of like him and Malik out of my head. Tyron Tracy's not a bad running back. I mean, they should definitely get another one, but he's not a bad running back. I think there's a lot that can happen there. Uh, but I know Vegas wants him bad. I mean, Shador in Vegas or Shador in New York, I think both are great. I will say, personality wise, I think blackness aside, personality wise, I think Vegas will let Shador be who he is. It's not just that New York doesn't like black quarterbacks; they also don't like outspoken quarterbacks. They like quiet quarterbacks, mild mannered, stick
And
to the
that
company
damn sure ain't
line.
sure.
You know, franchise first, you second. Type of deal. They very much conform, or we're gonna get you the fuck out. And so, personality wise, I don't know if they would let Shador, from a quarterback standpoint, I don't know if they would let Shador be that. And that's a part of who he is. Like, that's a part of his game, being flashy, wearing the chains, all that stuff. Like, I don't know if they would let him be that. So, therefore, like, I would say Vegas because I think they'll let Shador be exactly who the fuck he is. And I think also think him and Brock Bowers would be great. They just don't have a premier wide receiver. And so that's the only thing. Him and Malik, like, would be fantastic. But just of who they are and what they've shown, I would say Vegas at this moment, unfortunately.
Shaggy, how you feel about what they saying, bro?
I don't give two fucks.
Bro, man,
It's
I'm
the
with you.
Giants.
I'm with you.
That shit don't mean nothing to me, bro.
No,
If the
I
Giants
think
pass up,
the
if the
Giants have the
Giants
better
pass up on
offensive
Shador
talent.
Sanders, they're fucking idiots. If they pass up on, they're idiots. It's just that simple.
I agree with that. I think Shador is a quarterback one.
Absolutely.
I think the Giants have the better offensive talent of the two teams, but I do think that the coach is a massive piece of it. So we'll have to see.
They
Yeah,
should take him. Let me just say that, Ev. The
yeah.
Giants should take him. It should not be a second guess. It should not. I'm with
Cam Ward
Shaggy.
is a dog though. Cam Ward is a
I'm with
dog. That's a quarterback.
Shaggy and Tez in the sense that like they would be idiotic to pass him up. And you gotta sometimes you gotta let the old shit go. They just haven't shown to let the old shit go, and they are definitely one of those organizations that holds on to the Giants' way of doing things. Just a lot quieter. Like you don't hear about it like you did with like Pittsburgh or New England or whatever. They are very much that. I think if they're smart and they're like, fuck, we just need to get this star guy, star wideout, a good fucking quarterback to pass him the ball, and not just a good quarterback, but like a quarterback who's a star in his own right. Absolutely a Shadur. No shade to Cam. Absolutely a Shadur. I just don't know if they. I gotta see it. It's
Big
been so
shade to
fucking
Cam.
long. But I don't think. I also don't think Cam would be a bad option. I don't think Cam would be a bad option either. I just have Shadur higher than Cam. So
Shit, I would. If I was the Giants, if I was Malik Neighbors, I'd tell them niggas, do not bring me Cam Ward. Bring me the other two. Don't bring me him.
Shooter right now is the one that I only have a first round grade on, so I would say that.
The
But,
only
well,
one.
we know that's not gonna happen.
yeah, so there'll be other quarterbacks that go in the first round, but
We know that's not gonna happen.
Cam Ward is definitely a first round player. He might not be the best, but he's definitely a first round player.
He got
first
some growing
round.
to do in the
Yeah.
pocket though. Cam got some growing to do in the pocket.
I'm concerned about the speed with which he processes things like that.
He got a lot of growing to do.
It's a little
A whole lot of growing to do.
All right.
He's not gonna be as polished as Shadur for sure. It's like, yeah.
One more announcement, guys. If you are in here, whether you're on playback, whether you're on YouTube, make sure you all hit that subscribe button. Show we back live on YouTube. I wanted to give both a shot today and see what it looks like on both platforms. So you have 12 people right now on the YouTube with the people that's in here on playback. So that's what it kind of that's what it's looking like. Just a little mixture. I'm also live on Twitch. Akil, what's good? Akil on YouTube. Cam Ward, backyard football shit is a worker in the league.
Yeah, whoever said that 100%.
I'm with him on that. He got to cut that shit out, bro. That should be
about 4 weeks?
Y'all loved it when Caleb Williams did it, though.
Don't say y'all. Don't say y'all.
Nigga, what?
I don't agree.
Caleb Williams is a trillion times better than Cam Ward.
I laugh at you niggas every day. I laugh at you niggas every day. Y'all loved it when Caleb Williams did it, though.
Say names, bro.
He's way better.
Caleb's been good this last
I
week.
need you to say
the issue with Cam Ward, to me at least, is I don't think that his mind is at a place where he can play the game at the speed he needs to. And the fact that his arm doesn't really make up for that either. I don't think that he has a special arm. I think it's solid, maybe even good, but I don't think it's going to be special at the next level. So I'm concerned about
process. Come to playback, bro. Come to playback, bro.
Bro, OG talk about some preach, nigga. What? One quarterback is way better.
There were people that were high on Caleb Williams in here. I don't know if that's the conversation, but there were people that were high on Caleb Williams.
I'm still high on Caleb Williams. I'm still very much high on Caleb.
Cam Ward is not a pro, bro. Like, it's a difference.
I won't say he's a pro.
Yeah, anybody that typically speaks in the show, whatever the case may be, playback one is source one. I mean, I said playback one. What the hell? Playback is source one for the show today. YouTube is two. I'm just doing, see what it looks like, and getting back to doing both at the same time versus one or the other. But I will get back to doing YouTube fully.
OG, you gonna see. OG, when they play one of them real niggas, OG, in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, OG, when they play one of them real niggas, a team with some real talent, they gonna get their fucking head bust. And what the fuck Cam Ward gonna look like? He's gonna look like straight dog shit.
You sound like a dirty hater.
This seems excessive, honestly. I don't feel comfortable with this.
Bro, he don't like no black quarterback, bro.
No, he don't. I don't know why I'm surprised because this is
black.
BJ. But
your favorite quarterback is black. Who you talking about, Mahomes?
He said he likes Shadur.
No, I'm with
literally
BJ though. I'm with BJ though. I ain't going. I'm with BJ. I was BJ tell you I was on Cam Ward. I was on Cam Ward last year, but for niggas we even talking about Cam Ward. He got too many fans for me now. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't fucking with him. What you mean that's cat? BJ was like, I'm talking about Cam Ward last year.
Such a shaggy
Cam Ward is
too many fans. Fuck that.
I was telling niggas about Cam Ward last year.
50 yards and dancing.
I said you weren't the only one. I know.
Okay, I'm just saying he got too many fans for me right now. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't fucking with that shit.
All right.
I told you I wanted Cam Ward.
At Ohio State.
He
Ted.
cut out.
Yeah, he gonna say I told you I went in Ohio State.
No. He
Oh,
definitely
okay.
did though.
Nah, Ted did say
definitely
that.
did, though.
Ted said that. But yeah.
As soon as he hit the portal, as soon as I said, bring me Cam Ward, bro. Look at everybody
Where
else.
was he originally supposed to go? He said Portal. Where was
Man,
he
he's
going
supposed to
to?
come to us. He's supposed to
Yeah,
come to us.
he
We
transferred, but
ain't throw the bag,
Miami sent the cash for him.
Ooh,
Yeah,
okay.
Miami sent that Vice City package.
Yeah, Miami sent that cash for him.
Love that.
All
For
right.
Cam. Love that for Cam.
Everybody that's in here, again, playback is the main source for the show today. Appreciate y'all on YouTube as well for the ones that's rocking and supporting on YouTube side. If you are in here on playback and you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, please feel free to subscribe to the YouTube. I'm doing both at the same time today, prior this week, and then starting back in December, I'll just do YouTube flat out, fully.
I got a question when you done, F.
Yeah, and I'll just do. I got you, and I'll just do YouTube fully. Also, don't forget to check out the website, guys, factandstats.us for anybody interested in any fact and stats apparel. Been shipping out a lot of apparel over the last 2 weeks, so thank y'all so much for the support.
Where my hoodie at?
For the support in that aspect. Check out the website. Items still on sale. Items still available, and also there will be a Black Friday sale as well. So make sure y'all get ready for that as well. And I'll probably just do like a giveaway for a hoodie that I got here. And then Ari,
Black Friday sale, yes sir.
Yeah, Black Friday sale. I messed up one of my sweatpants the other day, bro. I'm sick, bro.
Bro, the pants I literally got from you are ripped. I meant to tell you about that shit.
I don't know how you ripped them. No.
Bro.
The material was it's good material.
How
Don't get
you
that wrong.
ripped them
I
is
didn't
crazy.
say nothing about. I just said.
Oh, okay, but I say that. Don't make it seem like my material is bad. Ain't nothing wrong with the material. I got some on right now. But yeah, man, I got some slime on one of my joints, and when you get slime, bro, you can't do that. Like I don't know how to get slime out of clothes, bro. And I was all dried up and all. Yeah, man, I was around a little.
Well, you
kid,
got
bro.
slime,
bro. Yeah, bro, I was sick.
Where was you around at?
Some cheering.
I went to a football game, bro, with like little kids, and bro, it was ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous, bro.
You got about 50 pair. You good?
Nah, I don't. Probably got like 7 or 8, but good jazz.
Yeah, you good.
After yesterday's NFC West game, my Seahawks got a tiebreaker. Niners with split, beating Cardinals. Yesterday we got a tiebreaker on them. Rams got a tiebreaker on us, but they smacked the Eagles. Thank you, Eagles. Yeah, Abdi, I don't know. I think I read what you typed pretty good, bro. But either way, thank you. OG said, "What the fuck is slime, bro? What year was OG?
Don't LG got grandkids?
Like,
you should know what slime is.
You know what slime is, bro. The little gooey shit.
The little gooey slime.
He said,
"Man,
what
different
the
colors
fuck
and
is slime?"
shit.
OG, come talk about your game yesterday,
man.
man. This was a funny game yesterday, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Down to the fumbles, to turnovers, to interceptions, to missed kicks, to punt return, bro. It was a ridiculous game yesterday, bro. The
Good
Cowboys,
win by the Cowboys. Good win.
Terry, listen, I thought JD and Terry was going to do it again. They missed the extra point. Cowboys returned. It was a crazy game yesterday. 34-26. Cowboys got the win. One thing I liked about this game, the point of emphasis on the Cowboys to get Rico involved and to have Rico be the man in that backfield. I'm not looking at his game log. I don't know how many carries that he had in his recent game, but I'm pretty sure 19 probably got to be number 1 or number 2 in the season. It was no matter if it was 1st and 10, no matter if it was 2nd and 8, and even yesterday, no matter if it was 3rd and 6, they still gave him the ball in rushing. Yeah, so this was the second highest carries in the season so far. He had 20 against Pittsburgh on October 6th. But recently it's been 5, 12, 12, 10.
Wait, and they won that game. They won the game against Pittsburgh, huh?
And they won that game. So
get a ball to Rico more than 15 times.
Yeah,
you might win.
No matter what down it was, no matter what yardage it was, they got Rico the ball. Also, Cooper Rush, and personally, in my opinion, I feel like he played a good overall game to his standards. 24 out of 32, 247 yards with 2 touchdown passes. CD, PPR, he's going to be a PPR machine to end the season because Cooper gets him the ball in short yardage situations. Could have had more.
But 10 catches for 67 yards?
Yeah, he just gets the ball in them short yardage situations.
Nasty. I ain't going to lie. That's nasty.
He could have had a little bit more, but Frankie, what's his name? Frankie, how you say his name? Last name?
Louisville.
Yeah, Louisville. Yeah, he had a couple of deflections at the line of scrimmage. He's a hell of a player. He bought his ass off yesterday too. I want to point him out. But yeah, he could have had a little bit more for letting him go. Yeah, but
Who has him?
Man,
Don't you have him in fantasy? Yeah. How many points he give you for this performance?
CD
It's
like
like
17 or 18.
16, 17 points.
Yeah, somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay.
Like 17, I think it was yesterday. Marvin Harrison Jr. has eclipsed 55 yards just 3 times this season. Hey, I don't got nothing to say about
The
that, bro.
Marv talks is crazy, by the way. All
Yeah,
the people were calling him something
Generational.
ridiculous.
Generational. Best prospect ever. Best receiving prospect ever.
I was about to ask, is it? I'm for real.
Best receiving prospect ever.
Y'all are weird.
Low, the
Y'all are
best wide
dead
receiver
weird,
prospect ever is Robert
Swear,
Troy.
y'all niggas are dead weird in here, bro. Like OD,
Hold on,
What's
we
good,
go.
Tiz?
Hold
What's
on,
the
we gonna
word
get
doing,
we gonna
gang?
get
Like,
to that.
what's
I
wrong?
Hold on,
mean,
we gonna get to that game in a second, bro. Hold on, let's
is it coming up? Is the game close?
I don't know, but let's do OG while we got OG up here. Come up here to talk about that game. Oh yeah, I moved to 4-7 on the year, man. I think y'all at pick 11 or 10 or 11 right now for the draft. As of right now, I'm coming. A lot of your team, your fan mates wanted y'all to lose this game. But talk about the game, OG.
And that fourth quarter was insane.
I ain't finna be long, man. Ain't shit to talk about. These niggas can't do wrong right. They niggas should be losing. Now all of a sudden they want to try to win a motherfucking game that don't matter. And then Michael Parsons is gonna get on Twitter talking about like we ain't gone. I told y'all we ain't some shit like we ain't gone nowhere. Nigga, stop. This shit is over, man.
Oh, for real?
This shit is
Wait,
over.
Micah said that?
Yeah, like the shit ain't like I told y'all we ain't going nowhere. Some shit like that. We ain't done or something. Nigga, stop. This shit been done. But I ain't.
Said
I'm
y'all
sitting up
still gonna
here.
be fighting for a playoff spot.
I just go ahead and tank like a motherfucker, man. I don't even understand what that was about. But I will say the win felt. I forgot what winning feels like. I honestly did. As a football team, I totally forgot what it felt like. I'm literally got the text, the tweet in my hand, about to hit send on the motherfucker. The one I put out there saying that the win feels good. And I'm literally about to hit send, and I see McLaurin running down the fucking sideline, bro. I mean, right hand to the man. I see him running down the side. I say, these niggas here, boy. But anyway, yeah, that was a clusterfuck of a game. It wasn't fun to watch. I'm glad we got to win, but nigga, just lose out. Just lose out. We ain't playing for shit, man. We ain't finna sneak up on nobody. We ain't finna run up on nobody. We ain't
Great
catch
win.
nobody slipping. Just stop. Just get this
Great
shit over
win.
But
with,
OG,
man.
like it don't feel good to try to end nobody's season though.
Man, I don't give a damn about none of that. You gonna end their season, but then you fucking out next season up, nigga. We need all the help we can get. Don't care nothing about winning these games that don't mean shit, man. I don't care nothing about. I wish we'd have lost like a motherfucker. To be honest with you, but it is what it is. We found a way to pull one out. We, like I say, we can't even lose when we supposed to. Nigga be trying to lose. These niggas win when they supposed to try to lose. But it's all good. I ain't finna spend no time. Go jump to that game, whatever game you want to talk about with Tez, because ain't shit going on with this game, man.
Yeah. Appreciate you, OG. Yeah, Jaden Daniels. They spoke on the broadcast how over the past 2 weeks he had about 22 rushing yards in general. This
Is
week,
the Jaden Daniels hype dying down?
this week in general, you saw more designed runs for him.
That
So
offense has completely died.
he had 74 yards on the ground, 1 touchdown as well. But yeah, man, shit just didn't look the same. I mean, it was one point in the time in that third quarter. He is hurt, West. It was one point in time in that third quarter where, but they went to 3 straight passing plays, and JD literally had to run out of bounds or throw the ball away on 3 straight plays, and he was fed up. You saw his frustration on the sideline, and obviously you see a lot of Red Commanders fans talking about. And D-Mac spoke to this earlier in the year. Cliff Kingsbury led offense, how it sort of kind of stales out toward the middle of the season. I seen Keely tweet this
D-Mac
yesterday.
did say that earlier in the year.
Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy how it literally happened before our very eyes.
Yeah.
Yo, I was gonna ask you, like, what the fuck? Like, why it took him so long to start actually doing something with the ball? Like, I don't understand. Like, I was watching that game,
Oh, you talking
bro,
about
and
the
I'm like,
Commanders?
this is the best offensive series these motherfuckers have had in the last like 20 series or some shit like that.
I mean,
Yeah.
the thing is, I think there's a few different things. Obviously, Jay Daniels' injury does play a part. I think that there is a very simplistic nature to Cliff Kingsbury's offense, and that's why I pointed out that I wanted to, reserve judgment on how things were going to work out with him and Dan Quinn to a certain extent as we get deeper into the season and teams get the tape on him. I still think Jay Daniels is, a good prospect. He can develop well. You still see all the tools from him, so I'm not writing him off from that perspective or not. So. We'll see how it progresses for the rest of the season as well. Just hope the kid stays healthy. Ultimately, though, this is why I was like, hey, let's relax, because people were like, Jay Daniels easily should have been #1 overall pick, while Drake May wasn't even playing. And we've seen Drake May come in, show what we expected him to. We've seen what Caleb Williams been able to do after they made the offensive coordinator change. It's too early to be writing the books on these kids' careers. And Bo Nix is having a nice rookie year. You got to give him a shout out too. So that's my only point as far as that's concerned. But the Commanders are in a situation where they're trying to hold on to that last wild card spot. Now that some of these NFC West teams are trying to make some type of push, so we'll see how that works out. Ultimately, though, I think the Commanders can say that they do have a franchise quarterback. I do believe in Daniels to this point. So in that respect, it's a successful year. But they need a legitimate second weapon for sure. And some offensive line upgrades would help too.
But D-Mac, why is this? Why should we pump the brakes on Jaden Daniels? You said it before the season that Cliff has a tendency to get kind of stale and old by mid-season. If he ain't helping the quarterback out, then why should we pump the brakes on Jaden Daniels? Is this more of a Cliff Kingsbury thing than it is a Jaden Daniels thing?
No, I was just saying that people should have pumped the brakes early in the season when they were saying that he was clearly the best quarterback in this draft, and comparing to Drake May and Caleb Williams was my point.
Okay.
All right. No further words. I'm assuming on. Oh, we got Process in the building, man. What's up, Process?
Yo, what up, bro?
What up? Doing? I'm great, man. How are you?
Good. I feel fucking awesome after that win. Probably the most complete game we put together all season.
We'll get you guys.
I ain't never seen a fucking team that just get
nigga,
people
James
so hyped
Harden
up
walked
to
in the
lose
Philly and gave niggas the belt last night. Damn.
And then
you know what?
lose when it all
I didn't
counts.
even
But go
fucking
ahead.
watch.
We'll get to that Eagles game in a quick second. Shout out to the not shout out to the Cowboys. I'll be lying, but good win for the Cowboys. I guess.
No, shout out to the Cowboys. That helped us solidify the NFC East pretty much.
Well, y'all shouldn't have been in that position anyway.
Nigga, even if you win NFC East, what the fuck you gonna do with it? You ain't gonna win nothing. Shit, you do the same shit every year, man. Like I said, you niggas
we do
ain't
the
about
same
to win
shit every year. We've been to 2 Super Bowls in the last fucking 7 years.
You niggas ain't finna win. Your coach, you and your coach gonna flame out like you always do, nigga. Philadelphia cursed like a motherfucker. Every sport in that motherfucker.
Yeah. Aren't you supposed to be a Texas fan now? I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. Honestly,
who the fuck I want to root for.
Honestly, I don't even know what to say to you because it's like I'm beating up a little kid or something like that. You guys are a fucking joke. Like what the fuck? I don't even know what to say.
You talking about the team is a joke? Yeah, the team is a joke.
I'm talking about the organization. I told you this.
Argue with you there.
Come on, man. I don't know what the fuck. I don't even know what to say to you because it's just not even fun anymore.
Yeah, well, the team sucks. Yeah, so yeah,
you have the same amount of playoff wins in the last 20 years as the Carolina Panthers.
And you
want to talk shit to me?
Every team in Philadelphia gets you jacked up every motherfucking year, every season.
You want to talk shit to me?
Your baseball
you want to talk
team,
shit to me about the Eagles?
Team, and if I knew anything about motherfucking me hockey, nigga, I bet you them niggas let your ass down too. But I don't know shit.
I don't think the Flyers be doing that. You might be right with that, OG.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, that go another one. Them niggas, they can't do shit. I just can't wait for this shit to all burn down. It ain't gonna be long. These niggas ain't finna win nothing. The coach gonna let him down. He gonna fuck it up. Say something silly, do something silly. You niggas ain't finna win shit, man. What process? What?
In my lifetime, the Phillies have a championship. The Eagles have a championship. That's 2 more than your fucking Cowboys in my lifetime. That's for damn sure. Your Rockets your Rockets didn't win shit, and the only time they won shit is because the GOAT had to leave the fucking league. Okay? And Houston won because they're a bunch of cheating fucking bastards. That's the only reason you have a fucking ring in my lifetime. So I don't want to
hold the fuck up. No, the fuck you not.
Bitch ass teams.
No, the fuck you not.
The Cowboys are a fucking
No, the fuck you not. No, the fuck you not. Hold up. No, the fuck you're not about to get off that weak ass take like we didn't walk in to fucking Philadelphia and our bullpen shut y'all bitch asses down. No, the fuck you not about to say it's because we cheated. No, the fuck you not. Not that one.
What's up, man?
Not that one. Not that one. Wes, Remind your best player to show up when it matters.
No,
This ain't for you.
don't pull
This
the
ain't for you.
shirt. Oh, my
This
wife.
ain't for you.
I'm
This
sorry,
ain't for
my
you.
wife doesn't want
This
me
ain't for you.
without
This
a
ain't for
shirt
you.
on.
Well, no,
This ain't for
I'm not
y'all. Y'all
clear
had
that
a
we
chance
agree
and you
with
couldn't
you.
get
man.
it
I
It's
don't
done.
clear.
put my
You
shirt
had a
on
chance and you couldn't
without a
get it
shirt
done.
on because
This
my
ain't for
wife.
you. But for
Truthfully, bro, I'm
process,
wearing a
for
buzzer.
process,
I'm
whose
wearing a buzzer.
best pitcher got hit the fuck up when it mattered. For process, who got shut out twice when it mattered. Our bullpen fucking shut y'all's team out at home in Philadelphia. What the fuck
You
are we
just
No
made
doing?
up.
excuse for these
You
niggas.
just made
What the
that
fuck
up
are we
about my
doing?
best. You just
And
made that
we,
up about my best pitcher.
Who?
you
Zach
don't have
Wheeler
a
shut
best
you
pitcher.
guys down. What are you talking about?
You don't
Oh,
have
I
a
don't
best
consider. I
pitcher,
don't. My
nigga.
bad. I ain't considering my
And
best
Wes,
pitcher.
you stay out of this, nigga. You niggas, y'all, hey, look here.
It
You
don't
niggas ain't
matter.
won shit. And after they said we was cheating, nigga, what did we do after that? Well, since they
Still
said
won.
we was cheating, what did we stop
Still,
winning? After they stopped us from quote
still
unquote
won.
cheating,
Hey,
did we stop winning?
OG,
You won
OG,
again. Whoop de doo. You
OG.
won,
Ask him
nigga.
what happened.
A
Ask him
broken
what happened
clock
in
is right twice a day,
2022.
my nigga. What
What you
Ask him
say?
what
happened?
happened in 2022.
Yeah,
What
they don't
Ask
want
him what happened then. What was we cheating in when we swept y'all niggas?
they don't want to
Oh
talk
You
no,
about none of
won.
that. They
No,
don't
my
want to
bad.
talk
nobody
about
said
Not
none
in
of that.
nobody said you're
2022. We
not
weren't.
capable.
Not in
But
2022. We've
again,
been under.
nobody
We've been under the
nobody else said you're
microscopes
not
since
capable. What
2000,
people did say
2019.
though is you did cheat en route to some greatness that you all were able to
Okay.
achieve.
Okay. Okay.
That's something that can't
This
be
is the
denied.
coping that I
Oh,
be
your
talking about,
franchise
Ev. This
is
is the
alive and
coping
Yo,
that
we
I
kicking.
be
gotta
talking
circle
about,
Your
back.
Ev.
franchise has cheated.
I'm all for y'all. I'm all
This
for
is
y'all
the
getting y'all shit
coping
off.
that we be
Now
talking about, Ev.
Everything
I'm all
process
for y'all.
changes
I'm all for
effect.
y'all getting y'all shit
This is
off.
the coping.
But we gotta
We
get back
didn't
to
win
we gotta get
anything
back to
because
Back,
NFL.
because the
yo, Ev,
Astros
back,
cheated. You didn't win anything because
We
you didn't
gotta get
fucking
back to
do it when it
NFL.
mattered.
We gotta get back
back
to
to
Because you
NFL.
football.
choked
Man, fuck
Yeah, we
Back
the
to
gotta get
when
back
it
to
NFL,
NFL.
mattered.
NFL.
nigga.
Because
Fuck the
Aaron
We
Houston
gotta
Judge
get back to
choked
Astros.
NFL.
when it mattered.
And we on
Because
y'all
you
ass.
choked when it mattered. Sometimes niggas is just better than y'all. And we
This will
That's
make you
was.
it.
And
feel.
that's
This will
okay.
That's
make.
all it is. That's
And
all
that's
OG.
it
This.
okay.
is. Conversation.
Sometimes
Yeah,
Yo,
niggas
D
is
y'all,
Mac,
just
y'all
D
better.
Mac,
better.
yo,
Aaron Rodgers
we
beat no
off
trash
baseball. We
can.
off baseball. Yo,
Yeah,
D
yeah.
Mac, D Mac. Chiefs got the win 30-27. You want to talk about this game from an overall standpoint for anybody that didn't watch this full game?
I'm glad that Jada asked me that question. I was extremely impressed by Bryce Young. That man did a great job at diagnosing our blitzes and delivering the ball on time and on target. He did a really good job with it. So you got to give tip your cap to that. I think that we did make it kind of plain for him, and far too often than I was comfortable with. Weren't able to take advantage of it up front, and I was concerned about it, to be honest with you. I think that there are some reinforcements that need to come back on the defensive line to help us out from that perspective too. But again, Bryce, really good job at getting the job done from that perspective. Offense didn't have any real issues. We had one punt in the second half. It kind of happened. Obviously, put up 30. Just the offense was fine, even though the offensive line struggled. I think they'll be fine moving forward too. So I really have no concerns with our offense right now. Offense is in a good spot because Mahomes is playing like himself. The big issue is just kind of the defense being able to rush the passer right now. Getting Omenihu back, need to get Uche some more snaps, and once those two things happen, then I'll be confident in Spags putting them in the right position. But yeah, man, shout out to Bryce Young. Had a really good day. I thought Xavier Leggett was kind of solid there. They didn't have Jalen Coker, unfortunately, but they did get Thielen back, and he made some plays for him, and David Moore did too. So yeah, that's kind of my overall thoughts as far as that's concerned. But yeah, another week, another win, and we'll go play the Raiders on Friday.
Bryce gonna prove y'all wrong, man. As much as I want the Panthers to be ass, Bryce gonna keep proving y'all wrong, man. He a professional QB out here. He made
You've seen
some
since he's
great
come back
ass
that
goddamn
he's
throws
played
yesterday.
like a starting caliber quarterback, and you got to give him credit for that.
Made some great ass throws. Even though the line didn't really give him shit, and the Chiefs front was getting back there. Bryce made some tough ass throws. He looked like the better quarterback out there on the field yesterday.
Well, that's not true, but he did play well.
The NFL sucks, Ev. Pretty much
He
all I
looked
got to
way
say
better.
about that game.
Process.
Process. Why you keep process? So your idea of the
Bro, how the
NFL
fuck
sucks
do they
is
beat the
behind.
fucking Panthers by 3?
Low. There's no point in doing this because if
Bro,
the Eagles
did
win
you
the
did
Super
you hear
Bowl,
what
that
me and
nigga not gonna say shit about
Bryce Young played his
the
ass
I
NFL
off,
mean,
dude?
I
Super
don't think it's
Bowl. He's
nothing, bro.
not
I
gonna
just
say a
don't think it's
damn
nothing
thing about
wrong with some parity in the NFL, bro. Like we don't need the
That's
best
not
teams
parody.
cracking the bad
It's
teams' heads every night, bro. It's still football, bro.
I don't
Bro,
need that every night. No, I don't need that every night, Lo. I'm just saying, it's just like Washington should not lose to the hurt fucking Dallas Cowboys. That's period. That's bad football
that's
right there.
Wait,
but
it's a
that's still
divisional game that
football,
shit
though, right?
happens
It's
every
It
single
doesn't
year.
sports,
fucking
bro.
Gotta wake
matter.
them up.
Hey,
It doesn't
middle of the pack
matter.
NFC team losing a divisional game happens all the time. That's not
Bro,
like a
that
crazy
should
thing.
not
And I
happen
ain't gonna
against
lie.
a.
It happens all the
You
time.
jazzing
In
up.
any
Process. You
era
know the
of
Browns
football,
beat the
that you see
Ravens.
divisional games happen that they shouldn't
Nah, the
lose.
Browns
That
beating the
happens
Ravens
all the
shouldn't happen.
time.
That
In
makes
Like,
more
any
sense.
era of
like
football.
process. Do you really want to talk about this shit?
But
This
that's
shit
what I'm
happens
saying.
every year,
But
bro.
it's not
Browns beating the
because
Ravens
it's
shouldn't
not
happen.
because
The
Commanders are not
team
good
that's
enough to
supposed to
be
win
saying
is
that.
not always
Shouldn't
gonna win, dude.
I'm not saying that. It's just happening more often this year
It's
than any
not.
year
It's not happening
before.
more often.
Okay, well tell teams to fucking
Division
play
games happen
better. The
every
fuck?
single
And it's
year.
not just wins. It's not just wins. Like they should have smacked the Panthers, especially coming off that loss to the Broncos.
Why do
They
you
look
think
Bruh.
like
that? Who have
bro.
they smacked
But
all year?
who
I
lost to the
know,
Broncos?
but I'm just saying, or not the Broncos. The loss to the
Oh.
Bills.
The Chiefs, no offense,
Yeah.
the Chiefs haven't been firing on all cylinders for the majority of the season.
Okay.
We don't
You know
do
what?
that
You know
during the
what?
regular season. That's
I
and
know.
I
I
say
know
it
you.
again.
I know you
Why
The
wasn't
most
gonna
they
say
gonna
that, but
the
play the
most
bruh,
Panthers? They
dominant
gonna
regular
squeak
season
out. They
team in the
gonna win.
Mahomes era literally beat the Panthers by 2 points, and they had 3 wins in November, just like this team did. Shit happens with us, man. We do
Bro,
not
it's just that the NFL
process.
does not
Do
look
you know
good.
the
That's all.
Texans beat the Titans beat the living shit out the Texans yesterday?
They didn't beat the
We
living shit out
gotta
of
Bro,
talk
them.
no.
about dominant CJ
I'm not
Stroud.
talking about the score. I'm not talking about the scoreboard. I'm not talking about the scoreboard. I don't care about the scoreboard.
I
But
know.
on the
I'm
football
just telling
field,
you,
they
just
whooped their ass,
because,
dude.
bro, just because it's like divisional games. I get it. I'm not saying like that shit happens all the time, but usually happens when the divisional opponent that's supposed to lose is still like they're a bad team, but they're completely healthy and shit like that. Like the Cowboys are a fucking. They don't have their starting
And
quarterback.
like I
They're
told
fucking
OG,
terrible.
niggas,
And
bruh, you can't convince me to tell 35 grown fucking men to go lay down. Fuck out of
they're
here.
never gonna lay down. I'm just saying that the superior teams that look good on paper that everybody says supposed to be this, and that, they don't look good this year. That's like
Think
they
about
don't
it. A
look that
bad
good.
team. Look, example, right? Example. A Panthers player. Oh yeah, the Chiefs, this, that, and the third. Everybody think they about to come in here and whoop us. Okay, let's go change that. And we're gonna fucking go try to
Bro,
win a
it's
game.
clearly not just me. They were a 10.5 point favorite, and they won by 3. So
I don't give a
everybody,
damn.
No, they
that
were
matters.
not.
But that
But
shit matters.
we're not saying that they
Football's
won. The
against
Chiefs
the
were
spread.
definitely supposed to win
I don't
by
know
a
why
big
the fuck
margin.
people
I
bet
ain't
it's
saying
10 and a
that.
half. That was a
But
stupid
at the end
idea.
of the day, bro,
I don't
human
like
beings on that field, bro. It's
Made no
football,
sense
bro.
to me.
Like you
literally, bruh.
like
I gotta
I
feed my
know.
family like you gotta feed
I
your
know.
family, nigga.
I'm just saying the NFL's not good. The quarterback play is not good this year. Like that's what I'm saying. It's just
You
not
think
good.
the NFL as a whole isn't good?
Like
Nigga
there's
talking
not
about
like
the belt is
they're
a
not
blowout.
like the
Zaza,
quality.
y'all
The
play like
quality of
complete dog
the
shit.
NFL is predicated on quarterback play. Quarterback play is very bad right now.
So
That's
so
all. It's
when
bad.
was the
I think
NFL
bad
when
is
was
a
the NFL at
stretch.
its height and quarterback play was at its height?
When the NFL quarterback play was at its height, when we
No,
were young, a
both,
little
because
bit.
you said the NFL
like,
sucks and
give us a
quarterback play
seat.
is bad. I want the answer to
when
both
we
of
were
those.
when we were at the height of the quarterback era, when you had a prime Peyton Manning and a prime Brady, Rodgers, and Breeze, and you had like guys like Big Ben, Carson Palmer, Phillip Rivers, like those guys were good
But I
fucking
thought you can
quarterbacks.
argue that the quarterbacks
Yes,
now are like
okay. You're naming me good
and
quarterbacks. Now this time, this go around is less good quarterbacks and more skilled players.
but
It's more
I wouldn't
skilled
even
players
argue
now.
that. Can you not argue that Justin Herbert is on par with Phillip Rivers, if not more talented?
Nah, he's
than Phillip
probably
Rivers?
more
he's
talented
better.
than
Okay,
Rivers.
He's better.
and my point is Phillip Rivers at that point, I think was maybe around the 5th or 6th best quarterback in the league, maybe 7th.
I don't know,
Six,
bro.
Maybe
7.
7th.
Yeah, 6,
Bro,
7.
you gotta
I'm
think
with
about
you.
the names you just said. You
Yeah, I know.
obviously
Maybe Phillip Rivers.
Breeze, and Manning already. So maybe if you say you said
Not to
Brady,
mention
Breeze,
Rodgers.
Manning, and
Okay,
Big
right.
Ben. I
But like,
don't
look at
think
it.
you're
So
putting
like,
him over any of those four.
yeah,
Brady, Breeze,
but
Manning, or Big Ben.
But Wes, the top end talent, yeah, it's good. Like the top 5 quarterbacks in the league, undisputed right now, should easily be Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, and not in this order, by the way, Herbert and Burrow. In any order you have it, obviously, those are probably the consensus if you had to take a list. Top 5 best quarterbacks in the league. Now, you leave the top 5, You're on some fucking just okay, mediocre quarterback play after that.
Process, that's always been the case, though.
No, bro. Like
the 10th
like
best
Tony
quarterback in the
Romo.
league
Like
was
here's a
that.
perfect example. Tony
Bro.
Romo, he's a fucking good quarterback. Was at the back end of these talks, like nowhere near close to the top five.
Okay,
there are good quarterbacks
like
and
the way
for
we
for
look
your
right
for
now,
your
we
Tony
like
Romos,
comparing him
I
to like
raised you a Kyler Murray who has been up and down like Tony Romo was. He was up and down. You could say Tony Romo had he's obviously produced better seasons than Kyler Murray to this point in his career, but Kyler Murray it's about the ability to play the position and like the talent within the players, right? So
We in
Kyler
playback
Murray,
established.
I
We in playback.
don't understand
we
why
saying
that
Well, that's
player
fine.
in
can't
Dallas,
You
on
can
the
think
back
that.
end when
raising
we
Dak
speak about.
Prescott.
I just disagree. That's fine. It's cool. Like if you think like Kyler Murray could be the equivalent to our Tony Romo, whatever back in there, I disagree. But okay, I mean, then you don't see it that way.
Dak
I just think
Prescott, to Lowe's point, what's wrong with Dak Prescott?
he fucking sucks. That's what
You
he's
can't
ass.
And I
say
would,
that
and
and
a
then
lot of people said that about
big
Tony
up
Romo.
Tony
A
Romo
lot of
though.
people
It's not
said
like
I'm not
Tony
bigging up
Romo
Tony Romo. Tony Romo's clearly a better quarterback than Dak Prescott. Like,
No, that's not true.
Okay,
That's
you guys are
gas. That's
fucking. All right,
gas,
yeah.
bro.
no,
Yeah,
all right.
bro.
I'm not gonna lie, bro.
All right, whatever. That's fine. You guys are fucking nuts.
No, you're nuts.
You think
Bro,
Okay,
he
bro.
can
Just
be
in
better.
case.
I'm not even saying he can't be better, but to act like it's not like the
By
gap
the
is
way,
so
process, you on
enormous
an island by
to
that. The
where
whole
it's
chat was
clear
That's
that
fine. I could be on an
era,
island. You guys can like
bro.
today's
To
quarterback
act
play.
like that
It
era of
fucking
quarterback
I mean,
is so
Process
much
also
better
said
because
I
Kirk
don't
Cousins
I
is
don't
better than Patrick
particularly
Mahomes
like
this
today's
season. So
quarterback play more than maybe like a decade ago because we had some really great quarterbacks back then too. But to say that it's significantly worse, no, I don't think that's true at all. I truly don't.
I think
I
it's significantly worse. Yeah, I think. And also,
would you
I
say
put
what?
Mahomes. I
in
put.
2011.
The NFL.
Yes,
You get his credit for his longevity. God damn.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
Dak's not better
Well,
than
that was the
Romo,
beginning
by
of
the way.
Stafford's career.
Shaggy.
That was like
Dak is not
I'm
better
gonna
than
say year
you guys are. You
2 or
guys are.
3.
Where the fuck is OG? I know he's in this chat. I
But
know
you
he's
really
here.
think Dak is? You really think Tony Romo is better than
Bro,
Dak Prescott?
Romo is better than this bum. He's a fucking bum.
Okay. Romo was okay.
Romo wasn't better.
Say
Thank you,
Romo
OG.
was better.
Crazy.
That's
You literally just asked
that's
him.
not even,
You're
That's
asking
crazy.
OG because he doesn't
your
like
point
Dak and
isn't
getting paid
even
a lot of
about
money.
that shit,
Like,
bro.
that's crazy.
Even with Romo being better than Dak, it does not make your point about that era of quarterbacks being so much better. Because after the top 5, you still have
That's what I'm
quarterback depth.
saying,
Because in this
Byron. I
era, we
remember
still
niggas
have
saying
quarterback depth.
Tony was a bum.
There's still
Nigga said he
quarterback
was
depth.
bad. He was a
Dak
choker.
Prescott
Tony
doesn't
was
have
a
to
bum
show
because
Tony Romo
I'm so
to be a
confused.
good
people
quarterback
called
and
Tony
provide
Romo a
good
bum
depth.
because he played in the height of the quarterback era. That's why.
No, they called him a bum because they didn't think he was that good.
Come on,
And you can argue that's why they call
Tony
Dak a
Romo.
bum though.
He's a bum. No, Dak is a bum because he's just a bum.
No,
Fuck.
absolutely
Dak's a
not.
bum because
That's what I'm
he
saying,
changed.
man.
He
Are you
I'm
changed
so
trying? Are you?
I live here.
Real
Niggas
quick, Wes.
hated Tony Romo.
Wes, are you trying to tell
Like
me?
hated
Are you
Tony
trying to
Romo.
tell me? Yeah, well, I don't like him either because he played for the Cowboys, but he's better than
No,
Dak.
they
But doesn't
hated him
matter.
because he wasn't good. Like
Are you
what?
trying? Okay, Ed. I mean, Wes, are you trying to say that quarterback play isn't down right now compared to like that era of quarterbacks?
You could not. Yeah, I am saying that you could pick maybe this year specifically alone, this year standing alone, and go against maybe any of the years back then, and be like, okay, this year is pales in comparison, excuse me, to a 5-year run that they had back then, where Romo was outside the top 5 and was the second or third tier of quarterbacks in the league. And still, was Tony Romo. Like, okay, cool. I'm not disagreeing with that. My whole point about this, like, era of quarterbacks, it's the same in terms of quarterback depth, the talent, and the fact that the year alone itself can be down. I'm not sure that if we go back and try to track data, we won't find down years. So, like, that's my whole thing. And then amongst the top 5, like, Burrow's team is losing. Burrow's having an incredible season. Josh Allen is playing like really good football. Great even. Lamar still playing great football. Like, Patty started slow for sure, but he had a really good week. Or really, really good, maybe some gas, but he had a good week this this week against a poorest team, but it's still like he showed you, hey, I can still be a guy if need be. Like for what it's
I mean,
worth.
listen, that's fine. I disagree. You're saying that the back end is a simple. That's where we disagree, and it's cool. I just think that there were a lot better quarterbacks then than there are right now. I don't think that these guys
you're
are
using. You're using.
I mean,
Tony Romo.
statistics. Not even Tony Romo. You could keep going. Big Ben is not a top 5 quarterback. He's better than the guys.
Big
in the
Ben
back
was
end
a top
this year.
5 quarterback.
Big Ben had years he was
Yes,
top
he
5.
was.
He did
Yeah,
have
okay,
years.
exactly. That's my point. He had years, maybe it's top 5, but then outside of the top 5, like behind guys that weren't top 5, you had guys like you know what I mean.
You can't name those
putting over
guys.
Big Ben?
You like that. Name other guys like besides Tony Romo.
We
How you
know
feel about
Brady,
how you feel
Breeze,
about
and
Joe
Manning. Who
Flacco?
were the other 2 guys that you're putting for sure?
Joe
over Big
Flacco
Ben?
is
first of
fucking
all,
ass compared to the
top-
guys right now.
The top 5,
Okay.
I already just
top
spent the list
five-
that ain't have Big Ben top 5.
the top 5
That might have been the year that he
She said the era. We forgot Rodgers, but yeah,
I
she
was
said
just
the
pulling.
era.
I'm just putting in random years to pull.
Yeah, that's a year.
That's
This is
don't look at this.
and
This
it's
is by a year.
2011. Man. I got Matt
Yeah.
Ryan on the fucking Colts.
I'm pulling. I'm pulling
Yeah,
random
but like
years.
it's just like if you just
Just
go
to try
from
and
like
get a
the
good idea.
2000s.
Fucking Eli Manning. Like Eli Manning was that much better than fucking
2011 was the
Jordan
Super
Love.
Bowl year for
Was
Eli.
Eli Manning that much
Take
better
that
than
into
Jordan Love
account.
process?
So
No,
Wes,
that
if you
much
go
better.
from,
Is he better?
if you go from like
No.
2000 and if you go
Like, is
okay,
he even better?
Wes, if you go from like 2004 or whatever to like 2010, like that era right there where you had
2010.
guys
Okay, you gave me some years.
where you had guys that were like
You said
just
04
like,
to 2010?
Yeah, I'm
like
about to
around
recall
that
this
era.
shit.
You had guys
Okay,
like
so
even like
Big Ben was not good in that time for the record. Like he wasn't a great quarterback during 04 to 2010.
04 to
I want you to know that.
2010. This one.
yeah, I know, but
So
he
they
still
said
won.
the best
You're taking him
at
out.
process. These are
Tom
the
Brady's
best
probably number
quarterbacks
one
in
to me.
04. Peyton
Yeah,
Manning,
yeah,
Jake
I know.
Plummer, Brett Favre, Mark
I know.
Bolger,
Plummer.
Dante
I'm not
Culpepper,
entertaining
I know.
that.
I'm just saying,
McNabb,
like
Brady,
hold on,
Breeze, Chad
okay,
Pennington, and Trent Green.
okay. Hold on.
Chad
Just listen to me
Pennington.
for a
What a
second.
name.
If you go from like obviously year to year, it's going to be different. You got guys that just have crazy years and then they suck the year after. But in that era where the most dominant quarterbacks played, where you have guys like Kurt Warner, Brett Favre, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers. That's 6 quarterbacks right there that like they were the
And Aaron
top
Rodgers
end
wasn't in the
talent.
league during that time.
No, yeah, he didn't come in until after.
Bro, again, it
And
just
what year? You
you
said
know what
06 to
bro.
what
Stop
year?
being so
You said the years.
But you
said the
outlined years. How are
I'm
you
just saying
mad?
it's like around the quarterback era is what I'm fucking saying.
No,
Like,
but
No,
the
but you
point we're
outlined
getting
the
to is
Holy
these things
shit,
go
bro,
in the
this
You
is
said
cycle of
04 to
naming names
2010.
for a 20-year period, when in reality that's not the way that it goes. Ben didn't become a really amazing, great quarterback until after 2010. That's the point of having these
I didn't
conversations.
even
Aaron Rodgers didn't
bring
get
his
drafted
ass up.
until after
I didn't even
2010.
bro.
You
D-Mac,
did
I
bring
didn't bring
Big Ben up.
No, I just
You
said
did.
Rodgers. Rodgers didn't play. I'm just saying
You
that
said
Rodgers was
okay.
drafted in 05. He didn't start till after then. That's what you meant, D-Mac.
But I get your point. You're
Okay, exactly.
arguing
Thank you.
that there were
Jesus
more
Christ, you guys.
names
I like
back then that
Just one
okay, because
second.
you rattled off the
I like
Brett
the
Favre, you
25
rattled off
the
Kurt Warner,
2011 list.
you add Aaron Rodgers.
Me too. I
The
felt like
issue
it's like
is
what he's talking about.
they weren't all
Also, Kurt
playing
Warner was
like
ass
process.
for
You're
half
pulling
of the
names
2004 to
they
He
weren't
2010.
didn't
all
start
playing
in.
at the
Just so we're clear.
same time. So
Just an FYI, he didn't start till
you're
08.
pulling like standalone years in which maybe Warner had a like standout season like towards the end. Okay, Warner. I'm pulling an old Kurt Warner in maybe 04 or 05, whatever year
He
it
was ass from 04 to 06. You can
whatever year it was the Cardinals made it to the Super Bowl. So D-Mac,
The Cardinals made it to the Super Bowl in 2008. But again,
Kurt Warner that
Process.
year. But
Look at the
again, the years
2011
around
top
that he
list.
wasn't playing that well. To D-Mac's point,
bro,
if he had years around that he wasn't playing that well, it kind of like puts a thorn in what you're saying, because now you're literally remembering what they did at their peak. And not judging them for like maybe
as a whole.
year.
All right, can I just explain this, because you guys
you're-
are being so specific with the years. Just listen for one fucking second.
This
You've
been talking this entire time.
This year,
I haven't. I was just quiet.
No, go ahead.
Just
Go
listen.
ahead.
Just listen for a second. Forget the fucking years, since you guys love to be so specific and you guys are smart, but you act fucking stupid. This is the fucking what I'm talking about.
Okay.
The era of quarterback play. The era of quarterback play where you had guys like the Brady's, all the Rodgers, no matter how fucking far you want to go. Right now is a completely different era of quarterbacks. Like for the last 2 years, you have these are the guys now. You got Allen, Lamar, you got okay. So the era before that, whether you want to go as far back as whatever or just the prime guys, it doesn't need to be a year by year thing. Okay? You had an era where you had like 15 quarterbacks that would be considered pretty damn good. Like even guys like somebody brought up Matt Ryan. He was still fucking good. He was still like he was
But Matt Ryan
an
doesn't apply
MVP
to the years you
quarterback.
gave us.
He was an MVP quarterback in the talks with all these other
Yeah,
guys.
But he
from
wasn't
16,
playing at
yes,
that level
that's
in the
a half
era. That's
decade
the
after
whole
the years you
point.
No,
gave
but
us.
that's
So
it's not. Hold on, Wes. Again, the error thing. You're talking about specific years. I just threw a stretch of
But
14.
process, I think what's
okay,
happening
so
is that
processes. We'll
process is
take it from.
mentioning guys. Hold up, Wes. Process
Mhm.
is mentioning guys that came in the league and were in the league during that time period of what he's talking about. What Wes and DMAC are talking about, which is how you should really gauge this argument, is when did they enter into their prime? When were they a part of that top prime quarterback thing? So yes, Matt Ryan, Aaron Rodgers, all those guys got drafted mid to late 2000s 2010s era, but they didn't start playing to the level of which what you're talking about process until after this era that you're talking about.
But a
That's
lot
where
of
it's
these
getting,
guys'
that's where
primes,
it's
a lot of these guys' primes just went like coincided with each other.
Okay,
There was a
so
lot of
so
so
process.
yeah,
My
but the
question
It
is,
guys that
sounds
you're
like you want to
talking
make this
about
a
aren't
but
those
15 year
process,
guys.
thing.
The
process.
So
guys
My
that's
my
we can
whose
give you your
primes
era
were
2000 to 2015, okay? If that's what you want it to be,
No,
we'll
but
give
that's
you that
15 years.
15.
We can't
Eh,
compare 15 years worth of quarterback play
but
where we
this is what I'm
imagine the
saying.
best of these
We can
guys and
give him
compare
the
it to
hold
right
up,
now.
15
hold
and
up,
then
hold up,
say
hold up.
it's incomplete because our evidence, obviously, we haven't gotten to another 15 years. If you want to adjust it and say we'll give you 2000 to 2010, comfortable with, but then after, like, how do you want to splice it? Or we could do a 12-year sample. 2000 to
I don't know how you
2012
I don't
and
know how
2012 to
years
the present.
Wes, I don't
2012 to
know.
the
We never
present,
really
I think, no, process, like 2012 to the present from the guys being on their last years and then the new crop of talent, just the same way you were bringing up, okay, '04 when Rodgers was getting drafted or '05, whatever year it was, and the year where Matt Ryan was getting drafted and things of that nature. And it's proposing like, hey, the new guard was coming in. Okay, well, take it from 2000 2012 and then 2012 to present. You had the same guys who were elite from your era still playing at elite levels, and then a new guard was coming in. And that new
Hmm.
guard that came in, dare I say, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, it beats the new guard that was coming in your era from the elites that were already established to the ones that were being ushered in.
Because then you
Because
get into
aside
like the
from
Russell
Rodgers, you don't
Wilsons.
have one. Aside from Rodgers, I don't think you really have. Maybe
By
you
the way,
could.
it's not
That's it.
my era. I don't know how you want to break it down because I've never done this before.
I'm
Like
specifically
But
just
you're the
talking
It's a
one
about
good
making
the
the
combo
era.
though.
point, so
Yeah,
we want
like
to figure out where we can
saying
meet you
your
at
era
process.
to
yeah,
the
because
conversation.
I'm saying these great quarterback play. It's not about just like the specific like players from 2012 to now and then before 2012 whatever from like the mid 2000s all the way up until this new crop of quarterbacks there was always really good to
Well,
me always
mhm.
really good quarterback plays. Now if you
And
want
there
to break
is
it into
right now
two,
too. That's a
I
non-point.
think no, I think the
I
issue
don't
for
think there is.
process,
That's where we
I think
differ.
the issue for process is that because you can't group a Drew Brees and Tom Brady and Peyton Manning who were drafted like 98 to 2001 2002. You can't draft them and you can't group them with a Matt Ryan, Matt Stafford, Russell Wilson, guys who were drafted 2008 and like 2012. You can't, that's too much of
That's my
a
point,
gap. That's
Ari.
too much of a gap. What I think the issue for process is that even though you had like coming into, so when Matt Ryan came into the league and Cam and Stafford and Russell had came into league, Drew, Peyton, and Tom had kind of solidified themselves, and whoever the hell else you want to throw in there had kind of solidified themselves as like top guys, top quarterback play, right? And then you had these new younger guys, Stafford, Ryan, Wilson, Cam come in, and they kind of helped continue that excellence. You had Cam and everything he was about. Let's not forget Michael Vick. You had Cam, you had Stafford, who was putting up the big numbers and had the big arm of Detroit. You had Matt Ryan, who was in Atlanta and now kind of gave the Saints somebody and drew somebody like a counterpart in the NFC South. And then you bring in Cam and everything. So you had that NFC South era and all of that stuff. It just kind of, I think we're processing saying that there was never really a dip. That even as those older guys went, like their primes came and gone, there was still a new crop of guys that was kind of helping continue the greatness of quarterback play, which is what's making, I think, is what's making him feel like, well, there was just
Yeah,
always
he's
good
wrong
quarterback
though,
play.
because there
I
was
think
a
his
dip.
issue now is
Matt
that
fucking Stafford
there's
is not
not,
on
you
the
have the
level of
top
Peyton Manning.
guys. I agree with you. You have the top guys like Burrow,
Matt Ryan.
Pat, Allen, Herbert, whoever the fuck else you want to put in there, right? You have those top guys who have been in the league for a while. They're on their second contracts, but you don't really have any younger guys. You like CJ's kind of, not having the best year. Caleb's young, Jaden's young, Drake's young. There's been a lull in
But
between
my
Pat and
issue is
Lamar and though
It's
and
too
them.
early
my
because
And
the
issue with
young
now,
that
which
guys
is
I
in
this:
this
agree, I think it's too
generation are
we
early
have
still
not
young.
seen enough of
but
these
Yeah,
younger quarterbacks that have drafted from 2021 to 2024 to say that these guys are
but I
3
think
years
that's
and
his
it's a
removed.
issue
different
though.
era because in 08, every rookie quarterback wasn't starting as a rookie.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
agree.
totally different era,
Aaron
totally
had been
different
in the
way of
league for
doing
a while and then
playing
just
ball.
started that
Yeah,
in
like
08.
that was so
Mhm.
drastically different. So like
Yeah, but
again,
Shaggy,
and
they
to
again,
don't
the
want to hear
Wes.
that
point, and
Cam
then
Newton point.
hold on. Also to the point, for the guys who are the class of this era, which is still really important not to let go of, the Allen, the Burrow, the Mahomes, the Lamar,
Lamar.
the
Mhm.
Herbert, and whoever the fuck else you want to add in that, if you want to add other names,
Yeah,
those
that's
guys
where
are
the
still
list
young.
ends.
But no,
But they're
it's
still
okay
young
though,
though.
process because they're young. That's the way that's supposed to be. You're providing things, to Ari's point, from hey, the forefathers who were 10 to 12 10, a decade into their career
Yeah.
in some of those years, and then the next crop of guys to come up with the Cams, with the Matts, both of them, with whoever the fuck else you want to add in that. And obviously you had your Tony Romos and that you had your Eli Mannings and that you had all these other quarterbacks just in it. But that's that, right? Now we go to the crop that is leading this new era that is like literally, legitimately, bruh. Lamar and Mahomes are worthy already for what they've done in their career. If you want to tell me Super Bowl would keep Lamar out of this conversation, fine, whatever. But Mahomes has already put himself in top 3 combos at least. He's worthy of that from what he's accomplished in his career, and he hasn't been like a starter for a decade. Think about that. Then for Lamar, he's a 2-time MVP, playing well enough to be in the conversation for his third, and he's the best of his kind, of his ilk that we've ever seen. The tag, the mantra of running quarterback, or dual threat quarterback, however you want to
Yeah, dual
slice
threat
it, however
quarterback.
you want to frame it.
Mhm.
He's the best we've ever seen, and he's on like he's deserving of a top 15 ever conversation. Then you have an Allen who is also deserving of some of these top 20 talent alone. And they haven't had a long enough career to put together numbers and stats to go against these guys. But like you get where I'm going with it, and they're clearly more talented. Like all respect to Kurt Warner, Josh Allen is better than him. He's more he's more talented for sure.
Yeah, but
Whether or
Kurt
not you
Warner
feel like he plays the
again. But
position
Kurt Warner
better,
was never at the top of the league. He was never the best quarterback in the league.
He
Josh
he was
Allen.
what
one
do
of
you
the better
mean?
He
He
was
was
quarterbacks in the
Josh
having
definitely
league.
he
Allen.
was
breakthrough
he was
months.
He
looked
was
at as
one of
one
the
of the
better
top
quarterbacks in the
quarterbacks
league.
in the league.
Josh Allen.
Not top
No,
five,
in
but
the hold on. Yeah, back in whoever Miles 99. Yeah, when
Shaggy, you
all
gotta
the when
stop
all
doing
the
some of this shit you doing in the chat, man.
From
when Allen
99 to
played.
2001, he was
Fuck,
viewed as one of the best
Cam
in the
is
game. I
come
don't.
I
What are
know.
you
on.
I'm
talking
just
about?
saying he was never. But Allen is at the top. Like whatever. He's probably. I don't want to argue right now, but people are saying he's the best quarterback in the league right now, playing today. I'm just saying Kurt Warner
this year.
this year when all these quarterbacks were together. I'm just saying Kurt Warner was never viewed better than any of those other guys. Like the guys
Okay,
I was
so
talking about when he played with them, because he did have a good ass year in the mid 2000s when he went to the Super Bowl.
yeah,
in
yeah,
Oh
the
wait,
07 and 08.
that's what
2008.
Miles was
Those
talking
were the good
about.
years.
Oh wait,
My only point was when you brought up 2004 to 2010, he was asked for half of those years. But my thing is this process.
He was not ass. He was just
No, he
mediocre at some
was. Oh, go look at Kurt Warner from 04 to 06. He was
Miles just said he was ass.
he was ass. He got ran out of the Giants for a reason.
And then he
My-
had and again then he had a good career with the
yes,
Cardinals.
he had a good
Cards.
years with the Cardinals. Like I said, he was asked for half of the time frame that you gave us. My point is this: if you
Yeah,
take
but
a
I
look
don't know
at
if that was on him. But go ahead.
Huh?
he didn't play well. That's a
I
fact.
don't think the Giants were fucking good. But go ahead.
No, the
When
Giants
when
weren't
they
good, but
ran
he
his
also
ass
was
out of
ass.
there.
My point is
Okay,
this:
whatever. Go ahead.
if you look at the no, he was also ass. If you look at the top 5 guys in the league right now, and I'm going to go with a consensus on this standpoint. We know the 3: Mahomes, Lamar, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow. I think are a good way to round out
Four. I got four for you. That
the-
5 is a bit of a stretch.
I don't know.
I
It's a
got
little bit
4
of stretch,
for
but I'm
you.
gonna go with the consensus because Herbert's playing really well right now. You look at that. That's a crop that was specifically drafted from 2017 to 2020. That's 4-year run of drafts. Those 5 quarterbacks were all produced. Those are the guys at the top of the league right now. You look at the names that you brought up most often when we were having this conversation: Brady, Manning, Drew Brees. We also talked about Kurt Warner, who was also came into the
Aaron
league.
Rodgers.
You can't put Aaron Rodgers in
Hold on,
that
process.
group.
Allow
Okay,
me
if
to
you don't
finish.
put Rodgers, then you can put Favre.
No, can you process? If
I
you would
can't.
shut up for like 3 seconds, I promise you, it's gonna make
No,
sense.
he's responding to me. It's okay.
It, if you look at those guys, they were drafted from that 98 to 2002 range. So you go 4 years from where we were from the 2020 draft. That's today. You go 4 years from where they were in 2005 or in 2001. You go to 2005, and you compare those quarterbacks. I don't think you're going to see much of a meaningful difference, and that includes some of the old guard guys like obviously Brett Favre, Carson Palmer, who were drafted necessarily before that.
Matt Hasselbeck was one of those quarterbacks. I'm looking at the list.
Trent Green was having some good years in that aspect as well for my Chiefs.
Kerry Collins, Drew Bledsoe,
Steve being there too.
and
You
Jake
look at that
Delhomme.
crop that is there compared to what it is today. I don't think that there's a meaningful difference in the level of quarterback play. I truly don't believe that. I think that you're going to find a similar level of quarterback depth up and down that roster. And I say this specifically because I think that it does matter to get to years and eras from that standpoint, because it's easy when you look back on 20 years worth of quarterback play and be like, I remember Aaron Rodgers at his best. I remember Drew Brees at his best. I remember Kurt Warner at his best, but I don't remember necessarily down years to where we're looking at it right now. We have some guys that are having their great years, some guys that are having their down years, but we fast forward 10 years from now and we look back on it. I'm just using a name for his perspective. We look back on it and say, hey, man, CJ Stroud, even though he had a bad sophomore year, we remember all the great years that he would have in the future.
Yeah, I think this conversation is going left, though, because, again, I said that the top 10 talent right now, the top 5 guys, are fucking good. They are good. They're elite. They're really good quarterback play. When you take them out and you look at the rest of the league, and then you do the same to where, again, the era of quarterbacks that we grew up with, those guys that were in the back end of those top 5 quarterbacks, however you want to say, who were the top 5 or who were the top 6 guys, it was pretty obvious who those names were. The guys outside of that were still really, really good quarterbacks. And the guys that are outside of the top 5 now aren't really, really good quarterbacks. Who's the 6th best quarterback in the league today?
What do you consider Jared Goff?
What I consider Jared Goff a mediocre fucking quarterback. That's the difference.
I think my quarterback is
Okay.
top 5.
That's
Jared
fine.
Goff
this
is better
is
than
a
a lot of
mute
the guys
But
you're
if
talking
conversation.
about
Jared
from
Goff
back in
is
the day.
mediocre,
Because
we
if
have
you're
to say
saying
that
Jared Goff
Tony
isn't at
Romo's
least
mediocre.
better than Jay Cutler or fucking Carson Palmer,
Yeah, but Jay
we
Cutler
just, but that's who those guys are.
Those are the guys
Process.
we're
I
talking
literally just
about.
looked at the
No, they
list and the
aren't.
stats. Yes, they are. Yes,
No,
they
they're
are.
not.
Yes,
Those
they are.
guys outside
Because the
of
whole
the top
time, no
5.
process. I'm
Process,
telling. This
you're in
isn't my
between doing
opinion, though.
something.
Process.
You're
This
in
isn't my
between doing
opinion.
something where
This
like you
is the
taking guys
list.
from.
These are the lists that I'm so sorry, Wes. These are the lists that I literally just spent like 15 minutes looking up. I typed in top quarterbacks in 2005, top quarterbacks in 2006, top quarterbacks in 2010. Yes, when you take out those top guys that we've all acknowledged are the top guys. Yes, the guys that you see there are fucking Matt Schaub. in 2011.
No,
Yes, the guys that you see there are fucking Carson Palmer.
Time out. First
No,
of all,
no,
Ari, no,
because
Ari,
you're operating within nostalgia, and I'm
you're
telling you, the
making shit
fact is
up.
the fact.
You're
No,
literally
the
making
fuck I'm
shit
not.
up. Why are
No,
you
the
going
fuck
off
I'm
the
not.
list?
No,
Ari,
the
you
fuck
watch
I'm not.
football. Ari, you watch football. Stop with this stupid list on some fucking website you looked up.
Process.
The top 5
I was fucking in 2008. I was fucking sick. Or I don't even know how fucking old I was, nigga. What the fuck do you mean?
Okay, so then just listen
You
to
were
me for
You were
1
11. You were 11.
So one set. So
Thank
just
you.
1 set.
When I was 11, I fucking hated broccoli. Now I fucking love broccoli. I'm older, Process. I understand shit more.
Okay. So I don't know why you're the consensus top 5 guys in our era, or not our, in that era were Brady, Rodgers, Breeze. Hold on one second.
Brady.
Yeah.
I don't think you
But
can
what
put
are you
Rodgers in that
excluding?
because
Because
by the time
we
Rodgers
excluding the
started,
top guys.
Drew Brees was 7 years in, Peyton Manning was over 10 years in, and so was Tom Brady. So I don't understand how you can group them together.
An immediate impact, and then Favre was still
I'm
playing
not
at a
saying
high
he
level.
didn't. I'm not saying he didn't.
Favre was still playing at a high level when he left Green Bay, while Rodgers was still making a huge impact for
Rodgers
them.
isn't a good name though.
But here's the thing, though. The reason why I keep
These
saying
are
he can't
You guys
include
are trying.
Rodgers is because the
You guys
era
are
isn't
trying
the
to.
same.
You guys are. I think Rodgers is part of that era. If you don't
No,
agree
he's
with
not.
that,
No,
He's
he's
not
literally
included in
not.
guys that
No,
were
he's
drafted
literally
from
not.
'98 to
this is
2000.
my point.
Those are two very
Wait,
different eras.
D-Mac. This
Those
is
are
my
two
point. Then
extremely different eras.
D-Mac. This is my point. This is my fucking point. You guys are trying to break it up between I don't know how many years. This is my entire point. If you're gonna do it that way, and you're gonna break it down into like a 7-year span, break it off another 7 years, and then boom, we're here now. And that's how you want to do the eras. Okay, I'm just saying a lot of those good quarterbacks in the early 2000s coincided with a lot of the good quarterbacks in the late 2000s. Like somebody said, there was never a dip, and those quarterbacks all meshed together. So
We
all
haven't had
those
a dip since
But
the
if
we
I if I
haven't.
What are
may
you
if I
talking
may
about?
process
I
Go
know,
ahead.
I know.
But
I
the
know,
point
I
is,
know.
process. You can use the 20 years of quarterback play from that standpoint, but we don't have 20 years of the young guys to
I
compare it
know.
to.
Just listen to me. I get it. I understand what you're saying. And she made the point of saying, well, where do you think Jared Goff is? Because he'd be a
Yes.
guy that's outside of all these players. Now, I'm not going to put Jay Cutler in those talks. A guy outside of the top 5 of that long span of the era of quarterback play that I would say are guys like Big Ben and Rivers and Matt Ryan and those guys and Jared Goff
But the thing
can't hold their
is
fucking job strap.
you
Yes, we
can't
don't
do
have
Matt
enough
Ryan
time.
either.
Listen to me. We don't have enough time yet to
Not that era.
compare 20 to 20 years. I'm just saying the trajectory that it's on, it doesn't look like these
but
quarterbacks coming
process.
up
But
are going to be like that. None of them.
But let me explain why I think just, and we can move after this unless someone else has something to add. But the reason I just don't like that argument is two different things. Obviously, to the time point, DMAC touched on it. You did as well. Ari has as well. You can't use that era because what you're doing is you're looking at people who ended up being like finished products and judging it and saying, hey, that era was so much better because even though in '05 Aaron Rodgers was a rookie and wasn't playing yet, I know what he became. Okay, cool. That's fair. But we don't have time to, like, there hasn't been enough time to figure out what the rookie from this year is going to become. I don't know what Bo Nix is going to be. I don't know what Jaden Daniels is going to be. I don't know what Drake May nor Caleb Williams are like. I don't know what any of those guys are going to be. So I think obviously CJ Stroud is having a down year, but a down year doesn't mean he won't go on to be a great quarterback. Like he had a really great rookie season or a really good rookie season. He's having a bad year 2. That is like expected to happen though. Like that's something that we've seen happen several times, and he still has a chance to right the ship. So you're judging guys based off of like year 1 and year 2, and don't forget the fact that I said it earlier. That era of quarterbacks were not expected to play as rookies all the time. Like start from day 1 all the time. That wasn't the same. And then also sometimes when they did, They were game managers at first. They were allowed to be game managers early in their career in ways that they are not in today's era. So it's two different eras, two different styles of football, which is really, really important to not lose. Then on top of that, you're taking guys who were literally drafted in the early, like respect to Brett Favre. You can't name Brett Favre as a part of an era in sight 2010. Yes, he was still playing at a great level. And he had an amazing career. But Brett Favre was like a 90s quarterback. He was
1991, he
literally
was
a
drafted
90s
in
quarterback, a
1991.
2000s, early 2000s quarterback. It's not fair to judge the young guys of this era to Brett Favre, like and be like, well, they had Brett Favre's and then Kurt Warner's. He was also a 90s quarterback. You can't pull guys who literally had super long runways to establish what they were and then compare them to guys who, again, if we're saying Lamar and Patty and Allen are the top of this new era, we're talking about at most 7 or 8 year careers is the top of like the benchmark that's been set. Guys who the longest career right now may be 8 years. Can't compare that to Brett Favre in 2010, who had been playing for 15 years at that point. You
I
can't
agree.
compare that.
I understand what you're saying. I
Yeah,
understand what you're saying. But my point is, you saw like the Brett Favres and all them guys. Maybe this era of quarterbacks, the top five, we're gonna see those guys are gonna be the Brady's, the Favres, the Mannings, whatever. Maybe they'll be that. But I'm saying the middle of the road quarterbacks that got drafted before Mahomes and before Lamar and before Josh Allen and all that, or in the same years with them, but there's only one of them to stand for that, entire crop of quarterbacks coming in. They're not the other guys. They're not as good as those other guys. And we've had plenty of time to see if they can become those other guys. There's quarterbacks drafted in 2014, 15, 16 that aren't panning out at all. There's a couple, but there's some that aren't. Other guys in those eras, those guys did pan out, and they were the good quarterbacks behind the elite ones. That's what we don't have right now. Everybody's so young and still in the
The
early.
process, I think the issue with that statement is that, well, that's how good they were then, but that's not what you're still, because you're looking at such a wide amount of years, or like a large range of years. You're grouping, of course, is going to be way more quarterbacks, because and it looks like it's way more quarterbacks. Let's just say that were, I don't want to say successes, but that were good, right? At least good level, good to great to fantastic to elites, whatever the fuck you want to call it, quarterbacks at that time, because those are the ones that we remember. But there were busts like in that era. Trent Dilfer got drafted
Of
and
course
Kirk
there's
Cousins and
bust.
Kurt
Of
Warner
course
didn't.
there's bust.
So like
Of course there's
so like
bust.
we remember those guys. We remember the
I
Kurt
know.
Warners. We
Of course
remember the
there's
Brett Favres.
bust.
We remember those guys. But there were guys back then that they thought was going to be the guy that didn't pan out. Like
I
there
have
were
a
those guys too. We just remember the guys that ended up having the long careers, because by the time we were old enough to like comprehend what the fuck
They were still
football
playing.
was, those were the
Yeah.
ones that were still playing. But
And real
that
quick
makes you
before D
forget
Mac
the
taps
rest of
in,
the
I want
niggas that was just ass and
add
didn't.
in the fact that Andrew Luck, like, who would be one of
Yes, it
those
would be one of
Brett
those
Favre
guys.
type
Yeah,
guys.
okay. He would have.
Like, yeah, who
Like he would be
he
like a Matt
retired.
Stafford at this era
He retired,
age.
and then
Yeah.
you go like, I
there,
won't speak
there,
on
Yeah,
him
I
because our
agree. But
GP
there's
there's
is
a real
different. But then
long
Shaggy.
I'll go like
Who
a
isn't? Hold
Deshaun.
on,
Like
Shaggy. Who isn't planning out?
I'll go.
Jesus.
Hold on. I'll go Deshaun. Like, granted, it
Deshaun.
took a turn for the worse, right? But Deshaun, when you speak on guys who were showing the promise, and yeah, Deshaun was one of those guys. Deshaun was like had his career best season and was in the talks for the top 5, top 7 quarterbacks in the league. And then, granted, things took a turn for the worse. Not saying, but I don't think it was related to like him being a good football player. Obviously, we know what happened. So I still don't like the notion that you didn't see it in this new crop of guys or younger guys. And I don't fully agree. And then we're far removed, or we're not. We just don't, to the sample size. We just don't have enough, like
But
enough
Wes, to your
years.
point, the Andrew Luck got drafted in 2012, I think, right, with the RG3, and
Let me
obviously
check.
Yes.
I'll double check you, but yes, I'm
Yeah,
almost
injuries
positive
took
it's
a
Yes,
right.
turn
that's
for
correct.
worse for him, and
Mhm.
Tannehill was in that draft. Tannehill was in that draft. Then you go after them drafts, and you had guys like, okay, Geno Smith is playing decent right now. You had Geno Smith. You had guys like E.J. Manuel was a high pick. A.J. McCarron was a pick
But
in
who
the draft. Blake
aren't those
Bortles
players
was a
bust?
number one. Hold on, Blake Bortles was a first round pick, like a high first round pick. Okay,
And then he's a
and he's
bust.
a fucking complete bust. Jameis Winston,
Yeah.
Marcus Mariota, high picks, bust. They're both busts. Okay,
But you
these are
can
guys
find that in
didn't
all the
pan.
other ones though.
Jared,
Process.
I
That's all I'm
know you
saying.
can, but you don't find the guys like in the later rounds
But
that turn out to be
But you
really
do
good.
that's
though.
not true.
But
Dak
you
Prescott
do
is
though.
You
literally
don't.
here.
You got a couple of
He
guys
thinks
here and
Dak's ass.
there. You got like Jared Goff, and
Him
Jared Goff
thinking
is a
Dak
first
sucks
round.
isn't good enough, Ari, because we're at a different point in
Yeah.
conversation. We
Yeah.
have to be real. Dak Prescott is one of the later
Yeah.
round guys who panned out.
Yeah, he's
Brock
playing
Brock
fine.
Purdy. I know niggas want to. Oh, Brock
Come
Purdy
on,
sucks.
dog.
Yeah. Brock
He
Purdy
doesn't
is
suck, but
the
again,
Mr. Irrelevant, and he's having a good career. He's
Yeah.
playing
again,
good football, and he's
I
still
think it's
so
just a
early.
lot
Like
of.
that's another thing,
I don't want
though.
to say it's
He's
confirmation
still
bias.
so early in his
I know,
career.
but I'm not
He's
talking
gonna
about
start
them
for 3
guys.
years.
But it's
Again,
also process. Like when you say, and I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying because it's easy to look back on football, like look back like that. But again, I come back to the point to we see the names that we remember from back then are the names that lasted. There was a lot more guys that did not last, that did not pan out, that weren't late round busts. You have, you have your Drew
Jake
Brees who
Locker.
wasn't drafted in the first round. You have, you don't have, you have Tom Brady's drafted in the fifth round. Those dudes, but the dudes that you're referring to, Matt Ryan, I want to say he was drafted in the first round or second round. Matt Stafford, I want to say he was drafted in the first round.
Yeah, they were first
he
round
Tom
was
picks.
Brady.
first round
I mean,
picks.
not Tom Brady. Like, there's guys that you're mentioning. There's guys that we can set up here and straight up say in that era, back then, that were bust, that were drafted before some of these guys. Like, who the fuck do we remember from Tom Brady's draft
I
outside of
know.
Tom Brady?
I'm just saying.
Like, it's
Ari,
kind of one of those things. Like, we
from
remember them. We remember them because they were
from
great, but it
from
doesn't.
the
It
luck
doesn't mean
draft all the way
anything
up
though.
to from the luck draft all the way up to the Mahomes draft, which was like 2018, I think. I don't remember. 2019, maybe. 2017. You got one elite quarterback. One.
From when? From
I think
2012 to
you're
2017?
I disagree. Luck was an
Go
elite
look.
quarterback.
No, I'm saying still
up
in the
until
league.
2016, basically.
Still in the league. From Luck's draft
Mahomes.
all the way up to Mahomes' draft, you have one elite quarterback in the crop of
That's
quarterbacks
still in the
that are
league.
still playing
That's
today
not
now.
That's not a proper way to view this
I
stuff
will
to me.
also say
But
that does
that's a
leave out the
problem.
Mark
But
Wood.
that's
Mark
that
Wood was
does
there.
It's
Mark
not
Wood
that
was
I
though.
was just about
there.
to say that,
That's a
OJB. Thank you.
different conversation.
That also leaves out the context in NFL draft experts, dudes like fucking Mel Kiper and goddamn all them dummies, and people that were around that were draft guys at the time that these dudes, that Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, all these guys were getting drafted. They've even come out and said quarterbacks don't get enough time this go around. So
A
it's
point
not
I've been making
necessarily
the
that the
whole
quarterback
conversation.
isn't good. I mean, sometimes it is because they're not good. But for half of this is because people are just recycling quarterbacks. Literally, you draft a quarterback, you go get it. We saw it happen with Kyler Murray. They fucking drafted Josh Rosen. Was not good, cool. But literally the next fucking year, they drafted another quarterback.
I know,
In
but
that
I'm
sense,
just
And he
saying
didn't
in
this
get
that
an
is
sense, though, but like,
opportunity
and
this
that
to
would
is
have
be
never
all.
good. That's
happened back
also a
then, though.
thing.
Process.
Like Josh Rosen was forced to play early and
Like,
didn't get an opportunity to
I
be
got
good.
it, but this
Didn't
is
have a
all
great
to my
situation
point.
and was
I'm
punted
not
on
saying that,
immediately.
but I'm not saying that you guys are wrong. That goes to my point that if you go from 2012 to 2017 and the only elite quarterback in those 5 years of drafting quarterbacks is Mahomes, there's one elite still fucking quarterback today. And it's not just
there
because
was only a few elite ones back then, too.
Who's the elite quarterback that got drafted from 06 to 2010?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to look.
Yeah,
I know
because
this. I know
Aaron
right
Rodgers
now.
was drafted
But
in
I'm just saying.
05.
But even
Aaron Rodgers was drafted in 05. I know
But
it makes people
but
confused.
what's your name?
He started in 08.
What's
He started
your
in 08,
D-Mac?
right,
Even
Mhm.
like the good quarterbacks, like the good ones that are like just good, like the Riverses and the Roethlisbergers.
Yeah,
Out of
that's
all those
04.
out of all those quarterbacks in the years, Deshaun Watson, Wes already pointed to what happened to him. Okay, but in between there you got Goff, Wentz, bust, Winston, Mariota, bust, bust. None of these guys are even
call
good.
Wentz a bust. You can't call Wentz a bust.
That's fine, but I'm saying if you go 06, if you go 06 and look at
06 to 010, I will agree with you on
if
that
you go
one.
06 and look at the quarterbacks, you're
I
talking
don't know.
about
I gotta look. I just know off the top of my
you're
head.
talking about Jay Cutler, you're talking about Matt Leinart, talking about Kellen Clemens in 06,
Jake
07,
Locker.
then you're running
Yeah,
into
bad
Jamarcus Russell.
Let me see. 2007.
Wait, you said
Kevin
what
Hall,
years?
Brady Quinn.
So 2007, you had
I mean,
Jamarcus
really
Russell.
bad quarterbacks. D-Mac, really bad quarterbacks.
You had Jamarcus Russell.
Some bad
You
quarterbacks.
had, I gotta
I'm not
scroll.
saying-
You had Brady Quinn.
Now
I'm
look,
not saying
2008,
Kevin
2008. Look
Kolb.
what you got. You got Matt Ryan.
John
That's a good
You
quarterback,
had
but Matt
David
Ryan
Carr
and Jared
one of
Goff
those
ain't that
years,
far
I'm
off from
sure.
each other. To be
Maybe
honest with you, if I'm keeping it in the
earlier
book.
than that, but
You got Joe Flacco.
Like, they're really
That ain't
hold
far
on.
off from each other, to be honest with you.
Hold on. That's where we disagree right there. You just said Goff and Ryan aren't too far out from each other. Right there is where we differ, D-Mac. I think you're
They're really
fucking
not.
bat shit fucking crazy.
How far off do you think
You're
Matt Ryan
crazy.
and Jared Goff are?
What?
No,
Okay, give him Matt Ryan.
Watch
Give him
Goff
Matt
fuck
Ryan.
around and win MVP this year. And then be like,
Goff
you
literally
can't
can win
feel like
MVP
Ryan
this
was
year,
way
and he
better.
has
He
the
won't win
entirety
good.
of his
MVP.
career locked
He
down.
won't
They're
win
very
MVP.
similar.
He won't win MVP. He
Okay,
won't win
wait,
MVP.
They're very
wait.
similar.
This time last
Come on,
time,
bro.
people said that Lamar Jackson wasn't winning MVP, and then he did. We got a long way to go.
Okay, but let's go to
Okay,
So
that's
08.
fine.
trying to win
Jared Goff's
MVP,
not
then
winning
we're gonna be like,
MVP.
well, damn, he got the
Okay,
entirety
I'm
of
just
Matt
saying.
Ryan's career.
If the
08,
Bills
you
lose
had
two,
Joe
if the Bills
Flacco,
end up with 2 more losses, and which is possible, not
Brian
saying it's
Baum.
probable, but it's possible. And if the Ravens can't right the ship, hell, the Ravens don't even have to lose 2 more times. If they lose 1 more, they end up both of those teams in the season with 5 losses. And Goff is sitting at, let's say, 2 losses.
Yeah, it's gonna be
If
hard,
they're
especially if he beat the
15-2,
Bills.
Goff is probably going to get the fucking MVP.
Okay,
granted,
well, yeah, it's a
He
lot of
has the
ifs.
entirety of Matt Ryan's career locked up right there.
Let's leave the MVP talk
That's the
alone.
fact.
My
And
dude
Matt
got
Ryan was
robbed.
a better quarterback. I don't mean to.
Yeah,
like,
and
yes, he
I'm
was,
taking
but
Matt Ryan as a
career,
quarterback.
like, what
Yeah.
I'm
The
saying,
point being
You should.
that Matt
these
Ryan
guys
on that
still-
2016 run doesn't necessarily mean that the entirety
I will
of
say
his
Shaggy's
run
making a
throughout
point.
his career means that it kind of
It's not even just his run. He's a better quarterback than Jared Goff, talent-wise and everything.
and I just said
But
that.
if
But
you
it's
were to-
all
They
time
are,
to
but they're
develop.
not that far
People
apart,
still
though.
had time to develop their game. And Jared Goff was like he was the first overall pick, and it wasn't too long ago. And Jared Goff is a good quarterback in this league. And when you say the next crop of guys, and like, Grant, I also think Matt Ryan, like, history is more favorable to Matt Ryan
Way more.
than his like actual career while he was playing. Because when he peaked, and he peaked at a fucking high level.
And it was
Like,
short.
all like
MVP,
just
yeah.
respect and credit.
He did
He
peak.
was
But aside
literally
from
that
that
MVP
peak,
season.
come on,
That
my
was
nigga.
it.
Like he
That
wasn't
was it.
having
Look at his
a
next
career.
fucking few seasons.
Yeah, he wasn't putting together a career that was so much better than this.
I felt
like
that way
a
about
guy
Eli
like Jared
Manning
Goff.
too.
I don't agree with
He
that.
had like 2 good seasons to me, and that's besides them 2.
Matt
like,
Ryan had a great Super Bowl run.
Whoa, you're a fucking idiot. Did you just say Peyton Manning?
Who?
dude, what?
he said
No,
Matt
it's
Ryan, bro.
He
Eli.
said Matt Ryan.
He
Oh,
said,
No,
Oh,
no,
he
no,
said
no.
Eli
he said
Manning.
Eli.
He said
Eli.
I was about to say, bro, what? All right,
Come
no,
on,
that's
dude,
fine.
be
Yeah,
for
yeah,
real.
But
Eli.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
Process.
point.
I don't think that your point about the lull in quarterbacks drafted from 2013 to 2016 is a bad point. I'm just saying that we've had similar lulls in other eras.
Yeah,
as well.
but in between those lulls, you still had elite quarterback play.
I agree.
From that,
which is why
But what are we considering elite
Ari,
quarterback play? I think he
Ari,
had
Ari,
good.
a second. Ari, one
like
second.
in that lull, we didn't have the
The point.
Mahomes.
It's important to point out though that now that we're out of that lull, we've gotten the 2017 Patrick Mahomes, we've got 2018 Lamar and Josh Allen, we've got 2019, which was down year, we've got
but that's
2020 with Burrow and Herbert. So we've gotten the draft of those
you
quarterbacks
got
coming
the
back
elite
to pull us
guys.
out of that lull in a similar way that we got with
but the guys that came up before the guys that came up before the ones that are elite today, to me, aren't as good as the ones that were just in the middle of the road quarterbacks back then. That's it. We can move on to the next. It's a good conversation for sure.
Definitely a good
I'm
convo.
just saying.
disagree with that too.
I just think that I know, but that's where we differ.
I
But
think
that's
that
what.
you
Hold
go
on.
and I
That is
think that
very
you go
different.
and pull Baker Mayfield. I think that's similar to Joe Flacco. I don't think there's a
Oh
major difference in their
God!
talent between the
Oh
two of those
my
guys. I don't
God!
think
You
there is.
think
Bryce
Baker
said,
is
"Oh
like
my
Joe
God,
Flacco? I
what?
think he's
I
Why
better.
is
don't.
Joe
No,
Flacco
Baker
a way
Mayfield's
better
fine.
quarterback than
Yeah,
Baker Mayfield?"
Baker
He's better.
Mayfield's better. No, Baker Mayfield can be
He's
better than
better.
Flacco and all that. But where Baker Mayfield stands today isn't where Flacco would be then. Flacco, dude, he had that miracle run. I get it. I think he's a good quarterback. He's nothing to brag about, whatever. But again, where Baker stands today,
He's a top
where would
15 quarterback in this league. Flacco
right
was
now people
still,
call him top 10
Huh?
bro.
He's
Like
having
he's not a
a
top
top
10.
this
He's
ten
having
year.
a
He's
good
quarterback.
top
season.
He's
No,
having a good year
He's
though.
having a
He's
good
having
year.
a good year, but
He's
if you
having a good
lined up the
year, bro.
top quarterbacks, he
But
wouldn't be in
yeah, I
the
was about
top
to
10.
say we got to get out of the year thing when it
Ah,
comes to that
damn!
and just
Somebody
look at
told
how
me they'd
people
rather
think
have
he
him
is.
over Hurts this year.
Who
Like this
said
is the shit
that?
I'm
Who
talking
said that?
about.
No, I'm not. That's not
People.
that bad of a take. I ain't gonna
Who
lie.
said?
I mean, I
That's
can't
Shut
not
say
up.
that
that
bad
either.
of a take.
Who
People.
said
Not
Here,
this
that?
Even
you
year.
want
That's
to
not that
know?
bad of a
even
take.
a guy like
Was
Hurts
it low?
before
Nah, it
No, I
wasn't.
forget
But
who
Oh,
it was.
I
wait.
might rock with you
Oh,
on
I
it.
don't know.
fucking crazy.
When you go
Nigga
back to
low.
that era, this is why it's really important to pick the years and like
Yes,
we established
Exactly.
this early.
you have
Yeah,
to.
Baker
D-Mac,
Mayfield, them
Ari,
weapons with
myself, we
Saquon
told
Barkley in
you
the
this
backfield.
early.
Oh my God.
You can't just speak on the era and put 10 or 15 years together and be like, yeah, that's the era, and then pick names, just pull them out of a. Oh, that guy had some good years. I'm gonna pick his name.
Kyler
And
Murray
that
better
guy
than
had some good
Carson
years. I'm
Palmer.
gonna pick his name, and then compare it to a single season. All of this started because you said this season the quarterback play is so bad in the back end. Outside of the top 5 guys, just aren't good enough, and it pales in comparison to that era. But that era
Yeah,
is
and like
a
and
span of
last year
15 years.
too, not just this year too.
Okay, but it's 15 years that you're comparing it to. Pick
But like,
2 years. Blind
I,
pick 2 years. Just
I
blind
don't
pick
know.
Just
2 years.
blind.
I don't know. It's just hard to just pick. Again, I'm not talking in
Which is
Process.
year to
which
Pick
is
it.
year
why
Pick
thing.
your no process because it is going to be hard to pick a year, especially back then when we were younger. Pick an age for you when you feel like, or a grade in school when you feel like, because
No,
then that would allow us to pick a
this is
year.
when Brady, Manning, Breeze, Rogers at one point, and Big Ben
Okay.
Okay, so
and
this is
Philip Rivers, and
2010s.
I
This
don't know.
isn't
Yeah,
early
whatever.
2020. This
Sure, they
isn't
were
early
all
2000s.
they were all like fucking just elite. Like they were just the
2014.
best. I don't know. Whatever.
I'm
I
just
don't know
trying to
off the
give
top of
you a
my
year.
head.
Let's just say 20.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's say 2011 because that's the year Drew
which
was robbed for
The
his
leading
MVP by
passing,
Aaron Rodgers. But
here's a
yes,
perfect example. Like last year, quarterback play. It was just those mediocre quarterbacks that we said are mediocre last year. Like those were the guys at the top of the statistics. Like again, Tua was the leading. I think it was Tua. I'm pretty sure Dak was the leading like yards in the league for quarterback play last year. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing because he's got a good team and all that shit. But like when those guys, like he's nowhere near a fucking elite quarterback. He's nowhere, and I'm sure if you go back, there's times in history where not elite quarterbacks were at the top of some bullshit stat and all that stuff. But again, like last year, the top throwing like yards leaders last year for
this is
quarterbacks were
pointless because
like
your point
Tua.
wasn't about the elite quarterbacks. It was about the second and third tier guys. It's
But
No,
not.
I'm
no.
It's
saying
Let
not.
let
that's
him
why
keep
That's
going because
not good.
I'm
no
doing some. So
because
keep going.
that's like those guys were at the top of the statistics. Where I'm saying like when you look at back then, that I'm sure it happened. But when Brady, Rodgers, Big Ben, Manning, all them guys are at the top of their level, like it was. That's when I don't know what year you want to pick. I can't think of one off the top of my
so
head.
in
Ari said
2011,
20.
You can
in
pick 2014 when
2011,
Ari said they had better infrastructures. They had better like
No, don't do
aside from
2011 because
Brady, maybe
don't
Manning
not
do
didn't
Brady,
play.
but a lot of
2011.
them were in
Oh,
better
Do
okay, okay.
situations
2012.
I'll
at
do
that
I'll
point
do
in their
12.
Do
career.
2012.
Had like
Okay,
I remember
one
Big
second.
Ben, he had they called it triple B's with
The killer bees, yeah,
Bell,
yeah.
Ben, and Brown,
Brown,
and
Bell, and
that
Ben,
Yes. Yes.
and they
And
also had
Bryant
a
for a
Yeah,
solid
bit.
I
and
mean,
secondary.
yeah,
Bryant.
but
Yes.
So
sure.
no. Let's keep going. Then you go to Rodgers. We know the talent he's had in Green Bay on the
The
outside. Whether it
untalent
was
having one was
whether it was
Drew.
Greg Jennings, whether it was Jordy Nelson, whether it was Devontae Adams, however you want to slice it, he's had like really, really good talent on the outside and was in situations that allowed him to like produce at the level that you would like to see a top tier guy produce at, as opposed to a guy like Justin Herbert, who, granted, Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, good receivers, but there are years in his career to this point where, like, granted, now they're gone. And then prior to now, he had years where Keenan Allen was hurt.
Yeah, they were hurt
for the entire season. Mike Williams goes down. He misses game after game in between in every season, and then they didn't have guys outside of that. So, and the infrastructure.
So are you saying that their teams were better?
Process.
Yeah, I just said that.
Well,
they
he
had
said
better
infrastructure.
So again, that the main point of this conversation
Yeah,
was I
somebody's
said the
gonna drop the
NFL
list.
sucks.
The
No,
stats
you
is
said the
stats.
quarterback play.
No, I said no. The first thing I said was the NFL sucks. And then I said, and it's due to quarterback play. Now you're pointing to how all these quarterbacks had elite players on their team.
Well,
That goes
it
to the point
impacts,
where the
but that
fucking NFL
impacts quarterback
sucks.
play though. That doesn't mean the
You
NFL
pinpoint-
sucks
You
though.
said it's due to the quarterback play.
But the
Then-
reason
and what I
quarterback
said,
play,
it would be
now
due
you're
to
saying
other
due.
things around.
Okay, but again, the reason your point is the reason quarterback play might not be as good is because they didn't have the weapons that those guys that you're talking about had then. But again, it goes to the main point. The NFL isn't that good right now. It just isn't.
Process. Can I do an exercise?
It all coincides.
An exercise is crazy.
Process. So you mentioned those 5 names: Breeze, Brady, Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers. Right? Those are the names that you wanted to bring up to point to the elite.
Yeah, at one point they were all like elite.
So at 2012, all those guys were elite, playing at the top of their game. So I want to take those guys out because you're talking about the non-elite quarterbacks. I want to take
Look at my
guys
list. Look at my
I want
link.
to take the guys out from last
D-Mac.
year. Burrow didn't play, so we don't have to necessarily.
Real quick, D-Mac, I'm listening, but I might not be able to respond. I'm doing something.
Okay,
but I'm listening.
Well, unfortunately, that's something into this a little bit. So the next guy on the list, I'm just going to give you a stat line, and then I'm going to compare it to the 2023 guy that's next on the list from the standpoint. 59% completion percentage, 4,900 yards, 20 touchdowns, 17 interceptions. That's the 2012 guy. 2023 last year, 69%, 4,600 yards, 29 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. So that's number 1, number 2 guy as far as 2012 to 2023.
Can you type this?
I can type it out as
okay,
well.
thank you.
Yeah, I'll do that as well. Tony Romo was the next guy up on the list in 2012. 4,900 yards, 28 touchdowns, 19 interceptions, 66% completion percentage. Next guy
Who's
on the
that
list,
first guy?
The first guy was Stafford.
Okay.
Next guy on the list, 4,500, 30 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, 67% completion percentage. I don't think there's any crazy difference there. Next guy on the list, this is Matt Ryan in 2012. 4,700 yards, 32 touchdowns, 14 interceptions, 68% completion percentage. Damn good stats. Next guy on the list in 2023. 69%, 4,500 yards, 36 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. I don't see much of a difference there, to be perfectly honest with you. Let's go to the next guy on the list. It was Andrew Luck, 2012. This is his rookie year. 54% completion percentage, 23 touchdowns, 18 interceptions. Next guy from last year is Brock Purdy. 69%, 31 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. I mean, that's better. Next guy on the list in 2012, this is Josh Freeman. 54% completion percentage, 4,000 yards, 27 touchdowns, 17 interceptions. Next guy on the list, Jordan Love. 64%, 32 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, 4,100 yards. I don't know about y'all, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of difference between these two quarterbacks. It looks like it's translating the same way to me. Maybe I'm crazy, but I'm looking at these. The depth isn't any different for me.
You know what the difference is, though? The rules of play of the game. That doesn't factor into none of the statistics.
So Joe, if you want to talk about the rules and the quarterback play, I think that is a fair point to go for earlier errors for sure. My issue is this: defenses have become so much more complex than they used to. It's not even close. The way that they can break out protection schemes and the way that they have different coverage mixes, especially in the post-Saban era, from the defenses that he was bringing to college now being translated over after the mid-2010s, it's night and day, in my personal opinion. So I think there's a massive difference. Yes, the defenses have lost a little bit as far as their physicality is concerned, but they've also gained a lot as far as their scheme is concerned too.
But all right, like I'm not in favor. Like I was just listening, so like I'm just saying, like to somebody's argument that they'll make, we'll be like, look how much rules they are to protect the quarterback. Now you can't touch them. So some of the statistics is a pass offensive league friendly because they want to cater to offense.
But
well,
you could
we're also
bring
talking
in
about 2012. We're not talking about 2004. So
Yeah.
there's a difference there. Like
But
this is post Brady ACL where you can't hit the quarterback behind
I
below
understand,
the
but
knee too.
you know more than a lot of people that the NFL it changes every 2 years.
No,
It's
I agree that it's changed. I agree that it's changed since then. And you're talking about a decade of time. It absolutely has changed. But I think that people underestimate when they talk about the rule
When
aspect
the
of it.
rules
They
started changing.
underestimate how much the defensive schemes have improved for that period of time since then. I truly believe that people underestimate that.
I will also say, Joe, in the way that you can bring up, things, it being a more offensive friendly league, right? Let's just call it that. Again, I will always bring up the fact that these quarterbacks have nowhere near the amount of time to develop that those quarterbacks in the past did. There's
I
no
agree.
way
I agree.
back then. There's no way back then that you catch a team doing what Arizona did. There's no way. That team would have been the laughing stock of the league. What the fuck are you doing? Taking two quarterbacks in the first round back to back years, you just wasted a quarterback. You don't give that quarterback any time to develop. These quarterbacks nowadays, they have half the time to develop in a much shorter leash to fuck up. A
But
quarterback
I
fucks
think I
up
think
nowadays, and it is dang. Let's
but
look to the
that's
draft. Who do they have coming down the pipeline? Who what can they do? You don't give young quarterbacks nowadays time to develop, which then allows you to possibly get some of those late bloomers that we're talking about. Those guys that maybe didn't start off as stars, but eventually, because they had the time and they had the support and they had the development, were able to get to that. You don't get a lot more of that. So yes, it now becomes a lot more boomer bust when it comes to quarterbacks nowadays, because that's the way that the league treats them. That's the way that front offices treat them. Either I hit on you or I don't. The Chicago Bears are literally an epitome. Sorry, Lorenzo, are an epitome of that. They took Mitch Trubisky. Then they took Justin Fields a few years later, or two
and
or
now
three
they
years
got
later,
Caleb.
and
Yeah.
now they got Caleb. That's three quarterbacks in this and shit. And fucking from 2000, listen, when did Mitch got drafted with Pat? So from 2017 in 7 years, they've had three quarterbacks.
But do
You
you
don't. That's
think
not
like
happening. That's not happening back then. So
do
that's
you think
also an element that's just not. That's also not being taken into account. That back then quarterbacks could be ass. There was a lot of teams that just stuck with an ass quarterback, but you stuck it out and you tried to see what they could do. And you tried to develop them, and you kept that fucking rookie contract. And you said, "What can we do with it?" Teams nowadays, it's almost like, okay, well, yeah, AR sucks right now. The coach should look for a new quarterback. AR was drafted last year. Like, I don't think people quite understand how
and
much
didn't
of an
play.
an
He was
impact
hurt.
that
He
has.
was hurt
but don't you
for
think it's close
80%
Exactly.
to
of the
like
season.
And they don't even give a
it's
shit
Messed up,
about that.
I
messed
think
his
what y'all
whole season.
overlooking and also something
And that
that like
nigga
Marcus
still
was
may
trying
not
to
ever be
say,
that, but
you
still.
know,
Yeah, but still.
I think like Tom Brady alluded to this even like last year in an interview, or was it this year? I don't even know, but it's like the time that quarterbacks have to sit down and understand the scheme,
Yeah.
and like yeah, it's a quick turnaround. But then don't y'all think then that a lot of these guys are dumb, like just flat out dumb, that they're not
No,
No, I
nigga,
understanding
think
the
they're
no,
just
no,
concepts?
no,
young.
no, no. Because if that were the case, I don't think we can do that for these guys just
No.
because one, I think the schemes are much more complex now than they were back
Yeah,
then.
that's why I'm asking. I'm just saying, like, is it too complex for certain guys to understand? That's why
No,
people.
No.
No,
I
because
think
bro,
No.
even
it's
when
not
the
too
schemes were
complex if you have to
simpler,
do
in
it.
like the '90s,
It
like Brett
matters.
Favre was throwing more interceptions than touchdowns in his first 2 years of starting. Peyton Manning did the same shit,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
those are two smarter in Brett Favre's case in quotation marks, but definitely Peyton Manning. Those are guys that needed the time to see things develop over time, and the teams were patient enough to give them that time. And that's not necessarily happening nowadays. That's just not the way things are.
Yeah,
So that's an
and
organization thing.
I agree.
It
It is.
just
not
goes on the
not
But
organization.
that's why
it's a
also,
league thing
it's
now
important when you're
because
talking about this
yeah.
era of quarterbacks too, why you're seeing so many second chance quarterbacks perform well. Guys that got written off and didn't have
Gino.
enough time in terrible situations like Gino with the Jets or Baker Mayfield with the Browns, who got tossed out with the trash, go to other places and have career
Nigga Sam
renaissances.
Darnold
And teams,
shot
Jared
Brady
yes.
Goff
down.
got
And
traded
teams
in
are
a throw-in
willing.
pick for Matt Stafford, and now he's looking at trying to be an MVP candidate.
And teams,
Those
and
things
the
matter.
other thing is that
And he was a
teams, and then
number
I
one
gotta go.
overall pick. Like to keep that in mind as well. Like
Yeah.
Goff, like it's amazing that a franchise drafted him number one overall
Literally the 1
in
and 2 in
5
that
years
draft
into his
was
career. Maybe not even 5 years into his career. They decided to, hey, this isn't the way to go. we gotta make this, and it worked out for them. I'm not ridiculing them per se. It's just the fact that it's such a short. Everything it has to happen now, and that's like while I was sitting listening to the room, because Byron made a point about like what I said earlier about the talent around guys in the infrastructure. But even in the example I threw out for Big Ben, Big Ben was over a decade into his career. Le'Veon and Antonio Brown weren't Le'Veon and Antonio Brown in year one. They also took time to develop. So you had teams that were drafting guys, they had time to develop, and then they became a thing together. When I bring up Justin Herbert and I pinpoint his situation and things of that nature, it's not like that's been his like situation in his career. He was on a team with a bad coach, didn't have the greatest structure. He put up numbers though. It's weird because this was a numbers thing. Herbert put up the numbers, but he also dealt with injuries. He dealt with injuries to his receiving core when it was good, when he had the Mike Williams and the Keenan Allen, when established receivers who kept going down and suffering injury or dealing with injuries, etc. And all of those points, like it's just different. It's so different. And now he's sitting with a second-year wide receiver, a fourth-year wide receiver, and a rookie wide receiver to go be like amazing. Like, hey, those guys have to pan out and be amazing. Josh Palmer, who wasn't a high pick, by the way, he wasn't one of those guys who was supposed to pan out as a top whatever wide receiver. Granted, the QJ guy, he was drafted high, but a lot of people were skeptical. But it's the only year 2 for him, and then Matt McConkey, he's a rookie. So it's so weird to like, it's just too early, man. It's way too early to compare these situations and make it seem like, oh, yesteryear was such a better like era of quarterbacks that specifically, like, because that's what he moved to. He moved to quarterbacks. I think it's just too early. We'll figure it out though.
But people in that era would argue like you could hide the quarterback, like right, like you could hide the quarterback, you could hide his flaws, and you could build around it based on the team. Now you cannot hide a quarterback. Like
You know why
there's
you can't? You know why you can't hide a quarterback? Part of it is being more of an offensive league, but defenses aren't going to let you run all over in time. You're not going to be able to do that. A, you're not going to be able to do that, and B, your offensive system can work for a very long time, but eventually you're gonna run into one of these alien quarterbacks gonna knock your ass out. So yeah, there's a piece of that in which you can maybe get lucky during a run, and this also does apply to earlier eras as well, with the Joe Flacco's of the world, or Eli Manning. Though even though Eli Manning was playing extreme high level, Eli Manning's more of a Nick Foles type of run as far as the Super Bowl. But you can try and hide a quarterback in the earlier era because defense and running game can get you there. Now's not the time to be able to do that because you need a quarterback that can go shot for shot with these guys. That's just the reality situation.
All right. Sound like y'all done with the conversation. We had 3 games left. Probably not to get process back in here to talk about the Rams and Eagles game. But 49ers and Packers played obviously without Brock Purdy. Packers got the win 38-10. I think Josh Jacobs had 3 touchdowns in total in this game. I think George Kittle looked like the lone bright spot really on that San Francisco offense that started Braden Allen. You had CMC carry the ball 11 times for 31 yards. Wasn't going to see much groundwork when the game got out of control or when they went down 17. I think they were down 17, then they scored, or whatever the case may be. But Debo only had 1 catch for 21 yards. Ron Jennings 5 catches, 40 yards. Other than that, I mean, really was just Josh Jacobs. He had another good game. I think it's in the last 4 or 5 weeks. He's been balling out, especially fantasy wise. 3 touchdowns on the ground, 26 carries, 106 yards. 2 touchdown throws for Jordan Love. And like I said, I mean, I had them losing this game regardless before the Brock Purdy news. But, I mean, without Brock Purdy, it wasn't really much going to be a battle.
Man,
Packers.
listen up here, bro. We would have won if we would have had a healthy team. This team is not good because we're not disciplined. It clearly shows that we're not disciplined. We have one of the baddest special teams, one of the baddest run defenses. I don't know what the coaching staff be doing during the week because it clearly shows a lack of preparedness. I like it doesn't matter that we were like having the JV squad out there and getting our ass handed to us. In the second half, I saw actually that we did a couple things that could have gotten us some heartbeat and put us back into the game. But ultimately, we shot ourselves in the foot, especially that awful fucking flag by the ref where the dude got pancaked on our special teams. But yeah, bro, we're not a disciplined team. Hopefully, my quarterback comes and plays Sunday, and we do something differently, bro. Because it's not looking like we. The only bright spot is that the division is horrible, so we're still in play for that. That's about it.
I don't know how you turn health into discipline so fast. Like first thing
I've been
you came
consistent with
off
that
was health,
argument all
and then
season.
it
I
was
said that our
discipline.
coaching staff has been. Me personally, like I've been saying that all. I've been saying that all day.
I guess you got a call, but
Yeah,
Nah, yeah.
guess you.
I've been saying that all season about us not being disciplined. That's not on me.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't know why he. Okay, whatever.
I'm sick.
Um,
Shaggy Cow does not suck. It's so like what how can a guy who's been to multiple Super Bowls, coached elite offenses suck and he's the play caller. How can he suck? What do you mean by suck? He may be overrated, OJB, but sucks is just not true. Yeah, I don't agree with that. Nigga's been to the Super Bowl twice as a head coach.
come on, just Jaja.
With
I didn't even know
game
we skipped.
managing quarterbacks, according to you. You think Brock
I
Purdy
didn't.
sucks. You obviously think Jimmy G sucks. So how is a head coach who's making it to the Super Bowl twice with game managing quarterbacks, like how does he suck? I don't agree with that.
I ain't mean to skip past Jaja. My bad. I forgot we was at the Chiefs game. But yeah,
You
what you
see,
want to talk
that's
about,
that's when
Jaja?
you're
No, it's all
also
it's all
wrong
good.
too, because like Brock is not a game managing quarterback. I mean, everybody's waiting
I'm
for year
speaking
three to
for how
fall off of a
Shaggy
buck.
views it. I'm
Like,
speaking for how Shaggy views it. He doesn't view Brock as a top tier quarterback. If I'm not mistaken, my brother has called him a game manager replacement level, and they got to go get a real guy. And I know he felt that way about Jimmy G. So
All right, what's up, Jaja?
And I was gonna wait if you was gonna do an introduction and let me get into it.
Yeah, Titans got the win 32-27. Rule 11's 18 for 24, 278 yards through the air with 2 touchdown passes. Westbrook got another touchdown, 2 catches, 48 yards. McConville also had a touchdown with a 70-yard reception, looks like, or whether he took that to the house for 70. I don't know. Calvin really followed up another good week again with 5 catches and 93 yards. And then Tank Dell did what he should have did last week. Fuck. 5 catches, 92 yards and a touchdown, which was a hell of a touchdown catch for Tank Dell. But they had they had Joe Mixon in check. That was one thing that I noticed in this game as I was watching throughout. 14 carries, 22 yards, and less than 2 yards per carry. Jaja, y'all ultimately lose. You know, you guys had a chance to tie the game with a field goal about under 2 minutes ago. How you feel about this game overall, bro? What happened?
Hey man, I think you meant Nico instead of Tank because Nico scored
I
that
meant,
TD.
yeah, I meant Nico. You know, I meant Nico.
Yeah,
My bad, my
yeah,
bad,
yeah,
my
yeah.
bad.
Yeah, before the game, I was going to start from what I said last week. I think I came up here and I was like, you brought up something that Cooper Rush was able to go off a little bit, and you asked me like, if the defense allowed that again, would I be concerned a little bit? And today happened. Today, unfortunately, like, and I can see the body language. That's why I had CJ McCall looking like that, and even D'Amico, where it's like D'Amico was confused because things was happening on defense that haven't happened all year, giving up big play after big play. Like before this game, we haven't had like. Even Will Levis, he played better than Jared Goff did against us, which was kind of alarming there. And I think that's due to the reason why, like, we didn't come with the intensity ready to play for all 4 quarters there, because even in this case, we had 3 times in the game in a row to go from a back to your standpoint. We haven't been on prime time much, so for us to have that 3 games in a row, like you have to come up and be ready to play for a 12 o'clock game. We haven't played for a month there. We didn't come out ready with the intensity there, and the Titans they really wanted because
owners were going back and forth talking trash, and the Titans team, they took it personally and they wanted to defend their owners. So they came out with the intensity. We didn't match it there, and we seen it because we allowed Tony Pollard to get over 100 yards rushing like that. Like that's unacceptable. So and that's a bad thing there. And that's the reason why the game got off a bad note there. But to go towards the offense there, which is what I'm going to spend most of the time on, because that's most of the reason why we lost this. Even though the defense gave up a lot of points there. CJ is in a rut right now. I'm trying to figure out, okay, how, if we as an organization can do something to actually help him get out of it, as far as a play calling and coaching standpoint, or is it something that he has to just get out of it himself? Because even there's some situations where everybody in the city knows about my OC, how he's not great, but when you're missing routine throws and when you have a miscommunication and throwing a pick to actually give them points, that's not good there either. So CJ Bowles equally, if not a little bit more responsibility, even though my OC gets a lot of heat in the city as well. So I don't want to I don't want to leave that out either. So and then going to a place where the defense gets a pick six there, so they're keeping us in the game. But again, offense can only muster 3 points in the second half, and I'm of the mindset of if we can end up scoring touchdowns in the second half, even one touchdown in the second half there, we'll be able to be good to go there. Because even in our games, like there's only been 2 times in which like we would like have leads, like we would have a lead going into halftime, and then we'll give those up because second half offense is so poor there due to CJ and Bobby offense getting clamped there. So that's something we have to figure out and improve there. And if not, it's going to be a downward trajectory there. And then even for the Kaimi situation, we're this thing in the NFL where you can make a long kick, but the kick is shorter than an extra point. You miss it. But even then, defense still holds and gives you another opportunity there, and then and then the O line falls apart, and then we end up losing the game there too. So it's some stuff we got to clean up. Jacksonville's next. We normally win there, so I'm expecting to win there. But if not, then it's going to be panic time. So.
All right, well said, bro. Well said. I mean, thankfully y'all in the division that y'all are in, where nobody's really going to be in competition to help, bump y'all in that aspect. We'll see. But I mean, yeah, well said, bro. Y'all sitting at 7-5 on the year now. And we'll see how the rest of that finishes out. I'm sorry. Finishes out. So yeah. We'll see. So thank you, brother. We also bypassed the Broncos game. I'm gonna just say one thing. That's my bad. Broncos got the win, 29-19. Bo Nix balled out again. On top of Bo Nix, him and Cortland Sutton had a hell of a connection yesterday. Both guys put on a level performance. The Broncos also had Jones or Surtain covering Bowers for the most part, and if not, he was also being doubled as well. So they held Bowers in check compared to what he did earlier in the season against them. I think he had like 93 yards and a touchdown. Yesterday, he probably only had about 50 or 40 or something like that. So yeah, next we also had the Seahawks versus the Cardinals. Don't know if Miles is in the building or any Seahawks fans in the building to come up and talk, but the Seahawks got the win 16-6. As I said earlier, Kyler threw a horrible pick six in this game. It was just disgusting. Threw a horrible pick six. He said, "I'm here, but I'm good." You don't come to talk about the Seahawks anyway, fraud. You acting like I'm expecting you to come to talk about the Seahawks. Kyler threw a horrible pick six. But Trey McBride went off for 12 catches, 133 yards. JSN has continued to having a good season. Year two with 6 catches, 77 yards and a touchdown.
Top 15.
And then Miles, I'm gonna go ahead and pass to the Miles and hear what Miles got to say about the game.
Really, it was just a bad game overall. Coming off the bye, the offensive line was ass. Like they was getting collared, like sacked plenty times. I want to say it took a minute for somebody to score. It was a whole lot of 3 and outs, whole lot of punts going on, it was just a good defensive game. The defense played very well. Only held Seattle to 10 points. Outside of that pick that Kyler threw, I mean, the defense kept us in the game. It was just we couldn't get the run game going. Trey McBride was having the game, but other than that, the offense really wasn't doing shit. There was a few touchdown passes Kyler threw in the first half that got called back. I think one to Michael Wilson that got called back. and then the one to Marvin where I think Marvin didn't get he didn't get his second foot down. It touched the pylon, but he didn't get it down in bounds. But I'm not too worried about it now. We got to play Seattle again in 2 weeks. But it's just odd that now since we lost this one game to Seattle, the main common consensus is that Seattle finna run away with the division. When if I don't know how you watch that game and just think like, don't get me wrong, Seattle played very very well on defense, but it's not like they just dominated the whole entire game, which in my opinion, from the way I saw it, that wasn't the case. They did run the ball well, but they didn't do much on offense as people will make it seem. We got a tough game against Minnesota next. Darius Robinson is supposed to be making his debut next weekend. But I think that'll be a good that'll be a big test. Then after that, we got Seattle again at home. So, if we can get through these both games, if preferably get the split with Seattle, and then I think after Seattle, it's the Patriots, and then the Panthers, and then the Rams, and then in the season with San Francisco. I think it'll be fine. To try to, cause we only a half game behind Seattle. To try to come back and just stay top of the division, possibly make a playoff push.
All right, yeah, 6-5 for you. You and the Seahawks. Obviously, I got the better divisional record right now, and we'll see how that season finishes. I got Minnesota next. Who the hell they got next? Hold on. They got the Jets. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we'll see what happens. But I appreciate you coming up and talking about the Cardinals and Seahawks game. Last game we had the Eagles versus the Rams. I mean, Saquon Day. I mean, it's really all I really got to say. It was a Saquon game. I mean, 255 rushing yards. That is the most since 2009. I think overall he had about 300 or so all-purpose yards. AJ Brown got into the end zone. Puka had another good game. Cooper Kupp had his receptions, 8 catches, 60 yards. Yeah, man. I mean, it's simple. I mean, Saquon took over. 10 yards per carry, 26 carries, 255 yards. Bro, I mean, this shit. And then earlier in this year, he had a game where he had like 180 or 190 or something like that. So, I mean, I don't know, bro. The impact, anything that anybody thought he was going to do for Philly, he's doing it. You know, so really shout out to Saquon. Shout out to the Eagles. They're on a 7-game winning streak right now. Storm past the Rams, 17-point victory. It's an all-around good team. And
is he overtaking Derrick Henry for first team?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Probably. Yeah,
I mean Derrick Henry plays tonight. We got to see how Derrick Henry performs.
Yeah, and he's not topping his
last
performance.
2 games. Yeah, even Derrick's last 2 games though haven't been up to snuff in the same degree. I think, but it's not that I think it's like
I ain't gonna lie. Like I hate to be the one, but I don't think Derrick Henry got one of them games in him. One of these games.
I mean, okay. Derrick Henry was outperforming Saquon to start. Saquon has outperformed him recently. There's still a lot of season left to be played, and things can change. Like
to be fair, you know, Saquon is leading in scrimmage yards, rushing yards,
and see,
just 3 behind in touchdowns to this point. They've played the same amount of games.
Then the Ravens didn't get their bye week yet. I don't think.
Yeah, so I think Saquon Barkley's ahead of him.
And then it just straight off it's games like this and like where he damn near took over the whole game. So what can we see that with Derrick Henry? Can he take over 3 games? We have
seen it though. I don't understand like
not like this, bro.
Based off of what?
Bro, he had 304 all-purpose yards yesterday, bro. Like, I mean,
that's
okay, Henry doesn't catch out the backfield the same way. Henry is taking over games this year.
Well, he had 255 on the ground.
He hasn't had a crazy game on the ground.
I understand, but Henry has gone over 200 on the ground this year. Or did 199.
His high was 199.
Okay, so excuse me, he hasn't broken 200 like Saquon did. And okay, Saquon deserves credit for that.
I give that to y'all for the 2. I give that to y'all.
We've seen Henry take over games. Like Henry is absolutely taking over a game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he controlled that Buffalo game specifically, which was the 199.
Which was the one where he fucking bust for 100. first play, like that shit crazy.
So I think we could say that Henry has taken over games, but in my opinion, I think Saquon is definitely ahead of him.
And
but I
I
think
feel like
Yeah, I'm not pushing back to that. I'm pushing back
Saquon is
to
more important
BJ
to the
saying
Eagles than Derrick Henry is
Henry
to the Ravens.
not doing this. Henry not doing it. Like, I don't agree.
But I'm saying
between Mix, I think that out behind them two is either going to be Mixon or I think Jenkins. I think both of them are going to make the top two, but I think Mixon
Josh
or Jenkins are going to be 3 and 4.
Hell
Josh
no.
Jacobs is crazy, bro. Yeah, he's
Joe
been
Mixon.
balling.
Yeah, no, I'm saying Joe Mixon over Josh Jacobs though.
I agree, but Mixon had a bad day off yesterday.
Yeah, the Titans kicked their ass yesterday.
I couldn't believe it, bro.
But shout out Saquon, like he deserves his flowers. Just still a lot
I ain't
of
gonna lie,
season left
Wes,
to be
but I'm
played.
just saying, like Wes, Saquon Barkley, a top 7 player in the league, though. Wes, like you know what I'm saying?
Top 7 player in the league. Okay, if you say so.
Anybody got any other words on this Eagles and Rams game from last night? Or are we pretty much good from what
Is
it was?
Parker still up here?
I think this was
he
a
did.
difference in what is an NFC contender and a team that's just trying to make the playoffs come hell or high water. So that's really what happened.
Hey, look, all I gotta say that nigga number 1, he better be perfect because he don't gotta do shit. He got 2 amazing playmakers. You give him the ball, and you know what I'm saying, make your stats go up.
All right. The last thing on the NFL, we got a good Monday Night Football game tonight. Hopefully, everybody in here tune in and watch. We got the Ravens traveling to LA. The Harbaugh brothers actually coaching against each other. We got quote unquote revenge game according to Gus Edwards, where Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins now in LA not traveling, but going against the Ravens. Big news for the Ravens. Roquan Smith is not playing, so I only can imagine what that middle of the field is going to look like tonight. You got Ladd and QJ on the outside for LA, who both of those guys have been fairly having okay seasons. From a Ravens perspective, man, you never really know what the offense is going to look like on a week-to-week basis, to be honest, as far as who's going to be heavily involved and who's going to be more involved when it comes to Bateman and Zay, when it comes to Mark, Likely, and Henry. So I am expecting or hoping that Keith Mitchell gets more snaps on the field tonight. We cut Eddie Jackson. Had high hopes for him this year. Not high hopes, but I had him being a good safety for us this year. Him and Marcus Williams has been piss poor. So it's looking like we're going to roll with Kyle Hamilton and Ardarius again. With not looking like, but that is our safety duo for the rest of the season. We've seen Kyle play high safety a lot last week, and the most he played all season. I don't know if we're going to stay with that formation. We might need to see him in a box a bit more closer to the football. With them, is probably going to run the ball, or probably could run the ball out on us today without Roquan in the middle. Also, Tre'Davious White came in and played all that fourth quarter with no Brandon Stevens. Brandon Stevens is giving up a lot of yards as a cornerback this year. I don't know what it was. Last year he had a good season. This year is just piss poor. So we might see a lot of more Tre'Davious White again today. I'm fine with Nate Wiggins. I'm fine with Marlon Humphreys. Stevens has been a big issue for us defensively. So Ravens are 7-4. Chargers are 7-3. Ravens are currently the favorites on the road. It's going to be a good game. That's pretty much all I got to say, man. I mean, it's just
Bro, if the Ravens lose this game, I am all the way out, like completely out. Because they have to win this game.
Yeah,
you know
who got the better coach.
I don't
got the better coach.
Bro,
one coach know how to
on
win
them.
games, Michael.
I remember
I don't
told
know.
you
Why would you say that, though?
year,
The Chargers are a good team.
I know. I was going to explain it. But going into the year, I said I think the Ravens should be the legitimate favorite in the AFC. And I think I still feel confident to a degree, but they have just looked horrible versus in games that matter. And outside the Buffalo game, their schedule really hasn't been all that impressive. Now, I think the Broncos win was legitimate. I think that Bills game was really good. But just for the most part, man, they've been disappointing. I think Lamar has been good majority of the year, obviously. The defense has been horrific, one of the worst defenses in football. And I think today, if they lose this game, I mean, they're going to be – the thing is, the rest of their schedule, Miami's trying to make a run. Denver's obviously making a push. The Chargers are going to be – what are they? They're 7-4, so they'll be 8-4. If the Ravens fall –
7-3.
7-3, yeah. So they go to 8-3. Crazy. They go to 8-3, and then you get the Ravens will fall with 7-5.
Yeah, where are you going with this though? Are you trying to say we potentially might not make the playoffs?
I mean, I don't know. That would be tough. But I'm saying, like, based on what they've done, they've been wildly inconsistent. There is absolutely a world where they could miss the playoffs, but that's not requisite because of the
They're
offense.
winning
I
10
think,
games. I
yeah, I
don't
think
think there's a world where they miss the playoffs.
so. What's the rest of the AFC right now?
The standings
below
are
everybody.
currently the standings right now. But every team that's in right now has 7 wins, and the teams that are on the outside looking in all have 5 or have 5 or 4. Like
Right.
and I mean Cincy is hanging on, but like they have to go undefeated to make the playoffs at this point. So that's what I'm saying. Like Baltimore at least is winning 10 games, so I don't think
You don't
there's
think Miami can keep?
Do I think Miami can go undefeated for the rest of the season? Possibly.
Yeah, with their schedule.
Well, how would Miami get in if Miami, let's say they finish tied? How would Miami get in over Baltimore? Like what? How does that go?
Well, I mean that would go strength of schedule if they're the same record.
Does Miami have a stronger strength of schedule?
Well, I don't know. That's why I legitimately don't know the answer to that one.
Miami, looking at it right now, I don't think they have. Miami's outside of the Bills, the best team they played all year is the Cardinals, or maybe the Rams, depending on how you slice it. Who you believe is better?
Division. Yeah, I don't know, man. Again, I just think the Ravens, they're on paper they should be dominant. In reality, they've been mad
it's conference
inconsistent.
wins. Excuse me.
And I think if you're just putting that all together, man, I said this already. I think Lamar, probably still going to win MVP. Their offense is going to be good, but their defense is such a liability tonight that Justin Herbert could legit throw for, 300 tonight, 2 to 3 efficient touchdowns. J.K. Dobbins is running the ball well, and they just can't stop the Chargers. And the Chargers defense is way better than the Ravens, so they can present some difficulties for Lamar. But again, obviously Lamar, so he can always figure a way out. If he doesn't, like, this could be a game where the Ravens are down 10-0, 13-0, and next thing you know, we're going into the second half, and like now it's basically going to be pass game the rest of the game. Derrick Henry's not going to be as effective because the Chargers' run defense is really good, and now it's basically up to Lamar to kind of save everybody. But then now the defense, they can't get a stop because they don't have any pass rush. Their corners are washed. They're getting cooked this year, and it's not even when you're playing versus the Chargers. The thing that frustrates them, it's not even about like one-on-one matchup because Ladd McConkey, Quentin Johnson, Joshua Palmer, they're not like elite wide receivers. But as you were talking about, Wes, it's Justin Herbert's ball placement. His precision on these intermediate to deep passes is just amazing. And so even if he's able to find like just gaps in your defense plus the run game, and they got a nice kicking game too, I think the Ravens should be. I'm cool with them being favored, man. But like this is the game for sure that could go south. I would prefer the Ravens to win, because obviously that would help Denver a little bit as well. But the Chargers also look like a legit two-way team in the NFL right now. And I think they're just kind of going under the radar because they don't have like a lot of big names, quote unquote, on their roster, and they're the Chargers. But I do think that if they get this win, I think they're going to solidify themselves. It's like whatever that tier is that's underneath the Kansas City Chiefs, I think they can put themselves right in that conversation with the Bills.
Underneath the Chiefs.
Well, I mean favorites, like who you would expect to win the title. Yeah. I don't. Maybe you think the Bills are there with them too.
I'm not sure the Chiefs are who I would have as the front runner.
You think the Bills are the front runner in the AFC?
Oh, you're keeping it to the AFC. Okay. I mean, in the AFC, well, no. I mean, they may be a favorite. I think it's slight though. Like I'm not that moved by the Chiefs as you know, and it's not just a like, oh, they're a rival thing. Like I just don't think they've been that impressive. Obviously the last 3 they could, granted they are 2-1 in the last 3 weeks. They could easily
they
be
won
0-3
in
in the
2,
last
West.
3 weeks.
They won in 2. We know they won in 2.
No, we lost. Should have won, but we lost.
I will say that the way in which the MVP stuff kind of goes, this is a very key game because I said it a few weeks ago. If Lamar doesn't win the division, it's going to be damn near impossible for him to win MVP. So it's a standalone game. You're on the road. Obviously, the Chargers have an advantage as far as the defense is concerned. If you deliver a great performance here, then you can get yourself back in the race. If you don't, it's going to kind of be tough for you to see the path there from that perspective.
All right. Who y'all got winning tonight?
I mean, I got the Ravens. I don't. I expect them to go beat a good team. Um, and hold on, are they on the road? Well, it doesn't really matter if they are.
They are, yeah. But it's on the road, quote unquote.
Yeah. The Chargers don't have a great turnout. So yeah, I got the Ravens. I think that they understand what this game means, and I think they rise to the moment. And I think also with their schedule, to Swiper's point, what he was speaking about, looking forward, they don't have like a super easy schedule, so they do need to get games. Like I will say that, like because if they lose this game, they're sitting at 7-5, and they have the Steelers that they still have to play, which is divisional. Now, a lot of times you split, but still, they still have to play them. Then they have the Texans, who, granted, I think they're a better football team, but the Texans, that game will mean so much to them. And they have the Eagles next week. So those are 3 games on, for the rest of their season if they lose tonight that could easily, not go in their favor. If they,
Hey, Wes.
Yep.
The Texans, I am so, and again, it's not just his fault, it's the OC too. I am so disappointed in TJ Stroud. He has been horrible for like long stretches of games this year.
Yeah, he's not playing his best football at all.
Some of that's the offensive line too, bro. But like the 2 picks he threw were bad. That second one was horrible. He didn't even pay attention to the safety that was clearly 5 yards in front of Nico on the last route that he threw.
Yeah, he hasn't. He just hasn't been performing, and it's been this way the entire season. It's not like you can pinpoint anything that he was playing well and then he dropped, but he had an injury or anything. He just hasn't been playing well. He started the season off pedestrian, and at best he's continued to be that, and at worst he's fallen below that. So yeah, man, it hasn't been good, but par for the course. I still think he's a good young quarterback. I think that,
for sure.
Every quarterback isn't built to like be like obviously all-time greats, but also make up for what they don't have around them. And the O-line play, I think that's just really affected him. I don't think that he's built for it. I don't think he's built for that, and most quarterbacks aren't. So it's not like a referendum on him per se. But yeah, I think that it's especially this early in his career. Nah, lines just But it is what it is. He always been a my dog, Shaggy, man.
Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson are an elite pass rush duo.
Bro, we transitioning to basketball or what, man? We going to NBA? We going to college hoops? What we doing? Man?
Y'all haven't talked NBA at all.
Did you eat? Go get some oatmeal, my nigga. What's the word?
NFL the whole time.
Nigga said, "Go get some oatmeal." Wes, you seen what I sent you this morning?
I did. I decided not to reply on purpose.
No. It was no. It wasn't really something that you was really supposed to reply to.
Niggas spam me with hella songs. I fuck with some because I wasn't hip to the little everything you sent. I was aware of, but it's weird.
Yeah, I didn't really expect you to respond, but it was more.
It's weird. I think my phone just did this wrong because it's showing you sending me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's showing you sending me 8 messages, and but I don't think you actually sent these songs. There's no way you sent the song like 6 times.
I actually did, bro.
Bro, this nigga is a nut.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. That shit was
Heart Part
rock
6 twice, and he sent TV off 5 times. And then,
bro, that shit crazy. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I've had to replay that joke a couple times. That shit was crazy.
Y'all like TV off more than me, but again, it's about my I like a certain style of rap more. I just favor it. And that's not the type of song that will really do much for me. And then also the little like that mustard shit. I guess I get it, but that shit don't move me. Nigga, yellow mustard is making the whole world just go crazy. Like I feel like
Oh my goodness.
that
All right.
that shouldn't be is catchy.
Old man yelling at clouds, bro. Wes, you ready to talk about the that Denver game and Russ or what?
They don't really want to do that in here. Mr. Facts and Stats don't really want to do that. Russ wasn't
Bro,
ass,
what
so
are
he
you
can't
talking
troll it.
about, bro?
He needed Russ to be ass so he could really get his shit
The
off.
fuck Shaggy just tagged me.
I don't care if Russ played good or bad, bro.
All
Me
right.
and Goods was joking in the chat. That's all it was, bro.
All right, bro.
Me and
All
Goods was joking in the chat. You came in on the back end of the joking.
-5 turned to plus positive.
Yeah, we were joking in the
Plus
chat. You came
16.
in on the back end,
-5
bro.
turned to plus 16.
I don't care if Russ played good or bad.
Russ in all caps when he missed threes.
Niggas
What
talking
about
about
when he hit
talking to
the
me about
dagger?
Kaba.
What you
That
type when he
easy?
hit the dagger? Huh? What you
Man.
Good
type when he
afternoon,
was
Aliyah.
dominant boys
Anyway,
up?
news around the NBA.
Nigga
Porzingis
had
is
10
set
assists
to
in 15 minutes
Porzingis
in
is
that
set to
game.
debut for the Clippers tonight. I mean, not for the Clippers. I meant the Celtics against the Clippers tonight. Grant Williams is out for the season with a torn ACL, but good news for the Charlotte Hornets. They're getting Nick Richards and Mark Williams back. Both guys been assigned to the G League today, so you'll probably see one of them back Wednesday or something like that, if not both. John Morant also present at shoot around today, so you might expect him to play against the Blazers. I want to say the Blazers it is, and then if not today, he'll most likely play Wednesday. Both games are at home anyway, so typically guys make the return at home. DeJounte Murray is intending to play Wednesday as well for the Pelicans, and I think CJ McCollum, if he doesn't play today, he'll probably return on Wednesday as well. So they're getting healthy. Obviously, still without Zion, who was weeks away, maybe even a month. What else is some news around the NBA? I think that's it for some quick news, real quick. We're gonna go ahead and jump to Saturday's games, and then we're gonna work our way to Sunday. And I'm getting hungry, bro. These guys had an hour-long conversation around quarterbacks. Granted, I didn't mind because it was a good conversation, but an hour-long conversation. For anybody wondering why we just not getting to NBA, bro, they had an hour-long conversation around quarterbacks, bro. Like, what do you mean why I'm always hungry? Because I ate breakfast at 9 or 10 a.m. and it's now 2:40?
I mean, that shit was on process. Processing the fucking NFL some shit.
It's funny. I just told this nigga to go get some oatmeal, bro. Go make some food.
I'm definitely about to cook, so I'm letting y'all know now. I'm not about to be. I'm not hosting, bro. I gotta go eat.
Simple fix. I'll hold the fort down. We've been
Saturday and
Wait,
Sunday.
wait. Real quick, who you got for rookie so far in the NFL?
Rookie of the year?
You got Daniels?
No, that's Bo. Well, it changed to Bo Nix now, but I would like for it to be Jaden Daniels. But yeah, I think Bo Nix is a hell of a quarterback. People thought I was joking because I feel like he had overall a good game against the Ravens. Obviously, the incompletion, but that's when I know. I'm like, oh damn, and he's been playing really damn good after that week. So I mean, I think the Broncos got a guy that they can build a team around. Most importantly, I think it's where it starts at the quarterback position. And I think if he continues to play and JD continues to trend downwards, then Bo Nix rightfully so.
Yeah, the Ravens game was his last subpar game. Since then, he's been really, really good.
Yeah.
I'm not giving you a damn good game for the Ravens game.
I didn't say he had a good game against the Ravens. I said he looked solid.
You said I thought I could have sworn you just said damn good, but excuse me.
Hell no, not
that
damn
Ravens
good.
game wasn't really on Bo, bro. That was a bunch of nonsense that game, bro. I'm not gonna lie, but the defense was horrible. They played soft off coverage the whole game, but we're not going back to that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, damn good is crazy.
Saturday night.
Saturday, I mean, you know,
I'm here to help if needed, Wes.
Shout out 1110. She really could take the lead. I could, ride passenger on this, but
okay.
Yeah.
So we on Saturday. Okay. So first game was New York visiting the Utah Jazz. The Utah Jazz won 121 to 106. Lauri Markkanen had 34 points. I think John Collins played really well too. OG Anunoby had 27 points. Cat had a stinker. And the Knicks were able, or the Jazz were able to win this one. I think it's been a long time since New York has won in Utah, I think, as well. So disappointing loss for the Knicks. I don't think Mikal Bridges played well either in this game. So not sure who else got a chance to watch this game, but Markkanen had a good game. Walker Kessler as well. Colin Sexton. And Johnny Juzang as well. He put up some good minutes too. So
Yeah, I think that, if I'm not mistaken, I think this was Walker like first game back from whatever he was out for. Um, if I am right, you can see his impact offensively and defensively for them. And I said this already about the Jazz, bro. They're similar to the Magic, just in a different area, bro. They have a really good team with young prospects. They're filled with young prospects on that team and around Laurie and John Collins as well. But as far as the young guys, I mean Isaiah
around John Collins,
because he's not a young guy. He's not viewed as a young guy. He's not.
I mean,
he's not
the
going to
reason
be.
I said Hans because I don't think he's like a core piece.
No, that's where I was getting.
Yeah.
No, that's where I was getting to. So I'm saying around Laurie, and then I said and then John Collins. I wasn't saying around John Collins, but I'm saying and then John Collins because he's not a guy that's viewed as a young guy with the guys I was about to name. Isaiah, Keontae,
you say anything, just
Johnny and
the sake of things.
Flip and on and on and on and on and on. Cody Williams even got some run in this game as well. I think Cat finished with 16 and 16. So it wasn't his best offensive night, especially for how he's been playing as of late. But 6 for 19, 1 for 9 from 3, that's piss poor. Brunson 2 for 9 from 3, that's piss poor as well. So Cat with a minus 34 in this game. Bridges was 3 for 15. So I mean, and when you look at the Utah side of things, 6 guys in double digits and they hold starting 5 in double figures, bro. Walker with 11-10 with 3 blocks. John Collins 20 and 13. Laurie 34 and 9. Sexton 6 threes, 25 points, and then Keontae was a good playmaker in this one, 11 and 9. So, I mean, overall, bro, they got a good young team, good young prospects. They're going to fight. They're going to be in games. Probably not going to win a lot of games as of the last 2 years. Yeah, hold on. So Jordan, what the fuck? You just said the Magic are good, the Jazz are not. And my only comparison was down to the prospects and how they have young players on their team, good young players on their team. I never said the Jazz are a good team.
Who are their
But they don't have they don't have 2 guys they really believe in like the Magic.
They're not. They're not. They have good young prospects, guys, that they've been drafting in the last 2 drafts. All I was sure. What I'm not saying they're on the same level as
it's just a bad comparison. It's just bad. Yeah.
How?
The
Jazz don't have good young prospects.
You have bad comparisons.
Oh, time out. Hold on, Jordan. The Jazz don't have good young prospects.
Okay, you compared them to the Magic.
It's not that.
In the way of having good young prospects. What the fuck?
You compare them to the Magic.
Jordan, I just said hold on, bro. Can I talk to Wes real quick? Hold on, Jordan. Can I talk to Wes?
When you compare them to the Magic are built around their 2 young budding prospects who could be all-stars or even more. That's how they're built. They're built around their 2 young, clear star level players in Franz and Paulo, right? The Jazz don't have that. They don't have 2 young star budding players at all. And then the prospects that mirror some of what the Magic have, and the Cody Williams and the Isaiah Collins, which, to be real, I don't know what either of those players are at this point. They haven't shown enough. And Anthony Black, I think, is a head of the class, but I get your point with those guys.
Cook.
The Keontae Georges, like I said,
Walker Kessler,
Isaiah Collier, Walker Kessler, boom.
Cal,
Although Keontae George isn't that.
Flip been good in his minutes too this year, but I'll let you continue. My bad. I don't want to cut you off.
No, fine. I mean, Filipowski is what he is.
He's been good in his minutes.
He's solid. He hasn't been good.
Yeah.
I just saw a game against the Lakers where nigga was really the worst player for the Jazz in terms of like rotational bigs that they played in that game. But neither here nor there. He's a rookie. Don't want to be too hard on him. I get what you're saying with the back end, but to compare them to the Magic, I think they have to have those players on the front end as well, and they don't have that. They don't have the young budding players that they are truly building around. They have a bunch of young guys that they drafted and they're trying to see who pans out. The Magic already know who has panned out. Franz and Paolo have panned out. And now it's about putting players around those two guys that help them reach their ceilings. The Jazz are trying to figure out what guy, especially if Lauri's not a part of, and he's older, so I understand it. But with Lauri not being a part of the core potentially, to Shaggy's point, who are they're trying to identify who are the young players that we want to build around. I don't think they have that.
Okay, cool. That's my only response back to that. I cannot believe this is something so nitpicky. All I was saying was you say last 3 drafts, both teams drafted good young prospects relative to who they were in college and then coming into the league. Have we seen them all pan out yet? No, because it's only been a year or 2 years or 3 years, right? As far as the Jazz still figuring out who they want to build around, whatever the case may be. When you look at the Jazz recent drafts, Walker Kessler, Bryce Sensabaugh, Taylor Hendricks, Cody Williams, Isaiah, Keontae, Walker. Those are all 7 names that are viewed as good young prospects coming into the draft, no matter where they were drafted. I think Flip is the latest pick out of all those names I just named. Flip was the latest picks. They all were viewed as good young prospects. That's all I was trying to say. The Jazz don't have Apollo. They don't have a Franz. I get that. But they have Jet Howard. They have Anthony Black. And I can continue with names that they drafted.
Jet Howard hasn't shown. They have players who haven't shown anything
I'm just
yet.
speaking to the fact of them being young prospects, bro. It's not to the same sense. Y'all jumped it. You jumped it too. I didn't cut you off. I didn't cut you off when you were just talking, bro. I didn't cut you off when you were just talking. Can I finish talking, bro? I did not cut you off when you were just talking.
I don't give a fuck about
you
that.
Jumped into Paolo. You jumped into Paolo and Franz for whatever reason. I don't know why you did that when you cannot dispute nothing that I just said. Tell me what I just said that was not true. What's not true what I just said? What's not true what I just said? Tell me what's not true.
No,
talk to the Jazz. Talk to the Jazz. Talk to my Jazz. Talk to my Jazz point. Talk to my Jazz point. What did I say that's not facts? Talk to my Jazz point. What did I say that's not facts? What did I say that's not facts?
You compared
what did I say that's not facts? Now, if you're not going to answer that, Jordan, answer it for me. I'll talk to you.
No, he doesn't need to answer.
If you're not going to answer it, Jordan, talk to me, dog.
You can still sit back.
If you're not going to answer it, Jordan, talk to me, man.
He doesn't need to answer anything.
Jordan, talk to me, man. Jordan, talk to me. You don't want to talk to me.
I'm fucking having a conversation. You trying to deflect and go elsewhere, nigga.
I'm not deflecting. Are you ready? I'm ready. Come on. Continue. Okay, continue.
Stand in the ring and let's have a conversation.
Continue.
You compared them to the Magic. And the comparison is just not a great comparison. It's not apt. There are better teams to compare them to. Maybe a team that has older players. Hold on.
I'm sorry. I just named the first random team. I just named the first random team.
You were mad when I interrupted.
I don't give a fuck who you want to name. I just named the first random team.
Wait. There are better teams to compare them to. And I mean, one of them is
think on that. I didn't think though. You could think on that.
The Blazers have older players. Okay, older players that there are for a transitional period. I.e. Lauri Markkanen, i.e. John Collins, i.e. Colin Sexton. Some NBA vets who are solid players. Compare them to an Anthony Simons, Jeremy Grant, a fucking DeAndre Ayton. And then they have the young players who they don't know. I mean, they have a Shaedon Sharpe. That's like, but maybe you want to put Shaedon Sharpe and Keontae George. Shaedon Sharpe is obviously a notch above him. But maybe that you want to compare or pair those two players in terms of, okay, they've shown you something and they may have something to build around. And then they have a bunch of young players who we don't know much about. With Scoot, they have a young what's the center they drafted this year? That guy with promise. There's another young player over there.
Talking about Klingen?
Yeah, I just couldn't think of his name. But there's another young player over there. And then, then you compare him to the Jazz, and it's like, the Jazz have those young players who we don't know much about yet, and we're still trying to figure out what they're going to pan out to be. What will they become? Yeah, so more apt comparison.
Okay, so
the
for
Magic
West,
and what they have, and the fact that they have two star level players that we see in front of our eyes that we know, hey, this is the future. The Jazz don't have that.
Okay, cool. So for West, you would use the Blazers. For Ev, I used a random team in the Magic. The Magic was the first team that came to my mind. I'm sorry, West. Next time I'll try to think of the Blazers before I say that. No. At the end of the day, there's not dispute from nothing. Jordan, I'm going to pass right to you because I know you're waiting. There's not take away from nothing that I said about the Utah Jazz. They have good young prospects on their team. Simple. That's all I said.
Yeah, no, so the only reason I made the comment that I made, because that's literally what started all this, is because I was just confused with the comparison. Because what you said about Utah specifically, wasn't wrong. I was just like, confused. Like, why was the Magic the first team?
It was just a random team that came to my mind. I'm sorry. My bad.
Fair enough.
Yeah, my
Which is
bad.
the only thing that was
don't-
pinpointed. Nobody said what you said about the Jazz was wrong. It's just not
Okay,
a bad comparison.
I should have thought of the Blazers, I guess, guys. But I mean, to the extent or the comparison, it was mainly to the prospects, guys, the young players on their team. I'm not thinking of Paulo and Franz in that standpoint because they're star
But
players already.
they are young players on that
But
team.
they're stars. They like I'm not thinking of those guys. They're not.
Bro, they're still young players who are prospects as well, the same way.
Okay, I more so was speaking on guys that's not established or that can be viewed as a good young prospect coming to the league. That's what I was more so doing.
And the Magic have a lot of those guys.
Yeah, De Silva, Anthony Black.
I feel you. The Magic
Jet,
have a lot of those
Caleb,
guys.
like,
I feel you,
yeah,
bro.
that's what I was trying to do. Like,
I'm with you, bro.
Yeah, that was a heaven sent moment, bro. Like, no funny. Like, that was dead. Shout out to Heaven Sent if she ain't here. That was a heaven sent moment, gang. It's no way you just try to.
Moment.
That was damn near a heaven sent moment, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I don't even know what that means.
If you know, you know.
Like type of disrespectful.
That was a crazy moment right there. You really jazzed the Jazz.
It's not. This is how the. Oh my God! So we're
I'm
not
gonna
done.
go there. I don't really
We're
care.
not done.
I'm on the wrong
We're
side of
not
history.
We're not done.
I'm on the wrong
How
side.
did I jazz the Jazz?
No, Ev. I mean, Wes. I'm agree with you. I didn't say nothing.
Hold on, Wes. Hold on.
With you, gang.
Fraud. How did I jazz? I'm not dragging. I'm passing right back to 11-10. How am I jazzing the Jazz, Fraud? Do you know what I said about the Jazz?
Yeah, you said they have good young talent. Is that what you said?
You disagree? You disagree that the guys that they drafted over the last 3 years have not been good young prospects coming into the league? You disagree with that?
I don't see it. That's why they're tanking still to this day. They haven't hit on the guy. Like, they might be a backup or have like a good 5.
They haven't had a top 3 pick or top 5 pick for all them.
How can you say they have a good prospect?
That's ideally. Wait, so you mean to tell me if you're not a top 5
bad argument?
No.
What the fuck?
What?
If you're not a top 5 pick, that means you're not a good prospect coming into the draft or the league?
No, I'm saying why is that your evaluation right there? You just said they didn't have a top 5 pick. You can still be a good prospect.
Yeah, because fraud, because you say they don't have a guy. Typically, when you get a guy, unless it's a random guy, whatever the case may be, that guy came in the top 5 of the draft, Fraud. The Jazz haven't had that pick, brother.
I don't think so. I just disagree. But we can move on.
The Jazz got a lot of decent players on that team.
How often how common is it for a player or a team to get a guy outside of the top 5 of the draft, Fraud? How common is that?
I mean, it happens.
It happens with the Giannis, with the Jokic. Yeah,
I'm not saying a guy like that, but
common,
I'm saying look, even like a nigga like Jared McCain's had a bigger fucking impact so far than any nigga that Jazz has drafted in the last couple of years.
You got it.
Dalton Connect even looks fucking better than any prospect they got.
That's a different conversation. You got it. So I'm gonna just
How? You just said they had good young talent.
That's a different conversation. I'll stop with that.
Hey, young.
All right, bro. We'll move on.
I'll stop with that. Yeah, I'll pass it back to 11-10.
So bash Keontae George because he ain't been playing better than Jared McCain.
Nice convo.
I didn't say bash him, but I'm saying he's not a fucking young fucking talent.
Okay, brother.
Talking of young prospect.
Bad, I'm sorry, brother.
Keontae.
Shout out to the Jazz for getting another win against, I guess you could say, quality opponent. I think they beat Dallas previously, and I think the Spurs previously, and now the Knicks. So good for them. The tank continues. The next game, you had Detroit visiting the Orlando Magic. The Magic won 111-100. Franz had 30 points through 3 quarters. He did not play a single minute in the fourth, I believe. Jaden Ivey had 19. The Magic keep winning. Franz is spearheading it. And I think that's it. I think Mo Wagner had a good game off the bench as well. Everybody kind of pitched in, contributed, and Franz didn't have to play in the fourth quarter. They pretty much dominated this game. So I don't have any other comments to say. Did anybody watch this one and want to add anything to this? Nope. Okay. Cade is also out. He did not play that game, and I think he's doubtful for their next game. So hopefully Cade can get right soon. Obviously, without Cade, playing Detroit is not as good as what they've been so far this season. Next game, you have the Memphis Grizzlies visiting the Chicago Bulls. Memphis won 142 to Chicago's 131. Scottie Pippen Jr. had himself a night. He had 30 points. Zach LaVine had 29. I think they had great contributions from their rookie, Jalen Wells. He's been really good this year. Jared McCain and Dalton Connect, they've been getting a lot of coverage, but Jalen Wells has been really solid throughout the season for Memphis. So just want to give him a shout out. Jaren Jackson Jr. had a great game. Desmond Bane had a solid game as well. And Zach LaVine has been hooping as of late, getting that trade value up, hopefully, for Chicago's end of things. But big one for Memphis. Memphis currently, I think, is top 10 in offense and defense, with Ja missing a lot of time. So they've been playing well. So they keep winning, finding ways to win. Anybody watch this game? Cool.
What game?
Memphis, Chicago.
Oh no, I ain't been watching Memphis hoops.
Cool. All right then. Next game. This one was a good watch, a little fun watch here. If OG want to come up here and talk about this one, feel free. Portland Trailblazers went to the Houston Rockets crib and won 104-98. Anthony Simons had 25. Şengün had 22. This was Anthony's first game back since his injury, and he had himself a great game. Fred got himself ejected from this game when he, said some choice words to the refs off of a foul bait attempt, for three to tie the game. To tie the game or to win. I can't remember what the score was exactly, but just came out that the league decided to fine him $50K. They didn't suspend him. So, any comments on this game? Oh, and Jalen Green didn't have a.
Oh, I was just about to say
great
that.
game.
Yeah, Portland.
Ass.
Yeah, he's not playing his best basketball recently.
Career worst.
You said what?
It's a career worst. Like he's shooting the lowest he's ever shot in his career for a field goal and three.
For
also wanted to shout out
period of time. Like I don't know what that's getting at. Like you're comparing full seasons to a bad stretch of games. Like,
I'm saying as for this season has been his lowest slump ever. Like he's shooting 38 from the field and 30 from the threes. He's never done that.
He was
Also,
shooting
the new
below
bottom
30 from three at some point last year, but it doesn't matter. Terrible is also a stretch too. Like he's had a bad stretch of games, and it's like 10 plus. So obviously, or it's like 10, I'll say. So that's really, really poor. It's been like 10 in a row. He's not playing well, not shooting well, but it's a bad like stretch of games. Prior to that, he was playing well this season, and it is what it is. So for the game, I did watch this game. The Rockets have real just issues scoring the basketball, be it Şengün, be it Jalen, be it Fred. They just have real issues from the guys who are supposed to lead their team and take the most shots and score the most points. They're just not good scorers. They're not efficient scorers. Maybe that's not fair for Şengün. But Şengün is up and down. I want to be very clear. Like Şengün is pretty up and down, and he can finish a game with a good box score, in terms of like overall efficiency and stuff. But you can watch the game and Şengün, like they'll go have a slump, and Şengün will, miss three bunnies in that slump. And granted, maybe that's too much pressure to put on him. That's fair. Like I don't, a Rocket fan can join up, or anyone who's seen the game is, argue against it. But I think they just have issues with their primary scorers. Like it just is what it is. And I like earlier in the season, it was a bunch of talk around, Ime, he's got to be more creative. Nah, y'all niggas got to make open shots. Rockets get open shots every game, and they don't make open shots. And it starts with Jalen. Then for when Şengün is missing bunnies, not saying this happening every game, but when he does, then it starts with Şengün. And Fred as well, the $40 million player on the roster. It starts with Fred as well. So those guys have to be better as a collective. Şengün is obviously sharing the smallest percentage of that blame pie, but and Jalen is sharing the biggest percentage of that blame pie. I want to be very clear. But that's the issue. It comes down to those three guys, and they just have, especially Jalen has to be more consistent offensively, just with shot making. I think he's done. It's so crazy because it's like, and I knew he was gonna regress. Like he wasn't gonna shoot 41% on 12 attempts the entire season like he did through the first 5 games of the year. And I think through 7 it may have dropped down to like 39 or right there at 40. But my gosh, I didn't expect him to immediately after the first 7 games go on a stretch like this, where it's been just I can't throw it in a I can't throw a rock in the ocean. But I still think the rest of his game is improved and improving. But who gives a fuck about that at this point? Make shots, or stop taking the shots that you can't make consistent. Don't sit in the game and be wide open from 3 and go 1 for 4 in your first 4, and then attempt like your next 3 shots be threes, and now you're 1 for 7. Or next 2 shots be threes that are contested. By the way, like I'm in my bag. Crossover, hezzy tween, boom, step back threes that are contested, and it's like, nigga, you're not even in rhythm. Why are you taking that shot? So, yeah, offensively they just don't make shots enough, and this is why I felt like even with, I don't have to rehash the whole thing, but with that Giannis conversation, Giannis would be so effective regardless as an offensive basketball player because he's just so much better than what they have. But yeah. That's it. Shout out to Blazers though.
Yeah. So I don't even know what to say about that. I think that was pretty good assessment overall. But I like how y'all give a little bit of blame and then you give the other part of the blame to the other nigga. And I'm not just talking about you, Wes. I'm talking looking at these niggas all in the chat, talking about Sengun. And Sengun was a motherfucking reason why, a big part of the reason why the game was close there at the end. And y'all talking about Denny Avia locked him up. He shot a tough shot up against the clock, and he ended up missing the shot, but he scored on Denny the first few, the other couple of times right before that. So y'all can chill with that bullshit. The nigga, Sengun ain't the problem. Sengun ain't between Jalen Green and between Jabari Smith Jr. We getting close to nothing from them 2 guys pretty much every single night. I know you say other things and he playing defense and a little bit of playmaking here and there, but we really look for him to score the ball. We really look for him to play make too, right? And to a certain degree. And this nigga he'd been very good. The first 5 games, he did it. And I gave him credit for that. These last 10, 11 games, it's been really non-existent. Non-existent. Like, it's just a whole bunch of nothing. 1 for 9. And then every time, it's Sengun. What Sengun didn't do, man, come on. Y'all got to chill with that shit, bro. Y'all really got to chill with that. Y'all got to chill with that because between Jabari Smith, who's an absolute fucking zero, and I wish Shaggy would come up here and talk about it because that nigga's a fucking zero. A zero. That's what he is. And ain't nobody waiting no more motherfucking time, nigga. Ain't nobody waiting no another 2-3 years. Get this nigga. Fuck all that. Do something, nigga. Play defense, rebound the basketball. Do something with your motherfucking self, nigga. This nigga don't do nothing. And then nigga always want to try to come and talk about 28. 28 doing his job. He been better offensively and defensively. 10 ain't shit, and 4 been some shit. Both of them. And those 2 of the 5 starters that we look for to do shit. And neither one of them doing nothing. And then if you talking about Sengun got clamped, nigga, get the fuck out of here, man. That nigga, we ran through him about the last 5 possessions. And on one of them, yeah, he got stopped. Ain't no motherfucking clamp, nigga.
Oh,
Clamp is
that's what
1
I'm
out of
talking about. I'm
5,
talking about
nigga.
the end of the game. He got his
Clamp is
shot
1
blocked and
out
he
of
got
5,
scored
nigga.
on. That's
Clamp
what
ain't 4
happened.
out of 5, nigga.
I'm not
Stop
making
playing
this
with me
shit
with
up.
that
He got his
bullshit.
shot blocked and he got scored on.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
What he do before that? So talk about the
I'm not
ones
making
before
this
that.
shit. I'm talking about crunch time. What
You don't
happened? That's
remember
what
that one,
happened,
huh?
OG.
You don't remember the ones before that,
I
though, huh?
do. The post
Depends,
fades in the
OG,
middle.
though.
Yeah.
Yes, the fades in the yes.
OG.
I was watching that game down the stretch. Yes. But OG,
Y'all
what
don't want to
happened?
lay blame where it needs to be, man.
OG,
Y'all
but what
always want
led
to
to
say,
y'all losing the
and
game? I'm not
Sengun.
saying he's the reason, but he got clamped. I think it was Jeremy Grant. He got clamped. He got his shit blocked. And then Simons came down and scored on him. He couldn't even block the shot. That's all I said. OG, let me
One
not repeat why
nigga,
y'all
one
lost.
nigga, and where was Foe at during that point in
No,
time in the
so
game
OG,
when we needed
I
that nigga
know.
most? Where was he
And
at? What
OG,
was he doing at that point in time?
OG, I hope you heard, like, because while I did, and I do think it's appropriate to still say Sengun it does miss bunnies at times, and like you don't want your center who's a 2-point scorer. He didn't take any threes in that game, so everything he was doing was around
Yeah, Denny. It was
the
Denny.
basket and like mid range, and he's not even taking like free throw line extended mid range shots. It's like just painted area mid range shots. He was 7 for 17. That's not good enough, but it's fair for you to like. The smallest percentage of the blame pot he gets, and I didn't throw Jabari Smith in there. I'm glad you did. You can add him in there as well because he definitely deserves some of the blame. And I think it comes down to Fred, Jalen, and for the biggest percentage of the pie. You didn't mention Fred. Maybe you feel like Fred is still doing other things well enough, and that's fine.
I don't think he
But
played well in that game, but I think the last few games before this, the last more than a few games, he been doing his part.
all right.
Yeah, for the maybe not this game, but the ones before this year, he been helping quite a bit. That's why I was glad he didn't get suspended. He didn't deserve to get suspended anyway. But go ahead, I'll let you finish your
Oh
point.
no, but yeah, no, that's it. I'm comfortable with you holding Jabari accountable. He had one really good half, and then it just went downhill again. And yeah, is like he does need to be more consistent. Jalen, I I have no words. 1 for 9, and it's more so again. Like I said it. It's funny. It's like obviously everyone knows here that I always reference the Houston chat, and I speak to him about his game. And when he was playing well, I kept saying, "Bro, like he's settling too much," and niggas will push back and be like, "No, like it's." And I'm a fan. I'm for FC. Like I'm definitely Ramonde FC. But when it comes to his game, that nigga wants to be something he's not, and I feel like yeah, it's cool. The team needs a shooter per se, and you feel like oh, I've got to fill this role, and maybe that's what they're telling him. But it, it's never better for your team for you to go 1 for 9 than go 1 for 3 and maybe in the other 6 shots that you would have taken from 3 from 2 if you can go 4 for 6 on those shots.
Who you
It
talking
like
about right now? Sorry
Talking
to cut
about
you off.
Jalen Green.
Jalen Green, like
Oh.
his game and his shot chart, like he went 1 for 9 in that game. He was 3 for 14 from the field overall, so he didn't score well from 2 either per se. He was 2 for 5. 40% is good enough, but it's still like he truly is just settling. He does not want to get downhill like enough for someone who's that poor of a shooter. It's like if I watched Russ and he's not Russ, but still, it's like if I had watched Russ in his prime, or well, it's not a prime, but just at any point in his career, refused to get downhill. And granted, he's not that good at doing it. He's not Russ when it comes to getting downhill, but still playing to your strengths as opposed to your weaknesses, especially when you're in a slump. If I just watch Russ go and shoot 9 threes in a game and make I think he made his second 3 of the game, and the rest of his threes he missed. Like so, there were plenty of opportunities for him to stop. At 1 for 6, he should have stopped. He just kept doing it, and then like nigga, you can't even be on the court anymore. Come sit beside me. And it's yeah,
And that's a
I'm
shame.
giving him as much
You
bail, but
paying
I'm an OG now.
yeah, you paying a nigga 30 million, bro. At the one spot you can't beat at the end of a close game is on the motherfucking bench if you ain't in foul trouble. If you ain't fouled out or in foul trouble, you can't even be in the game right now, bro. You one of our top 2 players, bro. You one of our top 2. But let me get on Jabari ass again, because like I said, that nigga does absolutely nothing well. Nothing. That nigga can't finish at the rim. He don't rebound consistently. He don't play good defense. This nigga, and another little kind of a little thing that's kind of small. The nigga can't, when you playing with Segun, you got to be able to cut off the ball. This nigga will go on the weak side, stand over there with his motherfucking hands in the air, and meanwhile, his man done turned his head for 3-4 seconds and a cut is wide open. This nigga refuses to cut. You can't play good on the ball, you bad off the ball, you don't rebound the ball, you don't play defense. Man, get the fuck off my team, bro. I'm tired of waiting. I don't give a fuck. Free the nigga, send the nigga wherever you want, whoever want him. I don't give a flying fat sack. I get this nigga off my team. That nigga saw it, and I ain't waiting no more. It don't take that long for me to see some kind of glimpse of a nigga that can hoop. Bottom line. And all this one game this month, and then the next month I may have 2, all that old bullshit. Man, get your motherfucking ass off my team, man. You a stiff. That nigga's a stiff. You heard it right here. That nigga's a motherfucking stiff, and he ain't got no motherfucking place on my team. Get off. I don't need you no more. You ain't no good here,
Yeah,
nigga. Bye. Shit.
talk. Yeah, man, Jabari. 10 is yeah, he's not a player.
Not a
And
player.
niggas a couple of years ago said he's a good talent, young talent. That's why I'd be so quick to say, like, you can't say everyone's not a good young talent, bro.
No, he is a good young talent, and his
Fuck
rookie
no.
season he
Bro, he
showed.
be saying
Right.
anything, bro.
Yeah,
Nah, that
his rookie
nigga,
season,
nah,
like
bro.
fraud, and I'm not with that. His rookie season, he did show he was a good young talent. He shot 36% from three. He had really good moments defensively in a real and also in a bad situation. And he was a rookie. So as a rookie, you do
He
like
did not shoot. That was his second year. You're talking about the second year.
oh excuse me. His rookie season, what did he shoot? 33% from
40,
three?
40, and 30.
He shot 30% from three.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Excuse me.
No,
His
you're good.
rookie season, still he showed promise. And it was like, okay, bull, especially he had key defensive moments, and he was a rookie player. Second year, he shot 36% from three. Although last year he had a lot of moments in which, Houston fans were a little off him in terms of like the level of consistency, how up and down he was. But this year he's just been off to a really bad start. I don't know. It's just, hmm,
He just not. He
yeah,
ain't. He. I mean,
yeah.
like I said,
The
it's
real
one
issue
thing.
is Ford, man. That nigga got to be better, man.
Nah, both of them. I'm not gonna
Well,
lie.
both
I
of them.
can't give Jabari a bill, man. Fuck.
Nah, but Jabari, I don't really give a fuck about Jabari. Jabari wasn't supposed to be the best player at anything. Ford is supposed to be that guy. Ford, and what's so frustrating about him, bruh, you see it. It just disappears. It comes and it goes, and it comes and it goes. And I think that for me, I finally reached that point where with him, I'm so over it. I'm so mad because it's like, nigga, I know you can hoop. I know the talent is there. I know the highs are really, really high. But damn it, your lows, to Byron's point, he always brings up the floor. He has one of the lowest floors in the fucking league. And it's unacceptable. You've got to bridge that gap. Nobody's saying you got to go be D-book today. Like, fine, you don't have to be that good as a shot maker. But my gosh, you can't be one of the lowest floors in the league. And that's the territory he's in right now.
Is he
Like
better
3 for
than
14 and getting benched at the
Anthony?
end of the game. Is he better than I mean, no, Anthony's a better shot maker, but Anthony's still not good for real. Like Anthony, he would be better for the Rockets,
I just want to say I
because
told
he would
Raven. I
also
think he's
get way better. I will say this: Anthony would get way better shots on the Rockets.
yeah.
So Anthony, he would be better offensively for the Rockets. Anthony's pretty bad everywhere else though. Like Anthony's pretty
But
bad as
they don't really need defense.
defender.
The difference between the two for me right there is first
Anthony's a
off,
dog.
yeah, but Anthony can't play
Anthony's a
no
dog at
defense
what?
either. He can't play no defense either.
Offensively, he's a
Yeah.
dog. He's a fucking bucket.
Yeah, but I
Nah, Anthony's really inefficient and he's not. He's cool.
and the thing about the difference between them two is one understands who he is more so, to your point earlier, than the other. One of them still trying to figure out who he does and what he should be doing and what he should lean on. While I think the other one has at least a better idea of what that is for him, and that's Anthony right now. But I would still, if you ask me which one I want today, I would still take Jalen Green.
You would
I
not
would
say
still
that if you got Anthony Simons in the Rockets. You
I
see what I'm
would.
saying?
I promise I would, because I
Nah,
think Anthony's a little bit more one dimensional for me, and I think Jalen Green is going ultimately going to be a better defender overall. I think he's a better defender now, and I know he'll be
he's
a
a better
better defender.
athlete for sure.
Yeah, yeah. So I
No,
think
he's a
that's
better
why.
defender. He's a better
Yeah.
defender.
No, I'm
Yeah,
just saying athletically, all around the rim. You know what I mean? He's a better athlete for sure.
yeah.
Nah,
So I would
Anthony's
still
a good
take him.
athlete. He's just a
Nah,
really
Jalen
poor
Green's
defender.
he's second to none. That guy's a freak of nature.
Yeah, Jalen's a better athlete, but OG said better defender, and
Yeah, no, I agree.
like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. But
And
no,
it's just unexplainable, man. Like I said, I ain't never with Jalen Green. I ain't seen too many niggas go cold, from hot to cold between halves. That nigga be hot in one half and be cold the next half. Like I mean, it's unexplainable. I don't get it. I don't get why this nigga game comes and goes. Like, and it's been
And he got
going
the
for a
green
minute
light.
now. It's been going for 10 games, 11
yeah,
games now.
that's what I said. OG 10
Yeah.
games of this. It's like the first 7, I was, man. I was telling you, nah, nigga, we need some apologies. Boy, did I put my foot in my mouth. That nigga went and said, nah, I still suck. I still do bullshit. I still have stretches where I just don't know how to play basketball. But I'm
And
sure
we
he'll turn it
need
around.
that nigga. We need him. If he plays well, I think AJ said it down there in the chat. If he plays well, man, I'm not saying we finna contend for shit. We ain't finna win shit.
Y'all
I
might
don't
have
even
2
know how many
losses on
years
the
we'll win.
season, OG. I firmly understand your frustration now. Like last year, I think it was ill placed because I didn't think you were that good, so I didn't think it really mattered that much. And I still could have been off base last year because based off of how your team is performing this year, my gosh, if he was 23 a game on negative efficiency, but 23 a game, and
Man,
let's say -3, y'all probably have 2 losses, maybe not even 2. Like it's that much of a difference, bro. It's if he bridges that gap, he's 18 a game right now on like probably -8. If he was in 5 percentage points is so much, but it's still negative efficiency. If he turned that into -3 and 5 more points per game, the Rockets legitimately may have only 2 losses, or may only have 2 losses. Like
for real.
it's such a drastic difference of where a team can peak.
Because right now,
And
because if you right now, I think a Minotaur help kind of carrying that load. But if you give me what a Minotaur is doing, in addition to this dude, to Jalen giving me 21, 23 points a night, like I said, we ain't finna contend for shit, but we gonna make some noise and go ahead and start getting our foot in the playoffs, right? Go ahead and start feeling what that's like, what that intensity like, so we can start figuring out what is it gonna take for us to contend. Because we don't even need to talk about contending right now. We ain't been to the playoffs. We have no idea what that looks like. But the first step is getting there. So I just need this nigga to do everything. Bruh, just do your part. Just do your part. And I guess that's a lot. I guess that's a lot harder than it appears to be for him. I guess I don't know. And like I said early on when he was suffering last year, I said this shit, the way he moves, it's like 6-man shit. Like if you come into the gym and you don't know if you're gonna be able to give me 20 today, bruh, yeah, I mean that's what. But you a microwave, you a bucket, you have the ability to get hot. That spells 6-man to me, man. That spells 6-man.
my
And
nigga
so
really Jordan Clarkson, bro. There's no way, bro. There's no
Bro, I
way.
said this years
It
ago.
is
Niggas said I was
no
a troll,
way.
bro. That nigga is Jordan Clarkson 2.0.
I
There's no
still
way
not,
this
and I
is
didn't want to
he's
believe it
the
after that
hype.
first 5 this year. I thought I was all. I thought I had both feet in the motherfucking car. I was in
Yeah.
the back seat like a motherfucker. I'm riding. Shit, man, that
And
nigga
then
there proved
even
me wrong.
like I said, even maybe you could push it out to maybe even 8, because even in some of those games after where he was up and down, he closed strong, so it was still
Yes,
something to
yes,
hold on to.
yes.
Right now, he ain't giving niggas
He ain't even
anything.
closing it. He ain't in the game at crunch time. Nigga
It's
sitting down on the
bad.
bench. At least, like to your point, the nigga was when he was giving me 15, he was hitting a big bucket, maybe 2 big buckets late, maybe 3. And I can deal with that because I ain't no numbers nigga. Really, to be honest with you, I want to know what you do in crunch time and just if you can kind of get some sort of This nigga here, man, you can't even. You ain't. I'm looking at the game last night. You ain't even in the motherfucking game. You're not even in the game. You sitting over there with a tie around your neck, nigga. What the fuck going on? Shit.
Cheerleader with nail polish on. Let me tell
Come
on my
on.
dog,
Yeah,
man.
leave that shit. All right. Yeah, yeah. I'm
Let
gonna
me
stop
tell on my
right there.
dog, man. I still fuck with Ford, man. I think he'll turn it. He'll play better at some point. It's just we know you can play at super high levels. It's consistency. It's all about the consistency.
Yep.
And then until he can give that, the heights they really don't matter, man. Where you peak doesn't really matter anymore, man. We need some
Yep. Where you
consistency.
level out at?
Yeah. So. But 11-10, that was a good segment, good talks.
Yep.
We could transition. I always appreciate Rockets talks with OG, man.
Some other, I guess, quick shout outs, in this game. Klingon had 0 points, but he had 19 boards, 3 blocks as well. Denny Avia had 14 off the bench. He had a double-double off the bench, actually, 14 and 10. And on the Rockets sides of things, Amen Thompson had 19 and 7 off the bench. Tar didn't have a good game, but just some quick call outs. And Shannon Sharp had 24, and Jeremy Grant had 22 as well. So key performances from other guys from Portland and the Rockets side of things. The next game was a fun game. Charlotte went to visit the Milwaukee Bucks. The Bucks came away with a win. Milwaukee won 125 to 119. Giannis had 32. LaMelo put up 50 points, first time in his career. Career high 50 points. I believe Brandon Miller also had 30 plus points. LaMelo went on a heater in the second half. He ended the first half with 10 points, and I think it was 3 for 13, and then had 40 points in the second half. I think he had 22 in the third quarter. And LaMelo and B Mill tried to make a comeback, honestly, to find a way to come out with this game, but they ultimately fell short. Giannis had a good game. Dame had a good game. Key performances from some of their role players and Gary Trent, and as well as Ajax and AJ Green. I think Milwaukee has won 6 out of the last 7 games currently. So playing good basketball. I saw a stat the other day that Giannis is shooting around 48% from the mid-range this year. So I think he went 5 for 5 in the mid-range against the Hornets on Saturday. So Giannis got a little midi that he's working with lately. So big win for Milwaukee as they continue to climb up the standings in the East.
Gary Trent been hooping.
Any other
I have
thoughts on
nothing
this
on this game. I don't watch this game. Shout out LaMelo though. Shout out B-Mill. I know after. I did watch the end of the game, but I tweeted. Charlotte better not. They better not screw this up, man. Build the right team. You have the
You know they are.
build the right team,
But let
man.
me say this though, right?
Prayers to Grant Williams, by the way.
They
Prayers to Grant Williams. ACL.
Oh yeah, he did tear his ACL.
they I feel like they're in the right path for us. All right, hear me out, right? So boom, you got LaMelo, you got him. You finally got him a decent big. Mark Williams is on his way back. Hopefully, he can stay healthy. Got him a nice wing scorer to help him with the scoring and with B Mill. Now it's time. You got to fill out 2 guys for the starting lineup. Do you keep Bridges around, or do you like trade him, go get a nice vet, or do you go get some out the draft? But I feel like he got a good. Like, what do you do?
BJ, I think if I'm Charlotte, I think I'm looking for 2 veteran defenders who can knock down a shot. I think that's where I would like where I would be looking. I also would be trying to, if at all possible, move Miles into a 6-man role. I think Miles
Bridges.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unless you move him to another team, which but I think for B Mill to just consistently get the best version of B Mill, I think he needs that space in the starting lineup to operate. And it's not just like quote unquote spacing. When I say space, I mean like, hey, it's LaMelo and it's me. Everybody else, you all are here to serve us, aid us. When Miles is on the court, it's not that. It's LaMelo, it's Miles, and it's me. And it's not saying that's the pecking order, but all 3 of us, are expected to get touches, are expected to get possessions where we rock. And sometimes B Miller is going to take a back seat to Miles. And I think that it shouldn't be that. They should so probably try to transition him into a 6-man role. And I think that Brits could use it as well. Like, I don't think it would be bad. He could still play 30 minutes a game. He could still close, if need be. But, yeah, I think they really need to just try to find some veterans. And they could also use another, like, top-end player. But in fairness, Mark Williams is hurt. Nick Richards is hurt. And their bigs, I think that is, like, a big part of what has kept them from – or what is keeping them currently from being as good as they could possibly be. Because if you have Mark Williams on the court and or Nick Richardson or Nick Richards, whatever his name is.
Yeah, that's what I said. They got 2 solid centers.
Yeah, and I think it will help their team a lot. And especially like the area of defense, making sure you're closing possessions with rebounds, etc. But I would, to answer your question specifically, I would more I'm in favor of going to get some vets that know their roles for now, and then potentially, striking when the iron's hot.
Like a Jeff Green type.
Hell no, nigga.
No, I'm not saying get him now, but I'm
not
saying
right now.
You
You're
saying
saying
like
like that type of player when he was
yeah.
I'm like, I'm like, get
you
Jeff
talking
Green
like
back right now.
what Detroit did this offseason?
Yeah, something very, 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 very good. 11-10, like just exactly that.
Them niggas are gonna end up
But
getting Ben
more so
Simmons. Watch.
defenders. They got shooters for Cade, but situation specific. Cade, they needed spacing, so that's what they went and addressed and got. And then even in Tobias, you can get some a solid rebounder, and if need be, can create every once in a blue moon. I think Charlotte needs to do that, but specific to what they need. So some defenders who can knock down the shot every now and again. But it's not easy to come by those players. But like a DFS, take if it's not too expensive, go get a DFS.
Yeah, they're hoping Josh Green can be that, but he's not going to really be that.
Bro, they're gonna
He's
get Ben
actually having
Simmons
a
on the
he's actually
minimum
having a
next year,
decent
bro.
year though.
Watch.
Josh Green. He's actually having a pretty good year in Charlotte. Mr.
Yeah.
Josh.
You hear me, Wes?
No, what you say?
They're gonna end up getting Ben Simmons for like a minimum next year. Watch. That's how serious they are. They are. Watch.
I don't know
No,
if
they're
that's
not.
good though. I don't like that.
This the Hornets,
that's
bro. They're gonna do some
terrible.
stupid shit like that.
Yeah, that's their bad. Rizzo, what you say? Fuck no to.
CJ,
The
who
Jeff Green
Jeff
pickup.
Green.
Shaggy, y'all in the finals or what? I'm against.
I wasn't saying that level of player though. Like I wasn't saying like him right now. I was just saying like a veteran that know their role.
The archetype.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, just the veteran. Just the veteran that know their role.
Well, I still would say no to that. Because you want a player you do want a veteran who knows their role, but you want a player that is actually contributing for real.
Yeah.
Like Green is past that point. So that archetype of player though, a guy who could defend and could knock down shots. Yeah, I guess.
They
Go
need
ahead.
to bottom out. They need to tank. They
don't. Fuck no. I'm not.
They don't have the framework of a good team moving forward. Like a team that's actually going to do something. They need another player. They need another guy for real. And whatever they do to get that guy, that's what they need to do. Like they don't have a big trio of guys who are like, okay, those are gonna be my core guys. Now we're gonna try to rock out and contend in the conference. They don't have that. Him and B Mills, cool, it's nice, it's fun, but it ain't that. They don't got it.
Well, granted, I know he been hurt.
What happened to Miles Bridges though? Why is everybody out on him?
You heard me, Jordan?
Because this not his show. This not his show no more. It's the Brandon Miller show now. So
you
can scoot your ass on out.
Third guy?
But
scoot your ass on out.
He's not that level of player though.
Yeah,
that's the real issue.
Jordan,
that's crazy.
If you remember what they did, I'm sure you did. They went up. Mm-hmm. Granted, he's not the level of player, or we don't know because he's been hurt. But they viewed that in Mark Williams. Like it was a LaMelo and Mark Williams build type of thing from a point guard center standpoint. He's a rim protector, he's a lob threat, he's a good rebounder.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have not seen it. But
yeah.
I mean, I'm not with you on the whole tank thing because you have two solid. You just heard Wes and BJ speaking to that point. And granted, you have your two guys in LaMelo and B Mill for the future, right? Ideally, you would want that third guy. But now, what about if you just put the right pieces around them two guys, though? Like, say Mark Williams is healthy, he gives you on a night-to-night basis.
Yeah. Bill and KD coming back tomorrow, by the way.
You could, just like how you can build a team around Trey, like how the Hawks did around Trey, you do the same thing around LaMelo.
Yeah, enjoy 46 wins and being out.
Well, no, I'm with Jordan now. You said how the Hawks built around Trey. Everything
not on outcome, but they got them. They got us some solid players.
Because that's not a team that's good enough to do anything.
Not the outcome part.
Jordan, but LaMelo and B Mill not winning 20 games though.
No, it's not winning. It's not contending for anything either. I'm talking about. I don't see the.
No, I'm saying like you saying tank, but how realistically is it for them tanking? Like how?
Nigga, what?
I don't know.
Them bottom out and having one of the 5 worst records in the league. I don't think
or just be lottery. Like they need another. They need to either just. If they're not gonna tank, then they better hit on their lottery pick.
BJ, do you be listening when I talk, or do you listen to like respond? You just said nigga what to what I just said. And that's not even a nigga what moment,
bro. Am I talking to you?
Who are you referring to then when you just said nigga?
I was talking to Jordan. That was to Jordan. That wasn't to you.
Okay, brother. Okay. Okay, brother.
What did Jordan
What
say?
about?
I don't know.
Yeah, he said BRB, so maybe
They
he'll come
I
back.
just
Hey
don't know why we
Jordan.
talking about the Hornets competing like for a championship.
Jordan not on
This
the
should be
mic
a
right
playoff.
now, Low.
I just want to know,
11-10, how you feel? Oh, my fault. Go ahead,
How I
Low.
feel?
I just want to know if he felt like the duo or the because he said the duo of LaMelo and Brandon Mills just isn't that, and I just want to know if you feel that way because of Brandon Mills or just how they play as a duo.
Bruh, if they get some serviceable niggas, them niggas can
I think
go
right
get
now
that
they
18
need
fool.
better wings. I think that's what
Yes,
it
for
is.
sure.
Like
A
right
trillion
now, I
percent.
think their bigs got to stay healthy. Theoretically, you have your bigs theoretically, and you kind of have your guards in like LaMelo and B Mill. Right now, it's kind of the wing department that's lacking. So where do they get that? Probably gonna have to be the draft, maybe, or maybe they can make a trade. I'm not sure, but right now, I think where they're lacking is the wing department. Like Miles Bridges, I feel like he's low key regressed this year. They drafted that Salon kid, but I don't know, what he's gonna be as a player. So they drafted him as like a project. Cody Martin, he's cool, but that's just he's not gonna really move the table like that or move the needle like that. So Josh Green, he's not really like a wing. He's supposed to be a guard. So it's like I think
So
where they need to get is a wing.
do you agree with the notion of tanking for let's say Cooper Flag?
I don't think they can tank. The only way
Yeah,
to
Bruh.
tank, the
I'm
only
saying
way they
that
can,
right
And,
the
and,
only
now.
and,
the
and
only
this is
way they
what
They
I'm
can
won't be
tank
saying,
is
right?
if
they won't be
LaMelo
that
is hurt.
bad.
Exactly.
The
Dude,
only way this
teams,
happens if
team,
LaMelo is hurt.
Nah,
teams
they're
that
I mean
teams
they
that
got
are
to sit their
solid
players,
enough,
bro.
they're not gonna sit there, bottom out, and fucking tank because they fucking can't because they're too good to tank. The Hornets are just too good to tank. They're
Nah,
too
I'm
saying
saying though, they can just sit their players, gang. They sit
Nobody,
that.
No,
nobody,
they do not.
you
No, they
cannot do that.
can't.
Nah,
No,
you
I
no.
don't
I
agree
said
with
they
that.
could. I didn't say they
Nah,
do.
but
No.
No.
I wouldn't even if they could, which I don't think they can anymore. I think the
Harrison
rules
Barnes won
have
Player of the Week. What the fuck? What the fuck they
Huh?
doing
taken
on
that
our
away.
West?
But
You
even
did?
if they
Nothing,
could,
nothing, bro. Chill.
I
That
Nothing
wouldn't
shit,
agree
happened
with
that
yet.
shit
that.
should have belonged to Uno.
Bro,
Nothing
fuck
happened.
that
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Even if
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
could,
Uno
I wouldn't
deserve
agree with
nothing
that because at
that
some point in
rebound
time you gotta
performance.
go win as a franchise. You want to start winning and laying the foundation. And granted, you may not like. I get it. Cooper Flag is really shiny, and he would work like perfectly. It would be a perfect fit to me. That
If
said,
Cooper Flag get
it's
drafted by
okay.
the Hornets, I'm moving to Charlotte.
You find you're a funny guy, man. You find a guy, a wing in this draft later, in round pick 12 or 14, maybe 16, depending on how the season goes. But you just maximize your draft position. And it's still like, you know, it's still possible in terms of getting a player who maybe, doesn't have flags upside, but is really, really good or not really, really good, but can be what you need him to be beside B Mill and LaMelo. Because, maybe you're not sold, and that's fine. It is early to be sold on B Mill, but I think I've seen enough
I
in
wish.
terms of what he
What
can
makes
become.
hold up? What makes Cooper like the unanimous number one pick though?
That's a different conversation, bro.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking
That's
about.
gonna move. Yeah, that nobody was saying
Yeah,
that
my
at
fault.
all.
You right.
No,
My
I just
fault.
didn't
Yeah,
want it to
that's gonna
move.
take the
I just didn't want
whole
it to
combo
move.
somewhere else.
Yeah, I just didn't want it to move
And
to.
it's still just not realistic to get him
Good. You
anyway.
ain't even watch. You haven't even watched
He's just trying to
any
be different. He's just trying to be
preseason.
different. Move on.
But nah, but to Westwood just saying. I mean, not to Westwood just saying. Jay, I wish you had a mic. If I'm getting aggressive, if I'm the Hornets, I just don't agree with that. Like when y'all be wanting teams to just go a little too aggressive, a little too early. Like go be aggressive for what? Teams that can be aggressive now for a guy is a team like the Rockets. The Rockets can be aggressive now. They went through the lottery. They went through
Yeah.
drafting in the top 5
Shit, fuck
numerous
I
out
got a
of
times and
question
shit
for
like
you
that.
after the game.
Now they
Hey,
can
I
be
can talk
aggressive.
real quick.
Go ahead.
Just
Where
aggressive.
you
Just aggressive
where
from
you
the
talking about too
standpoint.
early? LaMelo in like year
Hold on,
5.
hold on.
Just aggressive from the standpoint of I'm thinking of when their last playoff appearance, playoff appearance was, and just like where they're headed now. I feel like something got to shake by now. Like you done been through X amount of coaches. MJ ain't the owner no more. Yada this, yada
Yeah,
that.
I'm
Like
with him.
I'm trying. You see what I'm saying? Like that's
You
my thinking when
and
I'm
that
thinking of
goes.
like a prospect like Cooper Flag. They're a dime a dozen. They don't come that often, bro. They don't. Nobody like Cooper Flag though.
But Jay,
Is how I'm
real
thinking.
quick,
That's not realistic. They're not getting him.
and granted they can't get him now because
Yeah,
he's gone. But
understood.
what if a Bilal Coulibaly type of prospect is available? I think
Smooth.
that's
He's a lot
another
of
really
upside.
good.
Yeah.
Huh?
A lot of upside. Smooth.
So,
I
so
love
you're
it.
so you're looking for someone that's going to be near Kawhi Leonard-esque level player.
Dude, you
Back up
talking
on the
about
mic, bro.
Because if you're
talking about
saying
they never
Bilal
went to
Coulibaly,
contend.
you're going to go towards
You
Kawhi
know he
Leonard.
just went to the play-in 2 years ago, right? Like what are you talking about? They're not gonna contend. Yes,
Bro,
they can.
come on.
I'm just saying, be aggressive in the wing department. If you're gonna go get, don't go
They wasn't in the
get
play-in
nobody
2 years ago, by
old.
the way.
Don't go get nobody old. Like I know you probably need vets, but I feel like that's the wrong kind of vet at that position to try and go and get. If you're gonna go get a wing player, go get somebody that's like consistent. Like go get somebody that's ready to give you like 20 a night and ready to kind of usher in your young stars as well. Like somebody in that kind of like in their 5th, 6th year, somewhere around there. Or if you're gonna get somebody young, like get somebody kind of young, but kind of established as well. If you're gonna try and further this thing along, is what I'm saying.
And in the
That's
draft,
right.
if you can find what Mikal Bridges was when he was coming up,
Yeah, something like that.
like that would be perfect for them.
That'd be perfect.
And yeah, so
But Jay, you on the side of they should try to trade up in the top 3 and get
I
Cooper.
would. I mean, why not? Shit.
I'm with y'all on that, and I'm with him on the like. You gotta start trying to build something, bro.
You gotta
They gotta
build
start
something,
somewhere.
F. You ain't been shit since Kimber left, and even when Kimber was there, you still was
Yeah,
shit.
I'm with him on that, bro. They gotta start now, bro.
You're right.
You gotta start now.
And I feel like this is it.
But
don't
that's
sit
why
here
I'm
and waste a
against-
great
that's why
coach,
I'm
F.
against
Like
tanking,
Charles
though.
Lee, that nigga is good as hell,
Yeah, he
man.
is.
Don't
He's a
sit
good
there.
coach.
Don't sit there and waste that shit.
Their coach, Charles Lee. He's a good
Don't
coach.
waste that, bro. Don't waste. You hit.
He's
You hit
solid,
on the
and
money
this
with
the
him.
best coach Lamelo been playing with.
You hit on the money with him. And you got Kimber as an assistant coach too, man. The vibes are immaculate. Build on that, bro. Build on it.
And LaMelo's playing the best ball of his career.
Hell
He's
yeah.
been healthy thus
Just
far.
go get him a couple
And
little
it's only
spot
gonna
niggas.
get
Y'all
better.
talking about drafting a nigga. I'm trading for a star.
Either or. Either
I
or,
mean, but
Shaggy.
I'm about to
Shaq,
come available. I'm trading
the star
for.
player has become available still, though, Shaq.
Okay, but a star like who though?
I'm just letting you know now.
Who
It's a nigga in Milwaukee. It's a nigga in Milwaukee
Go
that's not
get
gonna be happy by
Zion.
the time the year over.
Oh,
hell no!
You said who? You said who, Shaggy?
Hell no,
I said it's a nigga in Milwaukee that's not gonna be happy by the time the season over. Trust.
Bruh, they don't got enough for 34.
He will
Bruh,
make
if they
the
ask for 34, no.
You know, he
They
improves.
want B-Mill back if they try to get 34.
He's untouchable. We sending you whoever else and all the picks
Anybody
in
who
the world.
named not Mello and B-Mail literally could take him.
Exactly. We
Literally.
sending you all
Anybody.
the picks in
Take
the
'em
world.
all.
I don't give a fuck.
Nigga, why are we talking about the dumbest thing?
But
Man,
Jordan, when you
So you're going to tank your future to be a middle of the pack playoff team.
Hold on. Shaggy,
I think
you
the
know,
direction is fine
if
right
that
now,
somehow
because
blow up,
I don't even think
Yo,
LaMelo
head
can
hammer,
do
head
nothing
hammer. I
Giannis
see you in head hammer. What's the word?
Dame is out of there. If all that
Don't
shit
call
blow
him
up,
that, bro.
Giannis not leaving. The Bucks will be dumb to trade that nigga.
Bro,
Dame
he's
is the one that's
glad to see
gone.
you here, AJ.
If they don't win the chip, Dame and Giannis is done. They're gone. Trust.
Bro, it's no
Nah,
way.
they run it back and move Middleton.
No,
Oh, so
I don't
Shaggy,
think they
you
give up.
swinging for the
They don't give
Pistons.
up
You
on
want
Greek,
Giannis.
bro.
Yes, Wes. Why not?
Greek just
how
gave
do
him a ring.
I
What's
don't
the
think
word,
they have.
Slatty?
I don't think they have what it
Oh,
takes.
God enough for
to
Giannis, bro.
Yeah.
You
said what, Wes?
If it ain't B-Mill or LaMelo, you ain't talking about putting one of them
What'd
in
you
there.
say, Wes?
Them niggas don't want that shit.
OG,
You don't want to
I
pull
don't think
B-Mill
even
to
both of them is
Giannis.
enough for
That
Giannis.
doesn't
LaMelo and
have
B-Mill.
you in,
Yeah.
like the same predicament in a sense. Maybe some people feel no because Giannis at 31 is still, a player who could really drag you somewhere, and then his co-star would be fucking LaMelo. Ooh, but I wouldn't want to hunt on B-Mill right now. Like
Nigga, I said B-Mill's untouchable. I don't know what the fuck they talking about.
You're not getting Giannis though, if that's the case.
You don't know that, bro. I hate when y'all do that. Y'all do fairy tale situations all the time while I'm doing one. I don't want to hear that shit.
Bro, what?
Fuck out of here.
All right. Wait,
Y'all niggas just
how
want them
many
to get Cooper
picks?
Flag. Y'all just spent 20 minutes for them to get
But he
Cooper
not
Flag.
lying,
Nigga, you just said you with Jay. Jay said that. You just said you with him.
I said I with him to prove it, not Cooper Flag. I literally said not getting it multiple times.
Hey, Ed, let me ask you
He said
something.
that. He said he'll go to
What's the word, Slapball?
Jordan said the one tanking.
Yo, y'all
Jordan said
rapping, bro.
tanking.
11-10 gotta finish, bro. Y'all rapping.
I was with him with his fucking
we got
trading
2
up
more
point.
games.
That's what I'm saying. We got Sunday too, gang. You forgetting Sunday?
Fuck Sunday,
Dang. Oh, so now you don't. Oh, now you don't want to talk about JB. All right.
No, I'm saying Sunday.
11-10 is enjoying a
Fake
combo,
love
but
make
it's
me
not
hate
even a
love,
bad
man. I'm a
combo, bro.
real JB fan. Stand up, man. Fake love
Look at
give me
that.
hate
need
love,
help,
You're
man.
hella weird, bro. You're
Fake
hella
love make me
weird.
hate love,
Yeah,
man.
real
That shit
talk,
hella
man.
Shout out
weird.
to
I hope
LaMelo.
y'all
Fake
beat baby
love
boy,
make
Shout
me
out
hate
bro.
LaMelo
love,
High.
I hope y'all not move by what he
man.
doing, bro. He really hella weird for
Shout
that.
out to my favorite League Pass
Cause
team.
he also did let you know I was gonna
Yo,
say fuck Sunday aside from the Celtics and Timberwolves game. So
yo,
the rest of the
Yo,
Yeah,
slate
we
what's
still
the
really
not
is
what's
top
the what's the
25. I don't care.
what's the word, Brody?
what was the
Process.
conversation about? Yeah,
Process.
The Hornets process.
yeah. What was
Process.
that though? Go ahead.
Do you
should
think
they be
deep
aggressive and
process?
try to make a move to get better and go get a piece?
Process. You
Whether
see the date. Process. You see the date on that tweet.
can I reset for him, bro?
Damn, he
Jaylen
said
Brown.
my
Hey,
name first,
bro.
gang. Process.
Oh
Do you
No
see the
one.
date?
Yeah,
my
Do you
bruh.
see
apologies,
that
It's
my
date,
supposed to be
apologies.
process?
said,
God,
bruh.
bro.
Come on.
But see, you do shit like
So
this.
when I eat and get energized, it's the problem. All right, I'm gonna shut up.
No, I'm
Nah,
I'm gonna
not
shut
can
up.
you
Nah,
saying
nah,
just
nah,
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 yeah.
nah. Y'all got it.
You
Nah,
just
nah,
gotta
nah,
Nigga, did
wait,
you
nah,
just
man.
nah,
pull up a
nah,
tweet
nah,
that says
nah,
Jaylen
nah.
Brown so
Y'all
You
got
could
it.
have
confident?
just
Y'all got
waited
it.
till we got to that
That
game,
nigga
Let
was
me tell
man.
you, my
so
bad. Let me
goddamn
tell you, my bad.
confident.
Let me tell you right. Let me tell you right. Now when I eat, when I eat and get energized, when I eat and get energized, nigga, I can yell too, nigga. I'm energized. When I
I'm
eat and
fucking
get energized,
crying, bro.
nigga.
Can y'all
When I
shut the
eat and
hell
get
up,
Yeah, I'm
bro?
energized.
boycotting,
When I eat
bro.
and get energized.
It's just not
Come
progressive,
on,
bro.
man. Let's
Hey, nah,
go.
y'all need real
Let
help,
me tell my
bro.
bad, bro. No
I
funny.
just had a.
That shit
I
hurt
just
my
had a.
ears, bro.
But
I just.
process. What I was
Yeah, I just
saying.
wanted to know what the fuck you're talking about. I didn't
Yeah.
need all
So
that.
process. It was all for the Hornets. We were going over the game against the Bucks. Then we started looking at their season
Go
and
back
where
to
they
the
are.
schedule,
Jordan
Ed.
Woods was kind of like he
All right.
felt like they should tank. Jordan Woods said he felt like they should tank. A lot of people pushed back. And Wizard, aka Jay, he was saying he felt like they should be aggressive and go make a move, be it at the end of the year in the draft or right now to go get a wing. But be aggressive. Like don't fucking tank, no bottom out. And I agree with that. Like wholeheartedly. I think they have two players that you should believe in. And it's like, okay, the foundation for a team, we're a piece away and we need some defense. Okay, we'll just go get it. Like not easier said than done, but I think that should be the
The only
mindset.
thing that sucks about this whole
Bottoming out again.
situation with Charlotte is that they don't have the franchise to go out and just get somebody free agent wise. That's the only reason I don't agree with tanking right now because that's a bad idea the way they're playing. But I do agree with Wizard when he said try and trade up to get Cooper Flag. The problem is it's going to cost you it's going to cost you a lot.
Oh yeah,
You're
depending on
essentially
who it
that's
is,
essentially what I'm
absolutely,
that's
To
essentially
get
what
absolutely.
to
I'm saying though.
depending
I'm
on where
saying do whatever it takes to get that
What's your
player.
price?
yeah, depending on
Bro, this
what
Three,
nigga Mike is the best ever.
3 at the very least. 3 first rounders at the very least.
Conversation because
Probably
AJ
2.
said they don't even got their pick this year, guys. Like, come on, guys. We don't.
oh they don't even
Oh,
have
they
their
don't.
pick this year.
Yeah, we
Come
don't
on,
have
Hornet.
to. Yeah, we
Charlotte
don't have
For
don't.
to.
Oh,
real?
dang. Oh
Somebody
well.
Yeah.
got
Oh
we
well.
gotta fact check that, bro.
Oh well.
Yeah.
You know
That's
All right, we
wild.
gotta. We gotta.
Wait. Who got the
Yeah,
Hornets
they
Oh,
they
we
pick
can't
though?
gotta. We
they
gotta
can't
fact check
tank.
AJ.
I can check that right now. Hold on.
He said he
Yeah.
pretty
It's
sure.
over with for them.
Why
He
nigga
ain't say
treating
he
AJ like he tweeting in goods?
It's free agency bullshit. You
Nigga,
know.
he worse. Who the fuck is
Good
the
fucking
same
troll,
nigga that
stupid ass
AJ that
nigga.
says hammer? That nigga, bro. Watch out with that fruity nigga, bro.
Charlotte's first round pick
Watch
is
who I talk to,
protected.
baby bro, nigga.
King, that wasn't necessary, Queen.
Yeah,
What
that
the?
was that was weird.
Yo, we gotta
Bro, why
chill.
would
Yo,
they
yo,
do
yo,
that?
yo, 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 yo,
Yeah, it
yo.
was super weird.
We gotta give 11-10 the floor back again in a second, y'all. We doing a little too much. She's not gonna get loud with y'all. She's not gonna say, "Hey guys, okay, be quiet."
11-10
I
yell
tell
over
you that all the
everybody.
time, bro. What you mean?
Yeah,
Yell over them. Yell over
Charlotte's
them.
first
Everybody
round
up.
pick is protected. It will go to the San Antonio Spurs, 1 through 14. So
Sheesh.
Okay, 1
The
through
Spurs
14
got
to the
that pick?
Spurs.
Oh, so it's protected.
Damn.
There we go.
Spurs collecting draft picks.
Even more of a reason to tank. So Jordan Woods is definitely wrong. No tanking, bro.
Wait. So it goes to the Spurs if it's bad. If
If
it's
it's
a
1
high
through
pick.
14, if it's 1 through 14.
No, if it's
no,
good,
it's protected 1 through 14. So
Yeah.
if they're
Oh,
if
my
they're
bad.
top 8
That's
seed,
My
crazy.
fault.
if
1
they're
through
a top 8
14?
seed,
I
probably.
heard that wrong. My
1
apologies.
through 14 is crazy. I ain't gonna hold you.
Nah,
Yeah,
fuck that. They're
It's a
gonna
lottery
It's a
team. They're a
lottery
lottery team. They
protected
still get the
pick.
pick.
Yeah,
Essentially,
It's a lottery protected pick, so they get to pick
So as
that.
long as they don't
They
make a
still
high
good
playoff
evidence,
seed, they're
technically.
good. Yeah.
So they gotta play.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, they don't have to play. But
Yeah. They just they got to be a mediocre playing team, basically.
Yeah.
Or bottom out like Jordan said.
And you don't have to
Jordan
bottom
They
out.
still
I'm
have a
just
chance,
saying,
especially
whatever
with
it
the
takes to
lottery
get
odds the
that,
way it look. They still got a
whatever
chance
it
at
takes
Cooper
to
Flag.
get that,
Who knows?
whatever it takes to get that
They don't have
third
a chance at
guy
that
at
point, bro.
wing, then do that.
Yeah, they do, bro. It's just slim as hell.
If you want to
If
take a
they're a
chance in
lottery
the
team,
lottery, go ahead.
Bro, they 6'10".
Well,
slim as fuck.
in other news, whoever gets the number one pick, there's no way in hell they're trading it anyway, guys. So
That's a
Exactly.
fact.
Like they're
like
not
the
And
trading
let
it.
me ask you something though, right? Because
You don't know
There
our
is
business.
one guy.
Yeah.
There is one fucking bum that they could get probably next year.
Who?
That
what's the name of
if
Embiid?
nah, bro, you're funny as shit though.
This nigga brother.
Zion, I bet you they move his ass.
Oh
We've
no.
been had that.
low,
We've been had that
low.
conversation.
Next
If
game.
Zion
What's
is
your question,
healthy,
gang?
I
if
don't think
Zion's
that's a good
healthy
move
on
for them.
that team, could you fucking imagine?
If
With
he's
I
LaMelo
don't
and
healthy
think it's
Zion,
that
again.
good. I think on paper it's
Superstar.
better. It looks
he
better
won't
than
cost you
actually.
too much either,
Low,
though.
what's your
Wes.
question, Low, before I switch to my phone?
What you mean?
No,
Low.
I had asked you, bro, because you had basically said, could you disagree that when Jay said that the Hornets need to start getting aggressive? So I was gonna ask you, like, do you think Melo Ball's gonna resign? 'Cause that's really my thing, right? Because you made
He
it
already
seem
got an
like
extension.
I know but like he's gonna be like, okay, he's guaranteed like what 4 more years, but if they don't make no moves to get better, bro, like he's not gonna just stick around and keep being bums. Like he's
Yeah, I
eventually
mean,
gonna request out.
yeah, it wasn't me saying it wasn't me. He has this season, then 4 more years after that. It wasn't me saying that, oh, don't do nothing, period. I was just saying realistically, I don't think there's anything that they can do right now as far as getting aggressive in his eyes. So like trading up for Cooper Flag, how realistic is that? That's not realistic. Now, I'm not saying I rule out getting aggressive or getting another player that's better than Brandon Miller, who's your number 2 right now, or another guy that can complement those guys, such as a wing like 11-10 was saying. I'm not ruling that out because they still need to get better in the front court, in my opinion. I don't like Miles Bridges alongside LaMelo and B Mill personally. So you can improve in that aspect. That's what I would say. But I don't think anything realistic for them to do right now. Like you let this season, this is your first full season of LaMelo and B Mill. Let this rock out, let this play out, and see what they do. And then when
Who the Hornets GM again?
I don't know.
Is it Kupchak? It ain't Kupchak, is it?
I don't know who the GM is. And then as you approach,
I think never mind.
Kupchak, he said he gone. I thought he left. Kupchak, he's still there, Mitch.
If it's Mitch, then y'all can dead everything I said. Go ahead.
Yeah, and as you approach next season or whatever the case, that's where I'm looking at next season or season after that. I'm not looking at this season and say, oh yeah, you got to do something right now.
I don't think nobody's looking at this season, bro.
You just let this season pan out. I'm talking to Lodo, bro. You just let this season pan out, and then you continue, from there. So I'm not saying you don't do nothing at all.
The GM, by the way, is Jeff Peterson.
We don't know that nigga, but
yeah, we don't know him, so he got a good
Shaggy,
chance.
you
Go
said
ahead.
Embiid. What are you giving me? What are you giving me?
Is Herb for sale?
Huh? Why the fuck they do
Somebody just said Embiid.
Herb Jones.
Nobody
See,
wants him over
that's
there,
a hell of a name.
Yeah, Herb for
I
sale.
thought he said.
Herb
I thought he said
Jones?
34.
Herb for sale?
He said 34. He ain't
Herb
said
for sale?
Well, let me answer this.
I doubt it though. I doubt it.
What are
Herb
y'all
is a good
goals?
one.
They blow that
Herb is
team
really
up.
good.
Come
you know
on
what's
now.
gonna end up happening, and then we could if y'all still want to talk about it, you can. But you know what's gonna end up happening? They're gonna end up signing Bingham,
My niggas talking about
a
role
North
players.
Carolina kid.
B.I. back to North Carolina. Okay, I
It's
like
funny
that.
because I said
I like
that to
that.
Jordan in the chat. So
I
Why do you
actually
like
like
that?
that.
That's not a good fit.
I don't like that for real.
I actually like that.
I don't
I don't
like it
think
either,
that helps
though.
the way.
Bro, you gotta stop
That
bringing
does
up
not
B.I.
You
help.
name
gotta
in these
stop
talks,
that,
bro.
bro.
Nigga, we're
Ev, why you
talking
do
about
that,
a
bro?
team and potential moves, and I'm telling you what
What I
I
do?
think
What
is gonna
happened?
end up
I
happening.
agree with
I
you
heard
on
I'm
hey,
not
that.
saying
Wes,
that's
they
what's
ain't got to
gonna
stick
We
happen.
with
talking
him.
about
That was
They don't
a
got to
not
keep
potential
him.
step forward though. That's
They
taking
can
they
use him.
going over
They
there
can
type
use him in
shit.
trade.
Again, I'm telling you what I think is going to happen, not what I think
Yeah,
should happen.
they
I think that's what's
got
gonna
to
happen.
keep him, bro.
They
They can
don't,
trade him.
bro. The league don't look at B-Mill how you look at them, gang.
The league doesn't look at B
B
Mill
Mill.
how I
Nah,
look at
B
him.
Mill
That's just
has value
facts. Like
though,
what the fuck?
bro.
That's facts.
B Mill has value. Shaggy talking about he ain't got no
What does B
value.
Mill have to do
I
with
thought you were
that?
talking
Yeah, he said B Mill. He meant me
He meant
B.I.
Bingham.
about B.I.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm talking about, nigga.
Nigga, what
That's what I'm
again?
talking about.
Like no funny.
They
I've
don't. The
grown,
league do not look at Brandon Ingram how West
nigga,
does. That's a fact.
what the fuck did I say about? Oh, they need to go get Ingram. I said I think this is what they're going to end up doing, and I wasn't saying
And
I
I'm
think
telling
it's
you,
a
they're not.
positive
You're
thing.
wrong. They're not even considering that.
Nigga, that's not true. That also isn't true. Like it's already been reported that's one of the teams that has interest. So again, like it doesn't matter, but maybe they don't, and it'll be a good day for everybody. Like this isn't Ingram praise, bro.
Why
Like,
you don't like it though?
God.
Why you don't like that fit?
I don't think it's
Right.
what they need.
It's a
They don't
terrible
need
fit.
that, and then also he takes away from B Mill's
B Mill, yeah,
development
which is just the same
per
thing you
se.
were
I
saying
mean,
about
although
Miles.
B Mill could settle into an off ball role more often, but I don't like it. I wouldn't be in favor of something like that.
So B
But
Mills,
I think that's the
so B
team
Mill
they.
sold y'all. Well, Jordan basically said he hasn't sold him yet, but so B Mill sold y'all that he could be the number two guy, number two ball handler type guy.
Fuck no.
Yeah.
I think you play out this year and find out.
Yeah, probably. He's pretty good.
He's
Nah, I
playing
mean,
well now, but
yeah, I
I
asked
think you
that
need
because
to
we
have
making
the
a lot of
season to
plans right
evaluate. I
now,
think. So,
What the fuck is making fetch happen?
Mean
huh?
Girls
What?
reference.
Yeah,
What is
I'm
that?
a tween. Anyway,
You don't like
listen,
movies, bro. It's crazy.
Wait, hold
Anyway,
on. AJ said, "Oh nah,
nigga is a
here
grown
y'all
man
oh
and
go.
just
Here
nah."
y'all
and just
go. Here
threw a
y'all
mean
go.
girl reference.
Making
Tween might
Here
be
fetch
y'all
right.
happen.
go. Here y'all
Tween might
go.
be
Here
right
y'all
by
I've
go.
there.
never heard of that.
Oh,
Making fetch
bruh.
happen.
The only people who know is the girls. I'm sorry, bro. I'm not one of
Y'all
the
never seen
girls.
Mean Girls?
No, I
Bro,
never
Nah,
what
watched
the?
that
Mean
movie
Wait,
a
he
Girls.
got
day in
that
my
from
life.
Mean
Damn, y'all ain't
Girls?
grow up, bro. That's wild. Anyway, let's not go
Y'all
down that
bashing
dark
Mean
Yeah,
Girls,
road.
but
Twin
y'all doing
comment might have
Mean
been
Girls.
right, gang. So funny.
11-10. I've seen Mean Girls, but you think I'm gonna fucking post something in the movie?
Okay,
What the
okay,
fuck is that,
okay,
bro? What's wrong with you, AJ?
It's okay. You're one of the
okay.
girls. I still fuck with that nigga.
Please 11-10.
Anywho, one last tidbit on Charlotte standpoint. LaMelo and B Mill are currently averaging the most combined 3-point attempts per game by a duo in NBA history at 22.7 3-point attempts per game between the
That's
both of them.
bro. You said in history?
Yep, in history, it's more than
That's
Clay and Steph, who
Yeah,
insane.
their
yeah,
highest was
yeah.
22. So if they keep it up, they'll go down in
I need
history
to
as the
keep
most
Jay
threes
Will
attempted.
updated with this info. Hating
They
ass
they
nigga.
gotta keep doing that though. I think that works
And
out
I
for
think
him.
LaMelo by himself is averaging at least 12 3-point attempts per game. So
And the nigga want me to think Jada better than LaMelo. Okay.
Whoever
anyway,
said that, you should slap him.
BJ always want to stir the pot, bro. But next game we had the Golden State Warriors visiting the San Antonio Spurs.
BJ, we got to talk, bro.
San Antonio came back in this one and won 104-94. Wemby had 25. Wiggins had, is that 20? I think the screen got a little blurry. Can't tell. But yeah, the Spurs I think had a big stretch in the third and fourth quarter where they were able to take the lead. Stephon Castle played pretty good defense against Steph in the entirety of that game. Chris Paul chipped in. Harrison Barnes has been solid, over the past week. Apparently he won Player of the Week for the Western Conference. So good one for the Spurs. And coming back and stealing this game, BJ, I know you don't talk about the Spurs, but you got anything to say, bro?
You said Harrison Barnes won Player of the Week.
He did. He did.
Jesus
I ain't gonna
Christ.
lie. I don't think he deserved that. I seen the stats and I'm
The
like,
NBA
they
is
just
worse
gave
than the
this to him
NFL,
because he
Lo.
sucked and they just gave this
Gang,
to
is
him
you about to
because they know
complain
he
about
don't
the
never
player of the
win it
week, bro?
again.
Bro, it's
No, I
a
just didn't know he won
billion
that
player
shit.
of the weeks every year. Like, come on, bro.
Talk about he ain't deserve it, nigga. It's a player of the week. Like, what the fuck? Who
He
cares?
didn't, gang.
I didn't
22,
even know he was on the fucking
22
Spurs.
and 8. Come on now, be for real.
I mean,
You
that's
think
because
nobody
you
else in
don't
the
care
West
about
averaged
him.
22 and
Bro, he
8?
shot 62% from the field, bro. What are you
Bro, like
talking
he
about?
deserved that shit, bro. Come on, bro.
I
Don't
thought
play.
that guy was
Nah,
He
Kevin
could have
Durant.
missed.
he
I
hooped.
thought that guy was
He
Michael
picked up.
Jordan
Okay.
coming out of North Carolina.
That nigga did not
Yeah,
deserve
he's a
that.
Jordan nut rider though, so I
I
understand.
like it, man. Stephon Castle, he's kind of nice, bro. So
Yeah.
he had
Wait,
19
Yeah, he basically is
points.
Jordan level. So
hey,
He
why
had
you
19
said
He
that
had
points.
though?
So
he
I'm
That's
gonna
why
had
you
be
watch
he
Castle
had
now.
he had
I'm
the
gonna be
world.
tapped in to
That's
see how
Jordan
Castle
Hill.
grows and develops and stuff because I like watching him play. Wemby had 25, 9 assists, 7 rebounds, 3 blocks, 1 steal. Harrison Barnes had 22 points with 7 of 8 shooting, 2 from 3 from the 3-point line, and 6 of 8 from the free throw line, and 8 rebounds. So Harrison Barnes has been putting together a pretty nice season in San Antonio thus far. So good win for the Spurs.
Been better than Paul George.
That's not a
Wait,
lie.
how much did Curry have 11-10, if you don't mind me asking?
Curry had only 14. He was 5 for 16, 3 from 10
Dope
from
my
the 3.
parlay.
Yeah, man, tough
It was
game.
crazy because the game before the Warriors played, I forget who they played. I took his under, so I should have waited for this game here to take his under.
next time.
Yeah, maybe next time, bro. Next time. Any other comments on this game?
Is Popovich still coaching over there? Like, is he sick or what's
No,
going on?
he's
Medical leave.
still
He's
out.
out.
Jeez.
Okay,
Yo,
and
who in here? He tried to call me by my name to get me mad. Did West not come in here the other day and say I seen enough? Jokic is the best player ever. Did he not do that?
I didn't even call you out your name.
Do you not? Okay, I'm talking to you directly. Then did you not do that West the other day?
Well, I'll see y'all on hour 11.
No, that's not what I did.
where you going, Jordan? Don't run.
11:10. I apologize.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead. You
not
got
running.
it.
This is gonna go for an hour.
No. I'm gonna stop.
Oh, okay. No, don't
I'm
worry,
just
bro.
joking. I'm just joking. Okay.
But no, we ready for the real game. You know.
Okay. Denver went and visited the Los Angeles Lakers and won 127-102. Nikola Jokic had
Russ.
34.
Not to play both sides,
Russ
but you did do that though.
Russ had a
1000% did
double
it.
off the bench. Austin Reeves
Bro,
was
I
the leading
never
scorer
even
with
said
19
who it was. I
points.
said he the best ever, bro.
Have at it. Floor is yours.
And nothing happened. Nothing
We
happened in
lost.
the
So I know the floor is
game.
mine.
All right, you
Nothing
got it,
happened,
gang.
bro.
You got it.
Y'all took it and said it was
Pass.
about that, and it wasn't even about
Okay,
that.
you got it, gang. You got it, gang.
No, that's what happened. The game was on
Okay.
since we're on it right now. Sorry, real quick, 11 since we're
Yeah,
gonna
she
do
passed
it.
it up. She said have at it. She
What
said have at
happened?
it.
What happened
But I
is
don't want
Yeah, I
to.
said
the
have
game
at
was
it. Go for
on.
it.
It was halftime. I said he's the best ever. A nigga
No, you
said,
said no.
"Oh
You
my
didn't say that.
God,
You
you're
said
taking it too far. Here goes overreaction West."
You
I
said I've
never
seen.
even
Said
said
I've
who it
seen
was.
enough. He's the best ever.
Nobody was speaking on stage about any player. No player's name was circulating or anything. I just typed in the chat, he's the best
Yeah, you
ever.
move. Yeah, you moving
And then
weird.
these niggas did that.
You moving weird.
Fuck are y'all talking about? I
When you
never
finish,
said Jokic
if
is the best
you're
ever.
not gonna start off
You
talking about the
never
game, pass
asked
the swiper.
who. No, nobody ever specified
Swiper. If
anything.
he
I
stop
just
talking,
said
go
he's
ahead,
the
swiper.
best ever. He the best ever. What? Who's I talking about? I don't know. You tell me. You want to say Joker? Okay, cool. I say it wasn't him. Now what?
Swiper. Whenever he done, go ahead, swiper. Talk about the game.
Oh, now niggas don't want to have conversations. Because you know that's what happened. You can't back it up with anything. Just saying shit. Call Jokic the best ever, but never identified a player. Never specified anything. You just got bitched up, Ev.
Swiper, you there still?
Oh,
Swiper, you there to talk about the second half, man?
yeah, I'm trying to pick something up. Hold on.
No rush. In process, I appreciate that, bro. I'm just learning to just ignore.
All right, I'll run through the box score real quick.
Man, this nigga know he ready. He know he ready. He know he ready to talk. Nigga been ready to talk, man.
No, you know what, OG.
I
I'm not
told
gonna
you he
lie.
was
Like,
ready. I
Actually,
get that
Swipe
nigga
is
to
ready. It's
talk.
cool.
I get that nigga to talking.
just to respond, you ain't getting nothing but my money. Get it on time too, by the way. Cash. So I think the issue is with the Joker conversation, man. Like I don't even want to engage with it no more because I think what I learned today, there's never going to be an actual conversation about him because it's just going to go back to nonsense, and it's like the most unproductive conversation online at this point. The Nuggets played well. They dominated the team they're used to dominating. Anthony Davis has had one of his worst defensive years of his career so far this year. I think that was proven to be true. I think that Rui and they just lack athletes. Jordan knows this. Byron knows this. All Lakers fans know they lack athletes. They lack intensity. They lack hustle. They lack a lot of things. But again, everybody knows I have a great relationship with Jason Temp. We are legitimate friends. We talk. He has one of the best basketball platforms, I think, period, on the internet. And he has the Lakers ranked as the 7th best team in the NBA. I have asked him multiple times about like how is that possible, considering they have a bottom 3 defense in the league and they have a top 5 offense, but everybody goes back to LeBron and AD, and as we have seen multiple times, it's not enough. They had the 17th highest point net rating in the NBA basically right now, and they're 10-5 prior to that game, but that's because they have had a very weak schedule. They have dominated versus a lot of weak and or injured teams. And so I think that's and many Lakers fans that are sensible. They knew that, and so like even Byron and Jordan, I think, kind of acknowledged that. But in this game in particular, it was the same for the Nuggets. They start off slow. They don't take it serious to the third quarter. Ev remembers this, like they did versus Dallas. But Luka didn't play that game, so I don't know if you watched that whole game. But same thing. They come out in the third quarter, and it's a wrap. Like they put their foot down. They play defense. They play offense at a high level. They run in transition, and then they kill you. I think the Nuggets were like a plus 25 or whatever in that quarter. Yeah, I mean, it was just a dominant game. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of other stuff for y'all to get to. I think Anthony Davis had his worst game of the year. Still think he's been a top 5 player this year. But yeah, I mean, it's just kind of more of the same. They get ran out of the gym. Jamal Murray only had 14, 5, and 5 on 5 of 12 shooting. He didn't even have a great game. But Christian has been dominant. He has been a lights out two-way player. Obviously, Peyton Watson has been amazing. He's been a very good two-way player. Michael Porter Jr. has played very well this year, and obviously he destroyed the Lakers for 24, 11, and 5 after having a 24, 11, and 4 game, I think, versus Memphis just a couple days ago. Yeah, man, it's just really, 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 a good game versus the team that's not so good versus the team that I think is really good. And I think if the name Lakers was not on the chest and LeBron did not play for that team, this would just be a regular win on a Saturday night.
I
Damn.
think you went too far. I think you went too
Yeah,
far.
like that feel like a slap in the face. I feel like you just slapped all the Lakers fans in the face, like literally, like just slapped them. To me.
I mean, I would love
Why?
for him to rank the teams that
I
are
mean, he
like
didn't
rank
lie
the
though,
teams.
bro. Like he didn't lie.
I would love for him to rank the teams in the NBA.
Yo, nothing on
and tell me
Russ.
where these great
Swiper, he's been
teams
pretty
are.
damn good.
It's like
Nah,
4 or 5
he's a
really good
C on the
teams.
season process. That's my dog, though.
I mean, is he not?
He's
Is he
been
not?
pretty good though. I mean,
No,
yeah,
he's
that's
not a
fine,
C.
but
He's not
been
been
pretty
average.
Well, I
good.
said a C plus, but again, he's also had another 2 games since then. So I think you can bump it up to a B. I don't have issues with that, but again, I'm going to take the whole season into account. But Russ has been excellent, and again, I want to credit Russ. Russ had 10 assists before he had a point versus that game, which was spectacular. And that backdoor pass that he had, they ran the down screen for Porter with Jokic, and you either get a switch or you trail. And again, they don't want to switch that, so there was a trail, and then Anthony Davis didn't expect it coming, and Russ hit one of the best passes I've seen all year. His passing has been immaculate this year. I've had to hear a bunch of utter nonsense. Obviously, everyone knows I'm not a Russ stan. I do like his game. I've always liked his game. I've had to listen to Penn on PC tell me he's not a top 50 passer ever. I've had to listen to people
Nigga,
tell me
what?
that it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not
I
worth
just
it.
want to know his name.
No, Penn on PC. You just got to turn on PC, bro. It's just he comes up there as an occasional guest. And then his passing's been great. His defense, y'all, has been excellent all year. I don't know if y'all saw him strip LeBron from behind. That led to a run out in transition. He's done that multiple times this year. Yeah, he's just done a lot of really good things this year. So I mean,
He looks like
Russ,
he's having more fun for sure.
yeah, it's just, and I will say that too, process. A part of it is just the culture. Denver is not, and I've tried to stress this to everybody, to Russ fans coming in. Denver is never going to magnify you in a way that is unhealthy, and they're never going to blame you for everything. Everyone takes accountability. Jokic from the top takes accountability for his issues, and Jamal, even as bad as he played, always takes accountability. Malone takes accountability. So no one's ever going to scapegoat Russ as the reason why they don't win and don't do this and that. And
You gonna do it though?
no. Russ is a role player. Like when he doesn't need to play, he's gonna get out of the game. When he needs to play and he's playing well, he'll stay in the game. It's just that simple. Like it's literally just that simple. He's not Sarge. Sarge is unplayable. I think he deserves to not be on this team. I heard he's a really good dude. Like I imagine I'll see him at some point. I do not think he's a valuable player. He was a -12 in 3.5 minutes. It's just not worth it. Like he doesn't do anything for the team whatsoever. And this is versus Christian Coloco.
1,000%.
Yeah, it's no sense to it. So yeah, man, I think please everybody else comment on the game. Somebody's asking me about where do the Lakers rank?
Yeah, Jordan Wood said, "What are the top 8 teams in the league to you?"
Oh, I don't know. Can I get a minute to kind of go through that list?
Yeah.
Wait.
Anybody else
Wait.
Oh, go ahead.
Wait. Never mind.
Maybe not.
What is the question? What are you upset about?
You said what?
You know the motto, bro. Look, come on now.
Yeah, I know how it goes, bro.
You gotta speak your mind. You can't say
no, but what is? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Are you saying they are top 8 teams?
You recoil. Where was the top 7 thing that you recoiled at earlier?
Me?
Yeah.
Jason said that the Lakers are the 7th best team in the NBA.
Okay. And so that's why I asked you, like, what teams do you think? And I'm not saying he's right. I'm just asking you, in your opinion, like, what are these other teams that have just wowed you so far this season?
Okay, so just
for that
on
to be Yeah.
So again, let me give you the context for what I said to him, because I'm trying to just paint the picture. Jason is obviously a numbers person, like a lot of the rest of us are. You are too, to a degree, I know. But the Lakers, before that game, before they played the Nugget, they had the 26th easiest schedule in the league. Now, to their credit, the Cleveland Cavaliers and Boston Celtics both had like the 28th and 29th easiest schedules in the league. So it's not a matter of just your schedule you're playing, but also how you perform versus those teams. The Lakers, so far in the league, in terms of just overall like impact data, they are the 17th best team in terms of just how they actually perform versus who they're playing. They have been a mid team, meaning around 15, and they fell after the Nuggets game to now 17. They've been mid for a majority of the year because their defense is so bad. Like their defense is that bad. And again, their offense is really good. You know, top 5 offense on the year, top 6 right now. But their defensive rating is sitting at 26 in the league, and I believe it was 27 prior to that. They can't guard on the perimeter. Anthony Davis is having his worst off-ball rim protection season of his career so far, but I think a lot of that has to do with offensive responsibilities and some other things. LeBron's obviously not been a good defender this year, for in large part. Reeves, D'Lo, Cam Reddish, I mean, you name it. They just don't have the personnel. And so my argument with him was, how are you arguing their top 7 when they don't even have the same kind of profile as the Kings did in 2022-23, because the Kings had the all-time great offense that season, but their defense was like 17th or 19th or 21st. I can't remember what the exact number was. And so I was trying to understand like what goes into that mentality that you would have them that high. And really the biggest thing, Jordan, comes down to they have LeBron and AD. Like the imagined ceiling of LeBron and AD is a lot of the reason why he in particular had them as high as he did. And I just fundamentally disagree that I just don't think they've been that quality of team this year. And just respectfully, the
Look
Clippers
at
are
the rest
better.
of the league, though.
Why is their ceiling? That's what I'm saying. That, and then why is their ceiling imagined? Like they've been losing
Because
to.
we're
They've been
ranking
getting
based
their ass
on
kicked by
now.
one. Because I feel like when we face y'all, like because y'all are better than us, right? I feel like when we face y'all, it kind of blows into us being indicative of who we are relative to the rest of the
No,
league. And I've been
I read
noticing
all
that
the
for a minute.
information. I read all the information
So
prior to that,
that's
though.
why I asked you, given all of that, what are your other, like what are the teams? I want to be able to. You can't just throw out they're not
So
this and
the
then tell me
Thunder,
who
the
is that.
Thunder are better. The
Of
Boston
course.
Celtics are better. The
Yep.
Cleveland's better. The Rockets are
Yep.
better. The Mavericks are better. The Golden State Warriors are better.
God bless.
I think the Knicks. You don't think the Golden State
Rockets
Warriors
are
are better? The
No,
Rockets are
continue.
better.
No, continue. Yeah.
They have been better. They've absolutely
Okay.
been better.
Okay. If you want to say okay,
The
that's
Knicks
better.
have been better. Orlando's been better. The
No,
Clippers have been better.
the Knicks have not been. How have the Knicks been better?
The Knicks are the Knicks.
like that.
Yeah, that's not no. That's
Oh,
why
okay.
I'm glad he switched to have been better. That's cool. No, I'm not. I don't argue
That's
with
all
you at
I'm
all.
saying.
He's asking like who are actually who
Yeah, the Rockets
actually
have
believe
been
are
better,
the
but the
better
Knicks
team.
haven't.
Yeah,
Like
that's
if
cool.
you're
Dallas has been
using
playing
that,
better for 8 games.
Well, I think the Knicks have been better.
they how?
Well, they have an even better offense than the Lakers do, and they have a better defense, even slightly, than the Lakers do.
I'm never arguing have been better because that's. I mean, at least for this
well,
conversation.
that's what we're
If you
talking
have been
about.
better, you can have that.
And the Knicks,
But that wasn't what we were
the
trying to go
Knicks
for,
have
though.
a worse record.
Yeah, we just
Granted,
now just
albeit
over
by
have
one
been
game.
better.
The Knicks also have a
albeit by one game, but they have a worse record. And,
So I'm not doing record. I'm not doing
hold on. They just had a common opponent that they got beat by 15 points.
Which common opponent? Which common opponent?
Utah. They let Utah blow them out. In which, granted, it was a close game for the Lakers, but the Lakers closed the deal on that and won that game.
Yeah, that game
and they
wasn't even really
played
all that close.
each other in the same week. Like they faced that opponent in the same week. The Lakers were able to win. The Knicks got blown out by them.
Oh, okay. So then, let me say, the Minnesota Timberwolves, are they better?
They're not playing better than the Lakers are to this point in the season. So no. Why would Minnesota get the nod? They're 8-8.
Yeah, the same. But
and
I'm not
all
using
the issues that you have with Minnesota in the half court offense, having to rely on Julius Randle as a secondary hub, all of these issues.
They've had a mid offense.
Spacing, yeah, and their defense, as good as it's been, they're still not performing. Like, bro, it's a
substantially better defense.
It does not matter. They lost back-to-back games to the Portland Trailblazers. What you're doing in the season matters.
I'm not disagreeing that they have a bad win-loss profile. But again, I'm not just measuring win-loss. Otherwise, like the Nuggets are 9-6. Like, so are the Lakers a better team than them? Like, are the Mavs? The Mavs are 9-8. I think they're better than what their record has shown.
The Mavs have not played basketball that speaks to them being clearly better than the Lakers this season.
They are no, just to be clear.
I'm gonna
Their
start using that for
offense,
the Bucks. I like that, Swiper. Thank
their
you.
their offense has been damn near as good, and their defense has been substantially better. Substantially, like
if you think that they're
leaps and
better,
Again,
bounds
you're
better.
if
only
you think that they're
looking. You're
better,
looking
that's
at.
rock
I
out.
think it's just a flawed metric to only stand on. Okay, defensive. Hold
I'm
on, hold on.
flawed
The
because I'm
only
saying
stand
that
on.
their on-court performance.
No, I think their on-court performance in terms of the defensive rating and offensive rating is one way of looking at basketball. I think it's not appropriate in every manner in terms of the fact that, granted, and the Lakers have had somewhat of a soft schedule, but watching the Lakers play basketball, I think they've done
They've had
things
one
at
of the
times.
easiest schedules in basketball,
I
and
literally
the Mavs
just
are one of
said
the
that. Why are
hardest.
you
Can you
repeating
post
what I
that link?
said?
Can you post that link,
Like,
Swiper?
why repeat what I said when I'm in the middle of
No,
trying
but
to
I
explain?
don't. I really. So you push back against the Wolves, Dallas, and who else?
I pushed back against the Wolves, Dallas, and the Knicks, and I said the Knicks. My only point with the Knicks was they had a lot. They just had a common opponent, and the Knicks got blown out by that team. So
Okay,
I
what
don't
about
think
the
it's
what about?
clear, and I'm not pushing back that they could be better. I'm like, these teams, Minnesota, they just don't have an argument right now. Minnesota doesn't have an argument.
Okay, what
For
about Memphis?
Dallas and the Knicks, they do have arguments, but I think it's really nip and tuck. So I don't think Jason Tipp putting them at 7 over a team like Dallas or the Knicks is like a bad take, considering the fact that I think it's so nip and tuck. And everything can't be rooted in, well, their defensive rating is this, their
No,
bottom
but that's
5
not.
defense here.
I literally read. This is what I hate about what we're doing. I also read off how they're performing versus their opponents. I read off their strength of schedule, how they played, and who they beaten. And so I'm saying that the Lakers, by and large, have been performing as a mid-range team in the league. Now, if you want to argue they're grouped up with these other people, for instance, the LA Clippers, everybody said they were going to fall off. I told people that what they were going to be is a very high, one elite playmaker on the roster, elite scorer in Norman Powell this year, good scorer, and then having an elite defensive personnel, and that's what they've been. They've also been they're 11-7. They have a top 5 to top 6 defense on the year so far. Would you say the Clippers have been better than the Lakers so far?
Given
We
the
moved the
talent, yes,
conversation.
absolutely. Given the talent, given the situation, circumstance, absolutely. They just had a
Well,
26
I'm
point
just
win
naming the team,
without
Jordan.
their best scorer on
Yeah.
court. So
No, I'm
yeah,
just saying we moved from the original conversation, and with this conversation, I don't care if y'all have us top 6. I really don't care about that. It was the not have been this season conversation that I was having before. But we moved from that, it seems.
and yeah, when it's this early and things are that nip and tuck, like you said, they're 17th in terms of how they're playing against teams. I guess with the good teams that they're probably not showing up for in the best manner, and maybe some of the bad teams are staying in games too much with them or whatever. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know what the metric is for what you were looking at, but yeah, I think at this point in the season I'm when did Jason make the statement? He make the
Last week.
comment. He made it yesterday after they lost to the Nuggets. Okay,
And
so
I don't think
yeah,
we do start doing it, not talking playoffs and winning series, but we do start doing the thing where it's like, well, just because they have Brown and AD, I mean that's a kind of a big deal. When they've been healthy, they don't lose a shit ton of games. That just so I don't. It's not like a bad
Okay,
thing
but when is it going to matter how they're actually performing on the court together
What do you
for
mean?
you? Yeah, so when is it going to
In
matter
terms
that?
of net, or are you talking about?
I mean net performance, like value,
Bro,
like
I
yeah,
just
what they're
all I know is in their entire history as a duo, when they've been healthy, they've
okay.
won basketball games. Like it's like that's been a thing. That's just been their history. So I don't, yeah. When they've
and
been on the
it's
court
why.
for
But I want to
substantial
be clear. I do agree with you. I don't think they're a top 7 team in the grand scheme of I just don't. if someone says it to this point in the season, I don't think it's just so ridiculous. Like, but no, I don't think they're a top 7 team. All things equal, but they aren't. So like Minnesota, I don't think Minnesota is playing better basketball than the Lakers right now. I don't think either team is impressive though. Like, so it's not. I'm not saying you should be moved drastically one way versus the other, but like when
Do
you
you, do
bring
you feel like Anthony Davis has a positive defensive year so far?
No, I made the argument like you obviously you weren't there. We haven't talked about it, but like yeah, I had a conversation with Real Talk yesterday for like an hour, and made that argument that I don't think he has. I think like the defensive because we were talking about AD versus Jokic and Giannis versus Jokic, and he was making a case that the gap isn't as wide as people have made it out to be, especially for MVP case and odds and stuff. So boom, but to that point, yeah, no, I don't think he's been as impactful defensively. And I don't think there's anything that anyone can say to debunk it. Like he's not
No, but you
the,
just said,
the
hold on,
same
Les.
level
You
defender.
said something different than what Swiper just said. Swiper said, has he been positive? You just moved it different. So I want to make sure y'all get on the same page
Has he
because those
been
are
a
two different things.
positive defender? I do think he's been a positive defender. How positive? Not that positive. Like not to the point where
Has he
he's
been one?
all league.
Has he been one of the 10 best defenders in the league this year?
No, that's something I addressed yesterday. Granted, you weren't there, but yeah, I
Well, yeah,
said he's not
yeah.
all
Jordan, do you
NBA
think so?
or all defense right now.
10 best. I mean, just off rip, I would say no. But I think what he has been on that end, combined with what you've gotten on the other end, I'm cool. Like I'll be okay. I'll sleep well at night with that.
Oh, what's the word, Bray? I haven't seen you in a minute. But yeah, I don't think he's been a top 10 defender. I don't think if season ended tomorrow, he's not making an all defensive team, and he doesn't
I think
deserve it.
I think of the top whatever players in the league, if you were to rank where they are defensively outside of what would you say this year? Who's been good defensively in that top whatever
Hold on,
players in the
repeat your
league?
question so I just
Oh, like
better
who have been
understand.
the most positive defenders in the top 10 in like players this year?
Of the top 10 players this
Yeah,
season,
just performing this year. Yeah.
that's tough because then I have to think about who have the top 10 players of this year been.
Yeah, or even go 5. Go 5.
I mean, it's either Giannis or Jokic. I mean, Giannis or AD, not Jokic. Giannis or AD. I think during
Yeah,
the
and that's
winning
it.
streak for the Bucks, well, while they've turned things around, I think Giannis has reached heights defensively that Anthony hasn't reached this year. I think he's
Yeah,
been playing defense decently.
and that's fine. And
And Tatum too.
Oh, I forgot
that's
about Tatum. Yeah, Tatum definitely. I'm sorry, I
that's
just completely it's a gaffe.
yeah, and that's kind of my thing, bro. Like if and those guys have been, especially Giannis during the streak, and then just Tatum overall. Tatum has been all NBA, whatever level, first team, whatever level defense, and then Giannis during the streak has been like elite defense. So if he's in that group and he's giving you what he's giving you offensively, I'm not gonna. It's a different profile for the value he normally provides as a player, but I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna be too mad because we're not getting outside of this most recent game. You're not getting those 14 and 8 nights from him. You're getting 30 and whatever, pretty much every night.
I mean,
It's
but I
just
think to
different than who
Swiper's
we
point,
normally
it
do.
goes to the overall function of how your team is going to find success or how they won't.
Yeah,
And if Anthony Davis isn't a, the top 3 defender that people have made him out to be, and best in the world for so many Laker fans that have like planted that flag, and I'm standing here. If he's not providing that, I think your team's ceiling, to Swiper's point, is drastically like worse. Like because I don't think the
I don't
offense,
know.
like being offensive,
No. Your ceiling is
being
nowhere.
led
You're
offensively
going
just
nowhere.
isn't going to work for your
Yeah,
team.
you're going nowhere. If he's
Yeah.
not what he's supposed to be, you're going nowhere. Like nowhere. You're sniffing
So what do
the
you
plan.
what would you like him to do?
Like you, I don't want you to do anything.
No,
I'm
no, no. So what
acknowledging
would
He
you like
said
him to
him. He
do?
said
Like,
him.
who.
AD.
AD? Like
Play
what should he
defense,
do?
like just be a better defender, show effort, be a better half court defender off ball, like multiple things. Make the rotations, multiple things. Like stop looking at people, stop stargazing, stop getting lost off ball, run in transition. I mean, there's multiple things that have to
I
do with him.
definitely think, and those are all valid things. I
No,
think
but
there's
he's
a
grading out as a literally a F, like a bad defender. No, and this
yeah.
is what I'm saying, Jordan. He's grading out as a bad defender when it
Okay.
comes to his help side defense. That is
Mhm.
inexcusable when you're on a team that doesn't have any other adequate defenders on it. So I'm saying he has to be definitively a top
This
3 to 2 defender in order for them to
yeah.
survive.
I think the main issues with the team was a roster construction issue. I think that for him, effort things that you just pointed out, there is a margin for which him improving, like where he can do that and just maintain who he is offensively or has been. So yeah, there's definitely a margin there that he's not getting to. I do think though that there is a, how can I put it? At some point, if he's going to have a certain level of output, the defense is not going to be quite the same. That's the best way I can put it. And then now that might not factor into some of the things you just talked about, but I think that's just a real thing because I think history has shown us that with just like
No, that's cool.
players.
So
I
then,
think
but
that
then
lowers his
this one.
value as a
So
player,
then,
though.
yeah, it lowers his value as a player, and it lowers
How?
it low because
How?
so
Huh?
Jordan. This is what I mean.
No,
This is why talking Lakers can be so difficult because if you're already telling me the roster is basically garbage defensively, and the roster is already so offensively structured that if they
uh-huh.
don't have one single defender playing at an elite level, that significantly lowers their ceiling, and all they turn into is a worse version of the Sacramento Kings in 2022-23, because that's exactly what they were. So if they don't have a top 3 center on their roster who's playing elite defense and providing offensive value, then you're going to run into many, many, many issues versus any team that has a competent offense whatsoever. Because as you saw, when the offense does get bogged down and you stop scoring, you have to be able to rely on a set half-court defense, or to your point, as you mentioned many times, or Anthony
Uh-huh.
Davis has to get his big 6'11" frame off the offensive glass, off of the ground, and run back to the other end of the court and defend somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
And he's not doing those things. So what that does
no,
then, it
I can
lowers the
see that
ceiling of
those
the
things
team.
to you. Yeah, no, no, I agree with that. I can see that those things to you. I'm saying, let's say he starts doing those things, which I can think he can do while maintaining his level of offensive output. I don't think that he will be the apex, like top 2, 3 level defender while having that offensive output. He can be top 10, top 5, top 7. I don't think he'll be top 2
No,
or
he
3
can't
because I
be
think
top 5 either. He hasn't been that. I think that's why I said it just lets his value goes down. Like I
so. Would
think
you
AD
so
as
do
a
you think he functions better with less offensive load and putting more energy
I
defensively?
think he's a better overall player. I think a lot of, and this is the thing. This is why I was like, I don't agree with Jason, but I don't, I guess, really care to like have a fight to the death about it. But for the Lakers, because I said this last week when we were doing power rankings, their schedule was really weak when they started winning games. When they started to turn it around, they were playing bad teams. Played bad teams and they handled business. They get credit for it, but they played bad teams. And as
I mean, they also
the
played well to start the year.
huh? No, they were nothing special to start the year at all. Like what?
The
They
the
were 4-4 if I'm not mistaken
No, I'm talking
before
about
the
like
winter
to the
streak.
very start of the year. Like they played well the
Yeah,
first
bro,
4.
Jordan, don't
They
give
play,
me 3 games, bro. Come on, dude.
bro. But you're talking about the downtick, which was 3 or 4 games
No, it
when they played.
wasn't. I'm taking the first 8 games
Even
of
their
the
winning
season.
streak, even their
Yeah,
winning
I'm
streak, who they were beating. Like let's just not do that.
that's what I just said, Swipe. And I'm taking like it's cool even if we break it up that way and say the first 3 games of the season they
No,
played really
4,
really well. Or
a
4. Okay,
4.
cool.
Right? They lost
First
a
4
few,
games
but
of
they
the season
yeah.
they played really well. Then the next 6 they played okay. I'm assuming. Well, hold on. They've only played 16 games.
Yeah.
They're 10-6, and at one point I think they were 5-4 or 6-4.
Yeah, they were
What were
4 and
they?
4. I can't remember what
They were
happened
4 and
after
4.
4 and
So yeah.
4. Yeah,
So
then they
you
won.
mean
Then they
they
won 6
started
straight.
4? They started 4-0 and then lost the next 4 games.
No, they started 3-1. I'm saying I'm evaluating
But
their
they
level of
played
play.
well in the first 4
Yeah,
games.
yeah, I'm
Okay.
evaluating their level of play. I'm saying they played well in their first 4. The next 4 they played bad. And even if you go through the 6 games, I would evaluate their season as having played well in 11 games, poorly in 5, and not all of those are wins and losses. Obviously, like I think they played poorly in a win or 2, and then they played well in a loss or 2, give or
Right.
take, something like
Yeah,
that. So,
that tracks. My
so
thing for the Lakers with when I'm speaking to AD's value, right? Again, it's about scoring 30 and uber efficient. He's been great offensively. But for the team, I don't think it's actually I think it's icing instead of cake. I don't think it's really foundational. I don't think it's something that you want to build your team and your identity on. So if he's a great offensive player, but defensively he's like tanked his value, and now we're talking about a team that can't get stops, like pretty much, like in the whole competition thing. I think the one area where you all still, and kind of why I was pushing back the swiper, I do think AD and LeBron mean something. I still think that means something. Like for sure. And I think that when you face like top opponents in the regular season, I still think it matters. So those two
Wes,
performing.
can I ask you a question
I
on
I
that
hate
though?
that, that, man. man. That's not fair, man.
But
How's
Wes,
that not fair? You guys don't
when
do that for
you
everybody else, bro. Like this is what Swiper We said do it for the earlier.
because
players who deserve it. They play well enough to
respectfully,
earn
they're
it.
not. Your
But
duo
go
ain't
ahead.
touching them, like ain't doing shit with them.
The fuck
That's
out of
why.
here,
Like,
man. Our duos, come on,
like
man.
that's
Yeah, come
respectfully.
on,
Like
man.
that's why we
You niggas
don't.
haven't
Like
had one good win this fucking month in November, bro. Let's talk about it. The only good win he's had was against the Spurs.
you haven't
The
had
Cup.
one Bucks take the whole month of November till y'all started winning. So what do you want me
I've
to
been
say
in
to
here
that?
every day. I just been in the chat every day. Just one day I
Oh,
come
good.
over and speak.
Respect
All
in the
right,
chat.
bro.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
All right, bro.
well, but
All
again,
right.
just
Swiper, go ahead.
all I was going to ask, and I
Nigga
would
just
love
mad
for,
told him the truth.
and I would like Jordan to answer this too. And I think this is where I fall off the ship, because I think
Another
everybody
lost
has.
exchange, brother. Try again next time. Go ahead, Swiper.
I think everybody will acknowledge that I have been very critical of Jamal Murray. Very. I have been very open about my criticism with Jamal Murray, and I've been very fair in the past. Like I think I had him higher than a lot of people did, and I'm also lower on him than maybe could be the consensus right now, because he's literally playing as just as good as D'Angelo Russell, and I have the numbers to back it up. And you know how bad D'Angelo Russell was playing, and you saw him on Saturday live against your dude. He had 14, 5 and 5, bad defense, bad decision making, and he missed 3 straight free throws because he's in his head. It's a complete and total slump. He's shooting 31% from 3.
Yeah.
It's horrible, and I have been very open about it.
And that's
But
part of the reason why I'm saying, let me just get back, but that's because you brought up D'Lo. That's if D'Lo was playing well, I would be with you guys 100%. I think we need the offensive output right now because he's been dog shit. Like we getting
no,
nothing
but
from him.
Jordan, and the reason I bring
So
it
like,
up is
where's the offense gonna?
because
Where's any level of offense gonna come from if AD's not doing what he's doing offensively?
no,
Brian,
Jordan,
obviously,
no,
but like,
Jordan. I think this is the question I wanted to ask you, because I'm saying even with all that being true, the Nuggets, with just a 2-man game with Joker, and I realize you even think there's a gap between AD and LeBron and Joker. I understand that, but I'm just saying, just in reality, they're a plus 16 or whatever with Murray and with Jokic on the court. When the starters are on the court, they are like a plus 15 as a whole, with Peyton Watson in for Aaron Gordon. They're like a plus 17. They're dominating people when they are on the court together. And with Jamal, without Joker, when you have a configuration of the rest of the starters, they're still like passable. And so I guess what I'm trying to understand is, when for you will it matter? And again, this is why I'm asking objectively, because Jamal Murray is not playing well. When for you will it matter that LeBron and AD on the court this year are a minus 5.5? And I'll say before, I'm going to take last game out. Last game, because that obviously tanked it. They were a -2 when they were on the court together, sharing the court together. When for you will that actually matter, that they are simply not winning and dominating their minutes when they're on the court together this year?
matter to what end? Like, when you say matter, like, what do you mean?
That lowers that absolutely lowers their ceiling and how the team is actually functioning.
Okay, like I don't know, like what am I supposed to do with that?
Okay,
Like
never
I'm gonna
mind.
I think I'm no, what I'm saying is like if those are my two best players, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be mad at that. Like I know what you're saying and I hear what you're saying, but like that's just never gonna be them two being the best players on the team is just never gonna be an issue for me. Like I don't like yeah. I don't know what I'm
When you
supposed to
say
do.
never gonna be an issue, you mean like
Like I'm fine with that being a basis from which to start and address other like to build around.
yeah, I lean Jordan there. I
Like
don't
like
think
what
we can make it a
okay, Brown
them
hold on,
issue.
Wes. Okay, Brown and AD are negative in their minutes. What do we do? We trade one of them? What do we do? Like what do we do? Either way they're
No,
not
Jordan. Jordan. I think what I want you to do, and I want everyone else to do, is to be able to hold that to the same level we hold it to anybody else we apply that to. Because if I objectively apply that to the team I support, I objectively apply that to Dame and Giannis, and I would say Dame and Giannis haven't been working. They're not winning their minutes together. I'm applying that to every other duo in the league and saying they need to play better or they're dominating. Shea and Chet, they're dominating. I'm watching all these teams, they're dominating. And even if the team, and everybody knows the Nuggets are horrible right now without Jokic on the court. I'm acknowledging there are flaws, but even with the flaws, there are floor raisers that are still raising the floor, which is why I think Anthony Davis's year has been slightly overrated. I think Giannis's year is being slightly overrated, not because they're not great individual players, Jordan. Don't hear me say that. But I'm saying in terms of translating to the team winning, there are players that have done that this year that are going even further. And Tatum and Brown, they're doing it. Tatum and White, they're doing it again. I know they're crazy. Like they're having insane years, and I get the team is super talented, all that stuff. And
No,
so what
you
I'm
but you can't
saying,
say that as an aside though.
I'm just
You
that's
definitely
why
just lost me. I'm so confused
but
what you just said.
that's why I'm not trying to bring up this one. I don't want to bring up the Celtics because they throw in everything. But I'm saying also for Dame and Giannis, just for people that are confused, I'm saying Dame and Giannis are also not winning their minutes like to a
Oh,
significant.
the duo.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it. I'm saying I'm applying the same, but I'm saying Anthony Davis and
No,
LeBron
that's fair. That's
playing
what I
even
said
worse
from
than
the
them.
beginning. That's fair. That's very fair. I agree.
They're playing even worse than them. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Why doesn't it matter? Like
The
why does it
names, bro.
mean
It's the
anything?
names. You know the answer, Swipe, but it's the names, man.
What do you mean? Why
Well,
doesn't
but I hear what you say though. For you, it's like there's nothing else they can do. There's no way to fix it. The team's not like if that has to work for the team to be successful, and so they just have to play better. So fundamentally, I understand your position on that. But I'm saying that that's also a part of it too. Like Cleveland is the same way. Cleveland is their boat racing teams with Donovan Mitchell and Garland, or Donovan Mitchell and Mobley, or Donovan Mitchell and Jared Allen, and it wasn't like that last year. Now, obviously, they found something, thanks to Kenny Atkinson and all that, but that's just a part of it.
No, I
And so
think
again,
that
I don't. That's what I'm saying. I know people get lost on that. Like I'm saying, like you have to, as a player historically, Wes. This is all I mean. You can still be an elite, all-time great player. What I'm saying is that typically the way we hold our superstars, which is your LeBron, your Jordan, your Shaqs, your Kobe's, your all when they're on the court, those teams are typically playing at a very high level, and you can tell, and the numbers are bearing it out. And I'm saying we're having issues now. It's that there are people that are existing in the league right now, and it's just simply it's not the same story. It's not happening. So even if there's always ways to talk about it, the roster's this, the roster's that, the coaching is this, the coaching is that. But at the end of the day, like even I don't think SGA's having a great year, but they're
he
dominating when
is
SGA's on the court.
not relative to what he was last year. No.
That's what I'm saying. But they're dominating when he's on the court. That just means something to me. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I do think for the Lakers, I think it's appropriate for their fans not to freak out, But at the same time, I do get what you're saying, because they're negative net rating. Like they have the fourth best offense, but the fourth worst defense, and they're giving up more points per game than they're scoring. So granted, it's a 1 point margin, right? Not even a full point. It's 0.8, but still, it speaks to a team that is like barely treading water. Like they've got their nose above the water while they're trying to tread, and this at any point they could sink. But at the same time, I think having the fourth best offense in the league, it is something to to be hot, like happy about. And it's I don't know. I don't think their team has as currently constructed. I don't think they really have a formula for like top end success. But you know, it is what it is. We really didn't talk about the game though. I guess because it was just such a beatdown. But I will shout out Russ. I will shout out Christian Brown. He was 7 for 7 in that game. And like he's so effective, man. I can't believe we overreacted. Well, we didn't. I was very, very clear on where I stood with the KCP shit. But just want to get that kid his just due again. Christian Brown has in every way been the right move. Like fuck paying $23 million per for a guy who is a replacement level player, because that's what he is. So yeah, Jamal Murray still leaves, a lot left to be desired at times, but I think he hit some pivotal shots in terms of when you could lose, reins or lose hold of the game. I think he hit some important shots. MPJ, he's playing well in Gordon's absence. And just the season as a whole, like I think outside of the first few games where he was struggling to find a shot, MPJ's been a really solid player. It's not eye-popping numbers, and I think that's the thing about Denver's cast. The self-creation for MPJ isn't there, and then also they just no eye-popping numbers. It's not like he's ever going to average 25 a game, but he's consistent for the most part. You don't have to worry about him getting too low.
Yeah, everybody just has a job.
Yeah, he has a good floor, and I think that's the real thing about the Nuggets that allows them to be fine. Is Jokic's ceiling is obviously out of this world, and everybody on the team almost, aside from like maybe Russ and Jamal. I think Russ and Jamal are your most volatile players. It's funny, like everybody else on your team, I think has a pretty solid floor. Like who I expect to be in a rotation. Like
And Russ is
as
just
far as
volatile because he's old. Jamal's just volatile because he's volatile. He's always been volatile.
But well, yeah, and that's fair. But yeah, like I think that's my main point. Like the floors on your team are so solid, and it's something that you could bank on time and time and time and time again. Especially for Jokic specifically.
Well, and let me, because again, people apparently are I don't know, anyone public or whatever, the Giannis. Giannis is having a great season. I don't want to be whatever. I guess I'm trying to contextualize more so for Lakers fans. And I think I'm confused about what Lakers fans actually want, just because I'm trying to understand if they're saying everything, the reason why they're going to be able to possibly win series versus the Thunder or whoever else is because they have AD and LeBron. And I'm saying, okay, but when is it actually going to play itself out that they're so good on the court together that's what makes them overwhelming is their synergy and how they're playing together, and therefore that's what gives you, kind of your hope and all that other stuff. And I think that like the people that make that argument, they don't feel the same way about the Bucks, because they don't feel like the Bucks they have the defense, they don't have the consistency, they don't have the personnel, and they just don't feel like they're.
It's the same situation, Swipe, but just different names. It's really what it comes down to. You just really put it in my head. The Bucks was a top 10 offense last year, one of the bottom defenses. They got killed. You could never say you have Dame and Giannis to win a series. This year, the Lakers, same shit, but it's okay. We got
No,
LeBron
it's
and
not,
AD.
because the premise is all wrong. Unless he's arguing against fanatics and not people like me and Tyler, like who's saying that is going to be enough to beat the Thunder or the Nuggets? Like who? Like I'm not saying that. That's never been my argument.
Well, I mean, I heard multiple people say that the Lakers could beat the Nuggets. The Lakers could beat the Thunder in a series last year. But I'm not saying you said it, but I'm saying
No,
that was
I'm
like
not talking about last year. I'm not talking about last year. I'm talking
I got
about
you.
this year, right now.
Right.
This year. Like I don't hear that. Like I don't hear from sensible fans, at least. Like I don't hear that. And of course, you get the people who I know. There's a lot of them, so you're not wrong to bring them up. But I don't hear from the more sensible on the whole people who are usually the sensible about the team, like Brown and AD together, with this flawed roster is enough to beat the Nuggets or to beat the Thunder. Nah, I don't hear that.
Well, yeah, I
So
think
that's
that's
what the
where
premise is wrong.
that's where I brought up the Jason thing, because I think that's why for me that was so confusing, because it's simply how like we would both normally talk about basketball. The Lakers fall outside the prism of like what we would say is like even a fringe contender, because they just have so
Yeah.
many holes. You know what I mean?
If you're saying that you typically use these metrics to evaluate basketball and to place teams and then using those metrics, he's somehow still placing them there, but despite the numbers not backing that up, if that's how you guys normally do it, then okay, that's a fair criticism of this ranking. But if you're stepping outside of that realm of just like evaluating teams, I don't even know that I would have them there. But I'm saying that like if you're stepping out of the realm of like, okay, what the numbers are saying, you factoring them in, but also using like what you think your eye test projects and all that. I'm not gonna look at a lot of these other teams in the league and say, okay, they're just stamped. And when I say a lot of them, I'm talking about once you get to like the bottom half of the top 10, top 12 or whatever. Like there's just a lot of mid right now.
Mm-hmm.
From these teams have different flaws. They have had bad performances against good opponents or have lost to really bad opponents. Like it's just a bunch. This league right now is a bunch of mid outside of I'm gonna give
Cleveland,
y'all when y'all have
Boston.
been healthy. I think Boston, obviously. I'm gonna say the Suns just because I know what they were
Yeah, the
doing when
Suns when
KD
they're
was
healthy.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Outside of like, unless I'm forgetting somebody, it's been some shit, bro. This should be ass. Like, it's just been a lot of mid. And I'm just saying that like they're in that, and then the Knicks have started to play better, but they started mid. I'm just saying they're probably for me like in that collection of the next tier of mid teams, and the Thunder obviously. They're in that collection of mid teams. They're like the bottom half of that top 10. This point in the season, you could throw 5, 6, 7 teams in a hat, pull one out.
Where do you think the Rockets are?
I think the Rockets are in there too. Like the Rockets
Yep.
are in that same pool. I would have had them before, but they've started to look a little shaky, and then obviously Jalen has been terrible lately. So, but to start, they were really good, but they've looked a little shakier lately, and then had at least one bad loss. I mean, they've had a couple bad losses recently. Could be forgetting one, but
You
yeah,
think they
they're in that
look
same
shaky
pool.
lately?
I don't think that they have. You said the Rockets?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that they've looked as. I think to start the year, they were playing at a higher quality than they are right now. That's really it's not some crazy drop off. I just think that they were playing better, like the first however many games of the season when they were up in their like third or whatever in the West, whatever the fuck it was. But they're still right there. Like they're still playing good basketball this season.
I don't know what. I think the Blazer. I think also I will say this: the Blazers are better than I think people realize.
Yeah, that's a fact.
And that's another thing to. Now I'm not going to excuse like. Wolves still shouldn't lose back-to-back games to the Blazers.
Yeah, because I was gonna
Those
say I would
things
say
should
that
not
for
be
us with the
happening.
Pistons then. So like I'm not gonna.
But they're better than like they're 7-10, and the Blazers they in terms of like because I've been looking at these net ratings and I get Swiper's point because Houston they have a middle of the pack defense but they have the second best middle of the pack offense but the second best defense in the league. And I think it's better to hang your hat on that as opposed to the volatility of the Lakers where great offense got off of defense. Like and if you're depending on one to remain the same, it's the defense being bad. I don't think even when Vandy gets back, I think your defense, man, it should improve a little bit, but that would make your offense take a hit. And it kind of is like either way. That's why I think it's a roster thing. I think you all have to make legitimate moves, and it's like either
Well,
go
that's kind of
all in on
what I'm
offense.
saying too.
Yeah,
Like
either go all in on offense or go make the moves that you feel like, hey, maybe we get a player who's weaker than D'Lo, but just has a better floor and is better defensively. So, like, I don't know. Like, yeah, I
Well,
think
that's what
you
I
all
was
would be better
saying with
in a better
the
position with Dennis
whole.
right now.
That's what I was saying with the whole Brown and AD net thing. Like, you tell me that, and it's like, okay, but at the end of the day, that's more of a. You can say that like they're not floor raising enough, right, to do something, whatever, right? And that's fair to say. You can say that, like, hey, they're not floor raising like two top 10, whatever, top whatever players should do. Okay. But them floor raising, if you're trying to go contend, it's just not going to happen. They're not going to floor raise all the way to win a championship with this roster. It's just not a thing. So I'm evaluating it through that premise. So them not floor raising this flawed roster. Well, let's start with the flaws in the roster. Let's start and address that first, because that is what needs to be addressed more so for you to get to a contending or have a better chance of contending status. I'm not going to start with addressing Brown and AD for not backpacking a flawed roster to some semblance of a fluky regular season from them backpacking, and then you get to the playoffs and the flaws in the roster get exposed in a playoff setting, and it's like, for what anyway?
Yeah, yeah, I'm there. So, but I mean, I know 11-10 is like, man, I wish you niggas would stop yapping. So, we can pass it back off, and we can get into this Sunday slate before we preview tonight's games. Good conversation though. And I guess right before we move, top 10 teams in the league for net rating. Obviously, Cleveland 1, my franchise 2, Boston 3, Houston 4, Golden State 5, Memphis 6. Memphis, that is incredible. Like I talk my shit, but man, for y'all to be 6th in net rating with all the injuries you all have dealt with, shout out Miles, shout out Memphis. Y'all are doing your thing. Dallas is 7th. I really don't feel like Dallas has been playing that well, but man, they are 7th. So shout out to
Their
them.
defense
I
is
agree
still
with you.
incredible.
And
They've been the thing about it is they've been losing a
We
lot of
beat that
clutch
Memphis
time
team, by the way, but
the Knicks
Yeah, without
the
Ja,
Knicks
yeah,
are
without Ja,
8.
shout out.
The Knicks are
they
8.
played a lot of games without John. Their net rating is still where it is.
Orlando is 9th, and the Clippers come in at 10, ahead of the Denver Nuggets.
Uno.
Yeah,
Nuggets had, but yeah.
Their net rating had to restabilize after Joker. And obviously with Joker, they're going to be a bottom 5 team.
Unk still got it.
Great discussion, guys. Yeah, so I guess we on to Sunday now. The first game on Sunday was Minnesota visiting the Boston Celtics. Boston won 107 to 105. Jaylen Brown had 29. He started off the game hitting 5 threes, back to back to back to back to back. Ant had 28. This game came down to pretty much the final buzzer. Rudy, I think, had a nice game defensively. Yeah, bro. The last possession, Minnesota wasn't able to get a shot off on time. Ant probably could have maybe took the layup, or when he dished it out to J Mac in the corner, J Mac probably had to get that shot up. But it was a good game. Anybody have any thoughts? JB hit a big 3 to kind of push the lead up, and
Tommy did something.
went there from there.
Yeah, it was a
Hey,
close
chill. My nigga's
close
still
game.
averaging 25 this year. Relax.
My bad.
It was a close game, but I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the T-Wolves spacing on that last play. You got J Mac.
Also, shout out to Rob as well.
You got
had 3
J.
minutes yesterday.
You got J Mac on the strong side corner when Ant drives and he got 2 on him, and then he swings it to Nas Reed with like a second left, and he
J
don't.
Mac was on the weak side. Like Ant was driving from the left. Am I not mistaken?
It might have been the weak side, but I'm
Yeah,
just
he
saying,
was.
like,
He
yeah,
was.
like he was not on the strong
He
side.
kicked to the
my fault.
corner.
It was my. But listen, that don't. Nas, like, he can't be the one shooting that. It gotta be J Mac. J Mac really gave him a grenade. He wasn't in full. He didn't have a full follow through to shoot it. It should have. I'm not gonna lie. That play at the end. You called a timeout for that. I rather they had a 4-on-5 advantage. Like, they were They had 7 seconds on the clock. You call a timeout. You draw up that. That shit just had me, bro. I'm good off this nigga, bro. Coach finish round.
Yeah, man. I just typed Jordan in the chat. He asked, what's the rationale behind Rob not taking Conley's minutes? I was like, nothing, but Finch swears by defense in air quotes or in quotations. Like, yeah, that nigga Finch, man, he's not a bad coach, but I think he's one of those coaches at this point who is going to be stubborn to how he likes or his ideals for the most part. And like, respect to Conley, man, because he's had a hell of a career, and I think Conley, who wasn't available for this game, by the way, Conley is still a serviceable player, and I don't think he's played like shit for the entire season or anything. But Rob, clearly, I just think he has more juice. And I stand corrected. He's played like shit. He's averaging 7 points a game, and he's shooting 32% from the field. Hitting 34% of his threes, 84% of his free throws, but like Conley, it's just not worth it at this point, man. I don't think what he provides defensively is worth what he is taking away from you offensively. And I
Are you trying
think
to throw the fuck? My bad.
Go ahead.
My bad. That's why I make keep going.
No, you're fine. But I think that maybe is it too early for the kid? But no time like the present, man. Especially when I think Minnesota as a franchise may not feel like it, but their season, you're not getting back to the Western Conference Finals.
Facts.
That's not happening this year. So try to expedite some of your development. And when he got some minutes, I mean that's against what people like rightfully so think is the best team in the league. Nigga was, good in that game. Like his minutes actually got them back in the game. To 11-10's point, he was only a +2 like at the end of the day, but 6 for 10, you can't argue with it. 14 points, a nice spark plug off the bench, and came in and didn't turn the ball over, man. Didn't have a lot of assists, wasn't doing like too much with the rock, but he just came off the bench, gave you a shot in the arm offensively, and I think that's what he'll do for this team.
Yeah.
It's a guy who can knock down a shot, he can get downhill, and if you give him the ball more, granted, there will be some growing pains, but he also can play make. He can create for others, and boy, he would take a lot of the stress off of Ant, who, by the way, is still like his 2-point scoring is going down, but his 3-point scoring is staying the same. And like you got to do something to put that kid in it, because like the way Ant is playing right now, like or he's shooting the way he's shooting right now, Ant should be having he should be averaging 30 plus. And he can't average 30 because of this whack ass roster. There's no way Ant shouldn't be averaging 30 right now. And granted, he has to clean up some of the free throw shit, but more than anything, it's my 2-point scoring just isn't. It's not gonna be there right now. And it's unfortunate to see. So,
but Wes, to go on to that point, when you have a spacing lineup that you play most of your minutes against, you playing with Julius, J-Mac, Rudy, like 3 bigs. Like the only time he get downhill was when Nas is on the floor and he can stretch the defense and he can shoot his little quick release point. Like getting back to the Mike Conley point that I really want to harp on, bro, this guy is shooting 29% on corner threes. 5 of 17. He has some of the highest shot quality in the league, and he's not converting. You want to know what this guy is from runner range? When we talk about push shots, he's 5 of 23. He's not giving you anything offensively, and this team needs offense. We already know what type of problems Minnesota is as a half-court offensive team. And if Mike Conley's not giving you none of that half-court ability, why is he playing? He's not a guy that's going to get it back on transition or getting steals or deflections. He's not that player at this point. Let's just be oblivious to what's going on. The guy can't hoop. You got to play Nickeil Alexander a little bit more. You got to play Rob Dillingham a little bit more. Those guys got to be the primary options, because we know Ant is not really gonna be the initiator offensively. So that's just how I see it. And you feel me?
And then Tween, also to add to that, DiVincenzo, man, he's been good in a lot of areas. Offensive output in terms of scoring and efficiency is not one of those areas. He has to be more efficient. He has to be better offensively. He has to knock down shots consistently, and that will do a lot for the team as well. It was good to see him in the starting lineup against the Celtics, and he stepped in the right direction. You know, the volume wasn't crazy, but you know, percentages: 3 for 6 from 3, 1 for 2 from 2. You know, you just need him to be effective as a shooter, like and make the defense pay. And thus far this season, he has not done that. Dante is at 36% on the season, and 33% from 3. And last year his volume is going down from 3 as well. He's at 7 this year. Last year he was at 8.7 and he shot 40%. The year before, he was at 5.3 but shot 39%. Like, he's got to get back to some of those important numbers.
Speaking of being effective, man, Jaden McDaniels, just came off his worst regular season game, and I think last time we spoke on the Wolves process, OG, just a couple people came up here and just kind of started shitting on Rudy, who had an amazing game, and I just brought to the point, even if Rudy plays good as much as he plays, someone as ineffective as Jaden Daniels can come in and fucking just ruin the team, man. Jaden McDaniels, bro, he needs to get off the start lineup at this point. They got to start moving him because he hasn't been effective defensively, and he's been the worst player on the floor, funny enough, offensively. So at that point, bro, what do you do with him? You know what I'm saying? You got to put him off the bench, and you got to look to move him because the Jaden McDaniels, what's up? Julius Randle, Rudy Gobert lineup is 25th in the league in net rating.
Yeah, I seen
Just with those three in the floor, that's horrible. You cannot continue to play that around with Ant. And if Ant isn't shooting 42% on 9 threes, they're not that good a good offensive team. You know what I'm saying?
Wes.
Yo.
When you was, I'm doing the combo late. When you was speaking to the twos, do you think that's are you speaking to every night basis or just the last game basis?
You said the twos. What do you mean?
In terms of Ant and getting the quality
This
twos.
season, bro.
Yeah. And I think the season as a whole, obviously the Celtic game, it really highlighted it. He didn't shoot well from 2, but I think for the season as a whole, just to consistently get downhill and be in a position to get quality 2-point shots, I don't think he's being put in the best predicament to have that happen over and over again.
Okay, I ain't got no pushback. I was just gonna say just tad bit. I seen a little bit from this year. The nigga Ant like especially that one game when he started off all of 10 from 3. It's not that to me he doesn't have the lanes or the ability to get down there. I think that was Portland. Wasn't that true? He was in this bitch watching that shit. Yeah, it's not to me. It's not an ability thing. It's when his 3-ball falling, I think he just gets very much stuck with that shot. But to be fair, he's very much as much as people love Ant, I still prefer those threes over a lot of them.
Green. Okay.
Bro, I prefer those threes over a lot of those long twos he was taking last year. Being honest,
Oh no, I'm definitely with you there.
So I think Wes, when he see 1 or 2 come in, it's I don't gotta get downhill, especially. And then I think in the matchup with Boston, when you kind of you play them as his team, which they are as a shooting team. I think he just fell in love more with the 3-ball because I don't think it's necessarily I don't think it's the ability is what I'm saying, or necessarily the team makeup. And to Tween point, I think one of the things you kind of spoke on, little did you realize why Mike Conley is out there when he's not shooting well. Initiate, ball handle. They want somebody other than Ant to be able to initiate. I don't want Julius Randle taking the call down the court and initiating someone for offense. I would prefer Mike Conley do that. I would also use in the way you see them use them as a screener to get the smaller guard on the end or on Julius. So I think that's why they still keep him in the starting lineup. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's less of an ability thing or even like the lanes being open. I just think the nigga settles, bro. Like I don't know.
Okay. No, that is a very fair critique. I haven't looked at it from that prism. Oftentimes I look at it from like I think they're gapping, and it's just not like a clear path. But also you can play into the defense's hands more than you should, and it's thinking off the top of my head, I think you make some valid points with and potentially doing that. So,
Cause like West to my degree, like even times I see niggas in gap. If I'm Ant, bro, like and I'm a coach, you got the athleticism to beat that guy who's trying to beat you to that spot, like in the gap. One. You have the athleticism to get by that guy and still have one or two steps left and get to the rim with your athleticism.
no, the
There
only
should be
issue though with that he's such a I fuck with Ant, but he's such a mediocre playmaker. His game isn't made for playing into I made the defense collapse. Now I got to kick out. Like
yeah.
creating those types of advantages, he has to really go more so. All right, if I can, with this current situation, if I can get an ISO on this side of the court, we space out, send more guys here. It's two on the strong side, three on the weak side of the court. That those types of alignments on offense, or if we just try to, ISO top of the key and let me get downhill and make the reads easier, that's the best for him. Because when he is driving, let's say the floor isn't that balanced, but he tries to drive anyway. But his reads aren't like clear. Hey, this is where it goes. Because I don't think and I could be wrong. Like hopefully one day, I talk to him, and ask him. But I don't think when he drives and approaches it, I don't think he may always know, hey, when the floor isn't balanced and things aren't clear, this is where I should go based off of how the defense reacted. I think he kind of predetermines his reads. So it's, hey, like I said, when the floor is balanced, I know that this is the read I should go to, no matter what. Because when I break the defense down, if they come here, it's clear that that's my read. As opposed to when the floor is not balanced, I just don't think he knows, hey, if the defense reacts like this is the read I need to go to when it's not balanced and not spaced properly. So
And Wes, I actually really agree with that point, and I think that's also why to me he settles sometimes because like, and I've watched it like, and that's one of my biggest critiques was when niggas like put him to me like more last year than this year, like just put him in certain combos. Like it's like he to me. There's not too many nights he's not the most athletic nigga on the court. But when he drives, he already made the decision. Either I'm gonna go all the way to the cup, try to bang on the nigga, get a lay, or I'm gonna pass it to the corner. And that's why to me, like you don't see a lot of like air clash defense. It's a corner three bang. You see a lot of swing shit. Like, oh, I tried to get my ISO shit, my bag. I don't like the look I'm seeing. It's a swing in a low ball contested corner. And to me, I don't know. I think that's why he kind of settles. But like, I think that I don't know if he'll get naturally better with that. But yeah, like I do think he like predetermines. Like I think in his mind, like, oh, this bitch going to whatever dominant side corner I'm driving to every time. I'm not even going to think about swinging this bitch back. So I think that affects it a little bit too. I mean, that's shit you learn as a young player though. Like I still think he in that mood, West, where like he don't like the game. I won't say he don't process the game to that degree, but like it's still a fast game for him. For me, a lot of this shit he doing is just like off the instinct, more than like perceiving what the defense is saying. And see, even some of like his better shots to me, like, damn, that nigga hit this bitch over two. It to me it's like he not even peeping, like they throwing that second at you. He playing off instinct.
Like just look at the photo I sent. Like Ant is collapsing the defense. You got Al Horford on Julius. So he don't get a layup. You got Tatum tagging Nas. J-Mac is not guarded. You have to shoot that shot. There is no extra swing to Nas. Like, what are we, bro? I'm good. Like, if you not gonna shoot that in that situation, you shouldn't be on the floor. That's just my thought process. I don't know. Like that. If he missed that
No,
shot, I'm not mad. It's a make or miss situation.
I get what you I get what you saying Twin. I want to see the play in full again, but like you is supposed to like you is supposed to take that shot. No funny, bro. Like
Twin, he can't shoot.
Then why is he
You
on
know
the
that
court?
he can't shoot
Why is he on the court? Why is he at the 3-point line if he
because they
can't?
love his defense. He can't shoot,
It's an offensive possession.
bro. He can't shoot. Did you listen to what I just said? They
I'm
love his
I know,
defense, so
BJ. I'm
obviously he got
saying
to
you
play. He
called
can't
a
shoot.
timeout and
Can't
you want
shoot,
your
bro.
best offensive players on the court. Why is he on the court?
and
Answer that
I
question.
will say like I'm damn Twin. Can you like the full play? Because I
I
also
got
don't
you. I
like
got you.
I also don't like DiVincenzo being on the same side corner as him though.
Y'all love that nigga, bro. He nice and all solid little defender, but the nigga can't fucking shoot. He
Well, the
shit
reason
on
you
offense. He
want
can't score.
the real reason for DiVincenzo's strong side is so that the defender doesn't help on his drive. If DiVincenzo's weak side, and you put a guy like J Mac strong side, it's easy to just clamp down on him. With DiVincenzo there, defense doesn't want to bite down. They don't want to come off of DiVincenzo. So you have a clear lane, and it forces whoever your primary is to just guard up. And he got the step, but he really got too deep. Kind of took him a minute. So the only thing for him to do at that point would have been to reverse or kick to the corner. Obviously, he kicked to the corner, and J Mac should have taken the shot. Got to trust your work. He didn't. Kicked it to Nas, and that was the game. But yeah, I'm cool with DiVincenzo being strong side because at least it makes the defense be honest. They have to
Hey
stay.
Wes, maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but my only response to that would be like I trust my guy to get downhill regardless. Like and I want the easiest pass for him to be the shooter, knowing his deficiencies. Cause still making that corner pass to me, like even if that guy gets there, you still got enough. Like if the shooters are used to me, you still got enough to stunt and go back.
You said what? You still
I'm
have
saying,
enough to stunt and go back.
yeah, like you can stun that and get him off ball, and to me get a good enough closeout to that corner at that spot. But I
I'm
get what you're saying.
confused. No,
I mean,
I'm
Boston
struggling
got
to
beat
follow
off a
what you're
play
saying.
like that where I remember Philly in that Philly playoff series, I think 2 years ago, where JB helped off strong side corner, Harden was there, and Harden hit the three. So that's the reasoning with having a shooter
Yeah,
strong
I
side.
think it makes it just forces the defense to stay home as opposed to if it's J Mac. And granted, like the read, I think he makes the right read anyway. But if
Yeah,
it's J Mac, one, you're putting more pressure on Ant to win, and then also like let's say the defense doesn't bite down, then Ant's forced into a really, really tough reverse leg at that point. Because that weak side corner, I guarantee you they're not going to leave your weak side corner if DiVincenzo's in it. So that lane to make the pass isn't there. And also, if it's a strong side corner, the like chance of making a solid closeout even still is better. Um, in that instance as well. So you don't want to draw up a play or have just the floor aligned to where you have the worst shooter and potentially the worst predicament. Because if J Mac is there, obviously you make things tougher for Ant. And even if he does, that is what it's forced into is getting the ball to J Mac. It's easier for them to make a closeout on J Mac in the strong side because they're all bunched together right there, as opposed to when he's weak side. Um, they ignore him, bite down. I want to try to help, and we want you to go to this guy, right? Weak side, hey, but for Minnesota, I want the wide open shot if that's something we have to go to. I'm J Mac. You have to take the shot. Trust your work. Take the shot. You can't get it and be too scared of the moment. The lights
Thank
can't be
you,
too
Wes.
bright.
That's all I'm asking for. Trust your work. If you miss the shot, it's a good shot. If
Bruh.
you make the shot, okay, tip your hat. J Mac is that
Hey,
guy.
hey, hey, Wes. I think there's good. There's good
I hear
combos. And the only thing I'm saying in terms of like how I look at it, what like in terms of like putting a non-shooter in that corner, because if Derek White, and you can even see him like take that step. The minute he taking that step, to me, it should be communicated. J Mac, you go.
Oh, you rather him cut? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't
So
hate
the
that
minute.
either.
So the minute they want to fake gap or try to fake J Mac go. The minute that nigga Derek White turn to sit, you go. And to me, that makes that play one. You can get into that a little bit faster than me, and then that makes the defense scramble. And to me, like I think you still get the result of the open shot though, regardless. So it's apples and
I'm
oranges.
gonna tell
I
you
just think
though, like no funny T. I'm gonna tell you what ends up happening. If J Mac is strong side, even if in your scenario where okay, if they react like this, you go and cut through. What happens is either they double and try to trap, or it forces D White to go through, but Ant ends up taking a contested midi. Like that. That's just. I think that's probably something Finch was considering and was like, do we want it to
see
get to
and Wes, and to me, if I can get if I can get the slight reset to me, and it's isolated with either one of those guys. Let's say even it's a switch on him going right. If I get either one of those guys and we isolate Ant two, Ant pull up on the wing, I'm living with that, brother. Like
yeah,
that's just
that's
me.
a huge if because I the one
Yeah,
thing we
because you
don't
can't
want to
do the
do is
double.
the one exactly. And if J Mac is strong side, the chance of him being doubled is just much greater. And the way they aligned it, okay, at least you got to avoid it because you don't want to leave that shooter. And DiVincenzo in that game was 3 for 6. So yeah, you know just live with the result. Wish J Mac had taken the shot. It is what it is. But I'm not mad at the floor balance.
No, that's not a bad balance. I want to rewatch that play in full because like it to me it still looked like Ant could have got a step in more too. But I don't know. But I gotta rewatch that play. I want to rewatch like the last 3 minutes of that game.
So I can hold up. Anybody want to put on? I can put it on.
Ask 11:10. I'm about to head out.
Funny
But
enough, I got
I
to.
just wanted to go through the rest of the
Gotta
slate.
head out in 5 minutes.
All right. Well,
We aligned. We aligned.
Tween, it's on you, man. We had a
Yeah,
good day, FNS. We'll be back around 7, or I'll be
Nah,
back
I
around
mean
7.
basically, I mean,
You're
they got this. Oh, they call foul. I mean, if 11-10 got a hit soon and West by the slash, so I mean, it's really just a couple tween matches to let them finish out the slate or finish out the slate. Period. If it's going to get finished out, Indiana for the Indiana Washington.
I gotta stop
damn the
after
show
Dallas,
over.
Miami.
Yeah, I'm here. That's why I'm trying to speed past this
Everybody
one.
leaving.
Basically, and then we just gonna circle back in here in an hour and a half for the watch party. Oh damn, damn! I can't wait for that Ravens game. I'm geeking. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, y'all
So
Derrick
yeah,
gonna
Henry
win?
2 touchdowns for my money.
I'm
Not
not
for real.
gambling.
Can we
I'm
get a
not
lock
gambling
for
no
the
more.
night?
Nope, not gambling no more.
Oh,
Bro,
now
no
he a
funny though.
changed man, bro.
You're dead
Come
bluffing,
on.
bro. So can you at least just cook us up a parlay for the Ravens tonight, bro?
Nope. Um,
Shout out to
11-10. You can go ahead and speak to kick
Bro,
off Miami and Dallas.
you're dead capping, bro. Like,
Can y'all
why
let
make
11
us
ten?
miss
Can
funds for
y'all
you
let
to
eleven
download the
ten
app in
kick
2
off?
days?
Can y'all let 11-10 kick off Miami and Dallas, bro? That's really the only game that she wants to really be talked about from yesterday. Outside of
Okay,
the
bro.
Kings, but yeah, that's it, bro.
Um,
Before 11-10 go,
go ahead.
shout out to the Clippers and James Harden for taking down the Sixers. Sixers dropped to 3 and
That's
13.
after that game.
I'm hip. I'm just. It's gonna be the end. Like I'm not gonna shout it out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Shout out to the Clippers being the Sixers. Shout out to the Cavs continuing the roll.
Don't get in the second.
122 to 108. And then like I said, the Nets put off an upset against the Kings last night as well. So yeah, that's it. 11-10. We'll talk about Miami Dallas to open up, and then probably gonna end soon. But go ahead 11-10 for the Dallas and Heat game.
So yeah, I mean, this game was a really fun game to watch. Went to OT. Jimmy had 33 back-to-back 30-point games for him. If Jimmy's gonna be wearing them red braids, I hope he, continues wearing. If he's gonna drop 30 every game, we got good contributions from pretty much everybody who played. I thought Spo had a good game in terms of like rotations, and lineups he threw out there. I want to give a big shout out to our second round pick, Pella Larson. He's been great when he's been able to play. He's been solid, good minutes. He's shooting, I think, 40% from three. He's been very efficient. He's a smart cutter, defends, plays hard, and he gave us really good minutes yesterday. Alec Burks, he also gave us really good minutes. Whenever he plays, like decent amount of minutes, we typically win, or I think we win we've won every single game. I think Alec Burks has played like 15 plus minutes or so. He came off the bench. I think he gave us 14. He hit 4 threes, and every one of them were needed. And guys that didn't need to play didn't play. Jay Rich didn't play. Terry was out with the foot injury. And Bam went 3 for 6 from three. I think his last 5 games he's shooting over 50% from three. So, Bam started off slow in terms of his 3-point shooting, but it's really picked up lately. And one thing I really liked about yesterday is that when he was open from three, he let it fly. He didn't think about it. In the previous games, Bam would hesitate a lot in terms of like, should I take this three? Should I not? So he's been letting it fly. He went 3 for 6 yesterday. Only issue with Bam is like the stuff around the paint and stuff around the basket. He's got to clean that up. Yeah, I see my alarm going off. He's got to clean that up. So, and Tyler didn't have a good game. At least offensively, he was really inefficient. He was 1 for 10 from three, but he has some key possessions where he has some big time shots and has some good defensive plays. He had that steal in OT, I think, that led to, I think, Bam's corner three to give us the lead. No, actually, that led to Jimmy foul. Jimmy got fouled for a layup, and we were able to add on to the lead. So it was a big win for us. Dallas without Luka, they played differently. Najee Marshall was really good. PJ Washington was really good, and Kyrie, he had his moments, and Jason Kidd, I don't know why Spencer Dinwiddie played the minutes that he played. He was god awful. I think he was 1 for 13. He was definitely with us. So shout out Spencer Dinwiddie for helping us out. But yeah, great win coming off a 6 day break. And we play Milwaukee on Tuesday. So that's about it.
I got a question for you, 11-time.
Yep.
I don't really. You can answer. Okay, I didn't know if you had to go. All right, I don't really got too many questions about the Heat, but I feel like I kind of whatever y'all are. I feel like we're just gonna have to wait and find out. I also had a question on how do you feel like the play style of what's it called of Dallas is without Luka?
Everybody touched the ball more. I think they played quicker. Like a lot of that game, it was PJ Washington and like Najee getting to it in the paint, post ups, drives and stuff. Like those guys had a little bit more opportunity to kind of create, and I think their defense was also better in terms of being able to guard and not having because I think Luka to start the year, the effort defensively has not been where it needs to be. So, but I do think in moments they miss Luka, but they definitely play a different style of basketball when Luka's not there. Like it's clear. Yesterday was clear. Guys are getting touches that typically don't get touches, so that's the big thing. I think Clay should have closed yesterday. I don't know why Clay didn't close. I thought Clay played a good game and he closed with like Spencer Dinwiddie over
I
Grimes
didn't even
and
notice
Clay.
that. Clay definitely didn't close, bro. Why did he do that?
He had Dinwiddie on the court for whatever reason.
I'm about to say, who was the closing lineup? Do you remember?
It was probably Dinwiddie, Lively, Kyrie, PJ, Najee, I want to say.
Was Clay? Because I really only tuned. I'm gonna be honest. I don't need a line on this app. I only tuned in around halftime. I tuned in not halftime. My bad. I tuned in like end of fourth quarter when I saw it was a close game. I'm gonna be honest with you. I had money on Dallas plus 2.5. So I really I was so hurt when that shit went in overtime, bro. I wanted that shit to just end where it ended at. But what's it called? Motherfucking I really only tuned in when that shit went to overtime, so I don't know if Clay was playing ass that game or what. But
he wasn't bad to me. I feel like he hit a lot of timely shots. So I didn't understand why Spencer was in the game because Spencer was like 1 for 12. Like he couldn't hit shit. Like he couldn't shoot. He had that one like block on Hero, but other than that, like I guess the thinking is maybe they wanted another ball handler um, alongside Kyrie, so Kyrie didn't have to handle the ball every time. But that's the only reasoning I could think of
That nigga
that they
Spencer
would
was
have him
fucking
in.
abysmal,
But
bro. He shot like 0 for 10. He missed the last two back to back wide open for game. Well, I don't think that was game. Was that game? Or that might have been
no, it
either game
wasn't.
or double
It
OT.
wasn't.
But he
It wasn't for game. It was to. I think we were up by
to send it
5,
to
so it
double
was the.
OT.
No, I think we were up by 5 at that point, and he was trying to cut into the lead to maybe
Nah,
get it
he
down
had
to 2.
missed. I swore he had missed one when y'all was up 2. Now maybe I'm tripping. I don't know. I just know he. But oh, no, my bad. I'm thinking about the bet that I had. He missed 2 back to back to bring the game to 2. Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was cheering for. That's why I needed
11-10. I got a quick question.
Ask it quickly.
What's up with like I don't want to beat a dead horse, but what's up with like Bam's restricted area scoring? Like some of the
I don't know what's wrong with it, bro. I have no idea why he's been this bad around the restricted area. I don't know.
like he's 56% at the rim, 37% at short midi. Like we're talking about bottom 12 percentile in the league in his position. You feel me? Like some of these is very glaring. The only upside really is his corner 3-point shooting.
Yeah, maybe all summer he was working on the 3-point shot. He forgot about his work in the paint. That's the only thing I can think of. He's rushing. Um, he's not. I also think Bam needs to like get rid of these tip in stuff because they don't ever go in. And when you try to do tip ins, that counts to your field goal attempts. And he
Yeah.
does that a lot. And I think he just needs to grab the ball, rebound it, whatever, and just go back up or whatever. Stop trying to tip it in because that's been a thing. That's been a thing with him for I think 2-3 years now, where he keeps doing these tip ins. But I think he's rushing mentally. I think Bam thinks too much. When Bam don't think and he just hoop, he's so much better. Because that's what happened with the 3-point shot. Because the 3 has been his best asset at this point right now. Because he's not really hitting anything inside the paint efficiently. But over his last 5 games, he's shooting well over 50% from 3 on like 3 attempts per game. So for him, it's like he needs to just, I don't know, like I think he needs to like slow down a little bit. I think he's rushing a lot in terms of like the paint. So maybe he
How would
cleans that
you
up as games go by. But yeah, that's
how would you
the biggest
grade
issue
Bam
with him.
this season?
His offense
If
has
you just
been not good, but the defense stuff, he's holding us together right now. In terms of the defense, his offense needs to be better. So like, I would say like a C+ right now. I'd give him.
what about you, Ev? Is he still there?
Um, I just need more consistency on the offensive side. So I'll say B minus. Not nothing too high, nothing to be too happy about. Defensive in there, you heard Kyrie said you can get around Bam, you can get around anybody. Kyrie hit some tough shots last night, by the way. But I mean, yeah, I'll say B
Bam
minus
hit that
too.
corner 3, and Kyrie tried to go at him off a switch, and he couldn't. Kyrie couldn't get it. He couldn't
Yeah.
score. I said,
So
"Yep."
his
Kyrie
Kyrie
defense
should
was
know
been there.
better.
bad last night. Was
Kyrie
Bam his
should know
primary
better.
defender?
No, it was
Nah.
Haywood
I mean,
and
obviously not. Yeah,
it
but
was a
I'm pretty
number.
sure
It was a number
on
of
the pick
different
and
guys
roll.
we put on Kyrie. We put Haywood on him. Then Haywood left the game with an illness, and then we had Jimmy at him on times, and then our rookie Larson spent some time on him too.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's it.
Cool. I gotta go now,
Yeah, but
guys.
now 11-10 greatly appreciated. Everybody that's in here greatly appreciate it. We get Miles. I tapped into that last 2-3 minutes of the game.
Bro,
I watched
UConn just lost, bro.
I watched the whole overtime. I can say that.
It was I was wondering how the fuck that was so high scoring. Okay, it was an overtime.
I didn't even know the Mayu invitation was going on right now.
Damn, that's like
Arkansas about
it's like that was a good ass game. 2-point game of OT. Oh
Auburn and
my.
Iowa State play tonight. Oh my God. Okay. It's some college back. Damn, it's gonna be a crazy sports day tonight. Ravens, Porzingis back. Auburn, Iowa. Okay.
Damn, Porzingis is back tonight.
Okay. This whole week is college basketball. Yeah, I'm gonna be tapped in for sure. I'm definitely two screening tonight. Tween, did you got anything to say about this Clippers game, or are you good?
Nah, I got something to say. You feel me?
Hey, what you trying to get out of here?
Nah, I'm cool, man. I'm not tripping.
I was watching
Oh,
that
I was about
Clipper
to say
game.
I'll end this junk game if you trying to leave.
Yeah, I'm gonna end it soon.
So
It just
listen,
how I
you
feel.
know, Zubas did what Zubas supposed to do, but I really gotta give credit to my nigga Chris Dunn, defensive player of the year. He should low key be in that all defensive first team. The shit he doing on niggas, Maxi. He had that nigga McCain. You feel me? He's doing screen navigation, off ball rotate. He nail gap, all of that. He doing that on a bargain. He only get like 5 million or some shit. I tried telling niggas what he was doing in Utah. They wasn't sleeping. And if you want to really talk about that Chicago stint, it was him and Torrey Craig and like Derrick Jones Jr. They was clamping niggas. That Chicago team with Caruso, they was really clamping shit back then. But yeah, him and Derrick Jones Jr. defensively, them niggas not letting nobody eat. You feel me? You got Amir Coffey. I like what he's doing from attacking closeouts. I think his mid-range shot getting there, the three ball. Zubac inside anchor defensively, what he was giving us, and Uno the system. You feel me? Like shit, he hoop. You feel me? He walked down them bitch ass nigga Sixers. You know Darren Morey lame ass nigga. But yeah, that's another combo. But yeah, it was a good game. I want to make it wrap it up pretty quickly. That was about it.
All right. Yeah, man, that's that for the whole slate. Damn, that's it for the whole show. Honestly, took 6.5 hours. Um, Good day overall. Tomorrow, power rankings, obviously. Ravens, Chargers, obviously. And I guess probably a little bit of college basketball. Looking at some of the matchups, I'm gonna try to watch as much as possible as far as the Auburn and Iowa State game. But it's gonna be freaking NBA on, and freaking Ravens, Chargers gonna have my full attention. So, I'll see y'all tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Um, Make sure y'all pull up, whether it's playback or YouTube, or probably both again. Appreciate all the support. Black Friday sale coming soon. The website's gonna be updated for that. It's gonna be a full 24 hours. Peace, blessings, and love, and thank y'all for all the support. And I'll see y'all in about an hour and a half for the watch party.